She was forced to marry a dangerous Mafia hacker to save her brother's life. But what she didn't expect was to fall madly in love with him. Riley always believed her life was worthless, until Alex San, a ruthless cybercrime boss with a billion-dollar empire, showed her she was everything. When a stolen cartel watch threatens both their lives, Riley's impulsive courage collides with Alex San's lethal brilliance, risking it all in a high-stakes game of betrayal, forbidden passion, and deadly secrets.
If you are new here, please consider subscribing. Your one click can make my day.
Chapter 1. Riley. Only 7 weeks left until the wedding. They say robbing someone is the fastest way to find out who they really are. Well, okay. Probably nobody has ever said that in their life, but it made sense in my head last night. Right now, though, as I'm wedging a Slim Jim into this back window lock in broad daylight. Not feeling so sure anymore. Still, it's logical in a way. People reveal their truest selves in their own homes, don't they? Their possessions tell a whole story, and I'm never going to know who my arranged husband truly is unless I take drastic measures. So, here I am, about to rob him. Liam, my cousin, made it clear I'm supposed to steer clear of Alexan Sarkisian until I walk down that aisle and officially hand myself over. As head of the McGrath family, one of the most powerful Irish crime clans on the East Coast, his word is law. But unfortunately for everyone involved, I've never been great at following orders. Instead of sitting across from Alex San in some overpriced gastropub, making awkward small talk over craft burgers and IPA, I'm breaking into his house. This seems like a solid plan. Nothing could possibly go wrong here. Open up, you stubborn piece of junk! Finally, the lock clicks and gives way under my tool's pressure. I curse under my breath as the frame creaks, but quickly slide the sash up. A rush of cool indoor air greets me, cutting through the humid summer heat. All right, hardest part's done, I whisper to myself, hauling my body through the window and landing in a wide, modern kitchen. I catch myself on the countertop and straighten with a dramatic little bow to my imaginary audience. Thank you, thank you. No need for applause. The place is nice, tucked in a quiet Baltimore neighborhood. Looks like it's been renovated recently. The hardwood floors shine, and the countertops are spotless, almost unused. The only hints of life are healthy groceries in the fridge and a neat stack of history books on the coffee table. Otherwise, it's pristine, almost sterile, like a showroom house staged for photos. I creep down the hall, heart pounding. It's just afternoon, and I doubt anyone's here, but you never know. Amateurs think nighttime is best for break-ins, but honestly, people are always home at night. Most folks are at work in the afternoon. Sure, remote jobs complicate things, but I doubt this guy lounges at home. I can't picture any stay-at-home members in the Armenian Brotherhood. Upstairs mirrors the first floor, spotless to the point of obsession. A guest room sits untouched. An office with an elaborate computer setup looks barely used, and the master bedroom is vast. A 4-poster bed sits on a grey rug, surrounded by polished wooden furniture. Watches line up neatly on a bureau, and another giant computer towers in the corner, its fans humming quietly. Neat freak, I murmur, sliding open his closet. The scent hits me, cedarwood, spice, and something unmistakably masculine. I grab a white dress shirt, my pulse jumping with the thrill of doing something so forbidden. Armani. Pricey. Holding it against myself in the mirror, I realize it would fit like a dress. For some bizarre reason, I want it. Maybe it's the smell, clean soap, faint citrus, fresh, his scent, whoever he really is. I smile a little, imagining what kind of man wears this shirt. Strangely, there's almost nothing about Alexan Sarkisian online. No social media, no news articles, not even casual mentions. It's like he doesn't exist. If I weren't scheduled to marry him in a few weeks, I'd think this was an elaborate prank. Suddenly, there's a faint click near the computer. Then a soft, distorted voice booms through the speakers. "Go on, Riley. Try it on." I freeze. Cold sweat breaks out down my spine. The voice is deep, low, almost teasing. My heart rate spikes. I whip around trying to spot a camera. Should I run? Play dumb? He knows it's me. Okay, this probably looks bad, I stammer, scrambling for an excuse. How do you make breaking and entering sound casual and charming? I shouldn't be here, I know. No, you definitely shouldn't, the voice replies. Its calm confidence sends a shiver through me. It's almost thrilling. How about I apologize, and we pretend this never happened? I flutter my eyelashes, though I don't even know where to look. He's definitely watching me. A tremor runs down my back. I'm in so much trouble. Silence stretches, then, no, I don't think so. My stomach drops. If Liam finds out about this, I'll be locked away until the wedding. And my father's disappointment? I can already picture his face, scolding me for being such a failure while praising my brother for breathing. I'm talking to Alexan, right? You know who I am? I ask, my voice shaking. My brain feels sluggish with fear. I know this was stupid, impulsive. I was just curious about you. So you decided to break into my house? I know it sounds insane. I found your address in my dad's files. I just wanted to see who I was marrying. Silence again. It's maddening. Here's the deal, little thief. I'll let you walk out, and this stays between us. But you'll do something for me first. My chest tightens with dread. What do you want? Try on the shirt. I stare at the black computer screen, then down at the shirt in my hand. My cheeks burn. You're joking. I'm not. You broke into my house. Consider this your consequence. Put on the shirt. He's insane, completely unhinged. I'm not changing in front of your cameras. You're recording this. Of course I am. Now put it on. My heart slams in my chest. But really, what choice do I have? The shirt's big enough to cover me. I could change, do a quick twirl and get out of here. Nobody would find out. Fine. This is ridiculous, but okay. I hesitate, waiting for a snarky reply, but he stays silent. I'll just step into the closet. There are cameras there too. I groan, glaring at the ceiling. Seriously? If you take too long, I'll come home and help. His tone darkens with quiet threat, sparking something dangerous inside me. This is madness. But in the end, I obey. Because I'm impulsive, because I hate following rules, because the thrill of defiance tastes better than fear. I slip out of my tank top and tights, then pull on the oversized white shirt. It brushes mid-thigh, swamping my small frame. His scent wraps around me, fresh and clean. The camera's red light blinks on overhead. Spin around, he commands softly. Jerk, I mutter, but I turn. My skin tingles under his silent gaze. I feel exposed, vulnerable, and annoyingly excited. Beautiful, he murmurs, voice like velvet. You look perfect in my shirt. A shiver runs down my spine. This is dangerous. This is stupid. But deep down, under the panic and shame, something within me comes alive. I've always lived for danger, for forbidden thrills, for crossing lines nobody else would dare approach. My pulse hammers as I stand there in his oversized shirt. Silence stretches between us, the only sound my ragged breathing. Happy now? I ask, my voice tight. You look perfect, he says, his tone softer now, almost thoughtful. Like you belong here. I swallow hard, unsure how to respond to that. I came here expecting to find clues about the stranger I was marrying, not to end up feeling so exposed and vulnerable. "Can I go now?" I managed to say, trying to sound casual. Another pause. I imagine him sitting somewhere, watching me on his screens, analyzing my every move. "I'll let you leave," he says finally, his voice firm again. "But understand something, Riley. Next time, you won't break in to see me. I'll come for you." A shiver runs down my spine. His words shouldn't sound like a promise, but they do. My throat feels dry as I bend to gather my discarded clothes, clutching them to my chest. "Don't worry," I say, forcing a teasing smile I don't feel. Breaking into houses isn't really my usual hobby. I hear a quiet laugh through the speakers. It's low and amused, but it carries a dark edge that sends goosebumps prickling across my skin. "Keep the shirt," he says. "Think of it as a reminder." A reminder of what? I want to ask. That I'm marrying a man I've never met. That he now knows just how impulsive and reckless I can be. That he holds the power to ruin me if he chooses. But instead, I just nod, tucking the soft white fabric under my arm. I don't know why, but I feel a strange possessiveness over it now, as if wearing his shirt marked me in some silent way. "See you soon, Riley," he says, and though his voice is calm, there's an undercurrent there, a promise wrapped in quiet threat. "Yeah," I whisper, my heart thudding painfully in my chest. "See you soon." With that, I slip back out the window into the humid afternoon, my pulse still pounding in my ears. The world feels sharper around me, the sun hotter, the cicadas louder, the smell of asphalt thicker in my lungs. And all I can think is, what have I just gotten myself into?
Chapter 2. Alexan, 6 weeks left until the wedding. It takes me 10 minutes to hack into the senator's email account, another 5 to crack his Instagram password, 6 more to uncover his private Snapchat handle, and only 3 minutes to download all his direct messages, including the shockingly explicit conversations he's been having with escorts, cam girls, and online models. Apparently, Senator Michelson is obsessed with describing his anatomy in painfully elaborate detail. I wonder what his wife will think when she finds out her husband claims it's thicker than a redwood and longer than a football field to women young enough to be his daughter. Once I've secured all that incriminating data onto my encrypted drive, I wipe every trace of my breach clean. Finally, I send a quick coded message to the Mantis, letting them know I'm ready to transfer the files. The car door opens. I shut my laptop and glance in the rearview mirror as my boss, Tigran Sarkisian, slides into the back seat. We're technically related, distantly, but only got to know each other when he hired me to replace his old personal driver and guard. He's the second in command of the Armenian Brotherhood, a sprawling criminal empire that dominates Baltimore. He gives me a nod, lips pressed into a thin smile. "Working again?" he asks, flicking his eyes to my laptop. "Just running an assignment for Black Mantis." He grunts, smile fading. "Surprised you're dealing with those ruthless bastards. They pay well. I assumed you'd want me to keep a good working relationship with them." "That's smart," he admits with a nod, though his expression tightens. "But be careful. The Mantis don't play games. I heard they skinned a man alive last year for costing them a few grand. Which honestly isn't any worse than what Tigran's done himself, though I keep that to myself. It was 12 grand, and he already owed them 30 before that," I correct quietly. Still, he has a point. The Mantis are a shadowy cybercrime syndicate out of Taiwan. If it involves hacking, blackmail, or tech sabotage, their hands are in it. and failure isn't tolerated. Luckily for me, I don't make mistakes. I shift the car into gear and start the engine. We're parked outside Arson's mansion, the Brotherhood's top boss. Tigran was in meetings for the past hour while I knocked out this simple hack using my satellite uplink. As we pull onto the road heading back into the city, Tigran glances over, a smirk playing at his mouth again. "We were discussing the McGraths today," he says lightly. "Things have stayed quiet since the arrangement was made." The arrangement meaning my upcoming marriage to Riley. A flash hits my mind. Her on my bed, wearing my shirt, the memory of her slender body, her flushed cheeks, the wildness in her eyes. That girl has been stuck in my thoughts since the day she broke into my house last week. "That's good," I say shortly, eyes on the road. "How are you feeling about it?" he asks. I pause, thinking it over, then decide to tell the truth. Indifferent. He raises his eyebrows. Indifferent. That's an unusual answer, even for you. This marriage is a formality. It's just a way to keep peace between our families. I don't care about the girl. I don't even know her. Except I know how her hair smells, like lilac and clean grass. I know her lips when she bites them to keep from gasping. I've refused to wash my bedding for a week, clinging to the faint scent she left behind. It's driving me mad. Completely irrational. I spent that entire night watching the security footage over and over, memorizing every curve, every little flick of her fingers through her hair, every shy smile. I forced myself to destroy the drive after, or I knew I'd never look away. "I get it," Tigran says, his voice subdued as he looks out the window. "That's how I felt with Dasha at first. But people change. Not me. Ever been in a serious relationship?" I shake my head. "Never, and I don't plan to." "You're about to get married. On paper, I'll remain faithful and treat her well, but she won't be my wife in the real sense." He makes a small noise and glances back at me. "You're forgetting the most important part of the deal." My jaw tightens. I haven't forgotten. I've just tried not to think about it, because every time I do, I picture Riley's flushed cheeks and trembling lips. "I know what's expected," I say quietly. "Getting her pregnant won't be easy. From what I hear, she's got a strong will." "I'll handle it." "I'm sure you know how it works," he says dryly, "but this is a big responsibility. I'll do what's required." "Alexan," he says, sounding frustrated now. "Listen to me. Having a child isn't a simple task. It changes your life. Right now, you think it's just another job, but trust me, it isn't." I shake my head firmly. "You don't need to worry. I'll fulfill my duty." He studies me for a moment, searching my face, then sighs. "I believe you. She needs to be pregnant within the first year. Same arrangement I had. My advice? Offer her something she wants. A house, a deal, whatever it takes. Make her realize it doesn't have to be a miserable situation." We pull up outside his home. He sits there a moment before getting out. I know his wife and child are waiting inside, and despite his brutal reputation, he adores them beyond words. Tigran Sarkissian, feared enforcer, ruthless strategist, softened by a woman and a child. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. But even with them, the darkness never fully left him. He's just learned to keep it buried. That will never happen with me. "We're grateful for what you're doing for the Brotherhood," he says quietly, opening the door. I hope you understand that. He steps out and walks up to his house. I switch off the engine and lean back against my seat. Closing my eyes, I breathe deep, trying to calm the restless energy in my chest. Riley McGrath doesn't mean anything. She's just the girl I'm marrying. Former gymnast, straight A student according to her school records, obsessed with Friends and How I Met Your Mother, active on Instagram, addicted to TikTok, normal in every way. But there's an edge beneath all that sweetness. I open my laptop and scan my security camera feeds. No break-ins today, no unexpected guests. A strange disappointment pricks my chest. Some foolish part of me keeps hoping she'll sneak back in wearing my shirt again. But she won't. And when we're married, I'll move on from this obsession. Because I'll never be a loving husband. I'll never be a good father. Compassion doesn't live inside me. All that matters is keeping my world under control. But something tells me, with Riley McGrath thrown into the mix, this marriage is going to be nothing short of chaos.
Chapter 3. Riley. 5 weeks left until the wedding. I toss back the last sip of my Guinness and wave for the bartender to bring me another. The Rowdy Mule is busy tonight for a Thursday, probably because some wannabe Irish folk band is crooning mediocre tunes on stage. Cassidy drops onto the stool beside me and leans in for a tight hug. When did you get here? About half an hour ago. She's late, as usual, but I don't hold it against her. Cass is my cousin and my best friend. She's sweet as sugar, always floating around with her head in the clouds, but I love her to pieces. You look so cute today. Where'd you get that shirt? I tug at the oversized collar and shrug lightly. Thrift store find. Which is a total lie. Every time I shift, I catch a faint trace of its scent. Even after 2 weeks, I can't bring myself to wash it since stealing it from my future husband's house. Tonight, I've paired it with tights and belted it at the waist, wearing it like an oversized dress. It works. Mostly. Enough, anyway. You always manage to pull off impossible looks. Cass orders herself a gin and tonic as my second beer arrives. We chat about family gossip, mutual friends, and her college classes. I smile and nod, pretending to be happy for her, but inside I'm burning with envy. I wanted college. I got accepted to 6 universities, but my dad shot down every single offer, even though I had gymnastics scholarships that would have covered most of my tuition. Your place is here with your family, he told me when I showed him my Notre Dame acceptance letter. No smile, no hug, no pride. Just that same cold glare. That was 4 years ago, and I still haven't let it go. Cass is lucky. She's a couple years younger, and her parents are more relaxed. She still has to live at home, but at least she gets to attend UBALT and chase a degree. Meanwhile, all I've done since high school is master lockpicking and breaking into windows. After finishing her first drink, she leans in closer, giving me a mischievous grin. So I've been dying to ask. And now you're tipsy enough to do it. She giggles, nodding eagerly. How are you feeling about the wedding coming up? Nervousness coils in my stomach like loose change rattling in a jar. I touch the shirt, smoothing down the front, forcing myself not to think about his room's scent, the cold cameras watching me, or his deep voice calling me filthy names that made me squirm. He left a mark on me, and I haven't even met him yet. I'm resigned, I mutter, glaring into my beer. I take a sip and swirl the glass. It's important, I get that, but I'm not thrilled. I know, she says softly, leaning her head on my shoulder. But there haven't been any attacks since the deal, right? That's something. You're kind of a hero. I shrug. She's right. Nobody's been hurt, all thanks to me. though no one ever asked if I wanted to be their hero. Deep down, I don't even know if I would have had the guts to say yes if given the choice. Want to hear something awful? I keep daydreaming about running away. Where would you go? She asks, eyes wide. Somewhere warm, maybe the Caribbean, or Australia, as far away as possible. Your dad would hunt you down. Yeah, I sigh. He probably would. I'd spend my whole life looking over my shoulder if he didn't catch me immediately. That's why I haven't tried. She squeezes me in a tight hug. I'm so sorry, Riles. This sucks. I wish there was something I could do. It's fine. Actually, I have an idea. What is it? Anything. Just say the word. Help me fake my death. She frowns, tilting her head. I could borrow Dad's car and stage it like you drove into the harbour. That's perfect. I always pictured dying dramatically. Should we light it on fire first? Make it explode, then sink it. Real movie ending. Just imagine how Brendan would react. I glare at her. Don't ruin it by mentioning my brother. Just saying. She gives me a sly grin. He'd be crushed if his little sister died in a fiery car crash. Not like he's around anyway, off doing another one of his heists. I finish my second beer and signal for another, though I know I shouldn't. 2 Guinnesses and I'm buzzed. 3? That's when things get reckless. 4? I'll wake up in a jail cell. How's that going anyway? Cass asks, flagging down the bartender for her refill. Who knows? He never tells me anything when he's gone. Shows up randomly, teaches me new tricks he picked up on the job, then vanishes again for weeks. I love my brother, but reliability isn't his strong suit. Everything I know about stealing came from him. Want me to ask around? She offers, raising her brows. My brother probably knows something. Nah, don't worry about it. I'm getting married soon. Even the legendary Brendan McGrath wouldn't dare skip my wedding and risk my wrath. Good point, she laughs, clinking her glass against mine. I can tell she wants to ask more about the wedding, but I can't stand talking about it. There's nothing I can do to change it. No words to say, no actions to take. All I can do is wait until the day comes, when I walk down that aisle towards a man with an intoxicating voice, an obsessive neatness, and cameras in every corner of his spotless home. Before she can press further, I steer the conversation to some guy she's been seeing. Cass chatters happily for a while, until she suddenly goes silent. Her gaze flicks over my shoulder, and she leans back like I've just vomited on her. Riles, your dad's here, she whispers. I twist around and spot my father striding through the crowd, gripping a familiar black duffel bag in his white-knuckled hand. Well, hello there, Father, I say brightly. His eyes cut into me as he slams the bag onto the bar. Without a word, he unzips it, exposing its contents. Pry bars, lockpicks, glass cutters, wire splicers, gloves, flashlights, my entire kit. Cass looks horrified. I just feel irritated. I told you to quit this nonsense, he growls. I notice the curious glances from people nearby. Thankfully, most of them are connected to the McGrath family, so this isn't the first time they've seen me get scolded like a child in public. I know you did, but... No more excuses, he snaps, leaning in close. You're marrying an important man in a few weeks. No more childish games. You're not your brother. You're my daughter. Private school educated, gymnastics champion. You're better than this. I open my mouth to fire back, but the words dissolve under his glare. My chest tightens, my skin prickles with shame. Anyone else, I'd mock and brush off with a joke. But with him, his disappointment slices deeper than anyone else's words ever could. I'll get rid of it, I mumble, shoulders slumping. No, Riley, I'll take care of it. I don't trust you to do it yourself. He zips the bag closed, slings it over his shoulder, and turns to Cass. "And you should be at school." "Good to see you, Mr. McGrath," she whispers, eyes down. He scowls at her before turning his cold stare back to me. "You will not steal, pickpocket, or break into anything ever again. Understood?" "Yes, Dad." "Good. Be home within an hour. Don't embarrass me further tonight." With that, he strides away, disappearing into the crowd. I lean on my elbows, staring down into my beer. Heat floods my cheeks and shame burns through me. Being scolded by him always feels like I'm 5 years old again. Everyone knows about my upcoming wedding. They all understand what it means for the family if I screw this up. If I fail, the fragile peace will shatter, and young men from both sides will bleed in the streets, and their deaths will be on my hands. "You okay?" Cass asks gently, rubbing my back. I tip the beer back and finish it in a few big gulps. Then I set the empty glass down, smile bright and wide, and look at her. "Never better. Why?" She smiles back, relieved. But inside, I'm crumbling, knowing I only have a few short weeks left of this pathetic freedom. Chapter 4. Riley. 4 weeks left until the wedding. I've been on my best behaviour. Well, relatively speaking. Ever since Dad humiliated me at the Rowdy Mule last week, I've kept my head down. No sneaky shoplifting, no scouting potential break-ins, nothing risky at all. And honestly, I'm bored out of my mind. All I've done is go on long runs and force myself through punishing gymnastics drills. If I can't indulge in my favourite hobby, collecting stolen trinkets, then I need to find something else to burn off all this restless energy. At least my body's still in good shape. I haven't competed seriously since high school, but I still remember every routine. Sure, I can't tumble as high as I used to, but my flexibility is intact, and that counts for something. "Riley, are you almost ready?" Dad's voice booms through my door, but he doesn't step inside. It's just past 7, and he expected me downstairs 30 minutes ago. "Coming," I call back, adjusting the plain white dress shirt tucked into my black jeans. It's a size too big, still smells like him, even weeks later, but I make it work. "Just a second." "Mr. Fong will be here any minute. Get downstairs now." I hear him stomp off, leaving me staring at myself in the mirror. My hair falls in loose curls past my shoulders, and there are dark shadows under my eyes. No amount of concealer can hide how drained I look lately. Turns out constant stress destroys your skin. I force a smile. It looks awkward. I lift the collar of the shirt and inhale deeply, letting his fading scent settle in my mind. Since that day in his house, I've worn this shirt during plenty of solo moments. I keep wearing it out, like it's some protective charm. But tonight, it doesn't bring comfort. In a month, I'll be walking down an aisle towards a man I barely know, and it feels like marching to my own execution. Step forward, smile, bang, done. Honestly, death might feel easier than this marriage. The doorbell rings, and I hear Dad greeting our guest. I sigh and head downstairs, where an unexpectedly handsome man is chatting with him. Well, this is a surprise. Mr. Fong is supposed to run a major Taiwanese cybersecurity firm Dad wants to work with. I pictured an older tech nerd, not this. "Mr. Fong, this is my daughter Riley," Dad says, motioning me forward. "Please, call me Jeremy." He flashes a warm smile and shakes my hand firmly. He's probably around 30, with sleek dark hair, sharp cheekbones, and a confident grin. His tailored suit fits perfectly over a toned frame. "Lovely to meet you, Riley. I hope you won't mind if your father and I bore you with computer talk all evening. And I hope you won't mind if I give my unfiltered opinions anyway." He laughs softly and pats my hand. I'd expect nothing less. Dad gives me a tight warning look before guiding everyone into the dining room. I head into the kitchen to pour drinks. Tonight, my job is half hostess, half waitress. Annoying, sure, but it's better than sitting upstairs stewing in misery. At least Jeremy's charming and confident. Not really my type, but I can appreciate a man who knows how to carry himself. He sits across from Dad, discussing figures and services like someone used to getting what he wants. I chime in occasionally out of boredom, and because Dad won't scold me in front of a guest. Midway through dinner, my phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. I made a mistake a few weeks back. I frown down at the message, confused, until I realize I'm being rude and excuse myself from the table. Neither man seems to notice me leaving. "Who is this?" The reply comes almost instantly. "I deleted the footage of you in my bed, but don't worry, little thief, my pillow still smells like your shampoo." My heart skips a beat. I pour myself a glass of wine, fingers trembling slightly. My mind races. I knew there were cameras. It was his security system after all, but it never crossed my mind he might keep the footage. I take a moment to compose my reply. "Riley, I'm glad you deleted it. Would have been creepy to have that saved on your computer. Alex-san, is it really creepy if it was meant for me? Riley, more like it happened because of you. What if you hadn't erased it? Alex-san, I'd watch it again and again, fist my C-ock while listening to your sweet little moans. You're so damn beautiful when you let yourself go in my bed, little thief." Oh, God. My cheeks burn as I stare at his words. This is not how I thought tonight would go. I expected a dull dinner filled with boring contract talk, not unexpected late-night sexts. "Riley, is this a booty call?" "Alex-san, just thinking about you. About your scent." I want to call him out for being a creep, but honestly, that's what I've been doing too. "Riley, want to know something. I'm wearing your shirt tonight." "Alex-san, show me. Right now." My stomach flips. Smiling despite myself, I slip into the bathroom, take a quick selfie, hate it, delete, retake it, delete, until finally I snap one that's half decent. "Alex-san, looks like you're already mine." "Riley, don't get cocky. I just look good in it." "Alex-san, you really do. Have you washed it yet? Or are you still soaking in my scent like last time?" My breath hitches. He's right, of course, but I won't admit it. "Riley, I'm at dinner with my dad and his associate. No rolling around tonight." "Alex-san, that didn't answer my question. Did you wash it?" "Riley, not everyone's as twisted as you." "Alex-san, I'll take that as a no. Here's a thought, my beautiful thief. Come break into my house again tomorrow. I'll leave something for you to wear." My pulse pounds in my throat. It's tempting, dangerous. That day has been replaying in my head ever since. But what if it isn't as intense the second time? What if I ruin the memory? More importantly, Dad's voice rings loud in my mind. "No more mistakes." "Riley, sorry, big guy. I gave up stealing." "Alex-san, I doubt that." "Riley, cross my heart. Besides, I've got dress shopping tomorrow." "Alex-san, for our wedding. Just wear my shirt." "Riley, pretty sure the families wouldn't approve." "Alex-san, true, but at least everyone would know you're already mine." "Riley, isn't that what rings are for?" "Alex-san, rings aren't always enough." I start typing another reply when Dad calls my name from the dining room. I pause, delete what I wrote, and head back out to find Jeremy standing, jacket on, briefcase in hand. "All finished?" I ask, trying to hide the flush in my cheeks. Alex-san's messages left me buzzing with restless energy. awake in a way I haven't felt since Dad humiliated me at the bar. "All set," Jeremy says with a friendly grin. "Your father is a straightforward man." "Yeah, sure." Dad's wearing his polite but icy expression. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Fong. Riley, say goodbye." "Of course." I move forward automatically. Jeremy reaches out for a handshake, but I lean in for a hug instead. We bump awkwardly, and my hand tangles in his jacket. "Oh God, sorry." "It's fine," he chuckles, hugging me back. "Thanks for your company tonight." "My pleasure," I reply brightly, and slip his pocket watch into my back pocket. My heart thunders in my chest, and a sheen of sweat prickles my skin. This is why I steal. For the rush, the adrenaline, the split second before I know I've gotten away with it. Any moment he could notice it's gone. But Dad is already ushering him out, discussing final payments and future contracts. I clear the table, beaming like an idiot. Once everything's stacked in the sink, I send one last text. "Riley, see you in a month, creep." No reply comes back, but that's fine. I feel electric as I scrub the dishes clean. Dad pops in to thank me for helping, his usual sour expression back in place before disappearing into his office. Finally, when the kitchen's spotless and I'm back in my room, I pull out my prize. A brass pocket watch with intricate engravings across the cover. No brand, no markings. The case is scuffed with age, and it looks very old. Why does a modern businessman like Jeremy Fong carry something like this? Doesn't matter. I hum softly as I open my closet, remove the fake backboard, and kneel to open my hidden lead-lined safe in the wall. Inside sit my greatest treasures: a senator's wallet, an ivory cat statue from a gangster's shelf, a signed Lionel Messi photo lifted from a consultant's private collection. Trinkets that mean little to anyone else, but to me, they're proof of every risk I've taken. I place the pocket watch on top, grinning to myself. If it weren't for Alexander's texts tonight, I might never have had the nerve, especially with Dad right there. This is my best lift yet. Quick, silent, and nobody suspects a thing. Sometime tonight or tomorrow, Jeremy will realize his watch is missing, and he'll never think to blame sweet little Riley McGrath.
Chapter 5. Alexan. 3 weeks left until the wedding. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, assume they slit my throat. I scowl at the plain gray building hidden among a cluster of dull office suites. The parking lot is mostly empty except for a handful of boring sedans. Tigran chuckles quietly from the passenger seat of my BMW. He's cradling a pistol in his lap, phone in his other hand, leaning back as if this is a casual outing. Mantis is brutal, but they're not idiots. If they wanted you dead, you'd already have a bullet in your skull. He's right, but it doesn't ease the unease crawling down my spine. Until today, all my dealings with Mantis had been over secure email. This morning, though, they sent me a location and a job offer. I wasn't sure I'd take it, until Tigran reminded me I'm the one eager to build a working relationship with these dangerous people. Besides, the payment is hefty. Twice what I normally charge for work like this. He didn't need to come as backup, but having him here is reassuring. If there's trouble, I'll just start shooting. I push my door open and step out. If you hear gunfire, don't waste time. Good luck, he replies, raising his gun in a mock salute, grinning. Fatherhood might have mellowed him, but that edge of violence never left his eyes. I approach the glass doors labeled Arxis Secure Tech. A quick search on my phone pulls up a handful of corporate listings, a legitimate cybersecurity company, at least on the surface. Nothing Mantis does is ever fully above board. It's a quiet Saturday, and the office seems deserted. At reception stands a hulking man flipping through a home design magazine, his expression bored. When he notices me, he stretches out a beefy hand. Gun. I pause, reluctant, but Tigran's words echo in my mind. If Mantis wanted me dead, they wouldn't bother with a meeting. I pass over my weapon. He nods towards a hallway. First conference room on the left. So much for storming out, guns blazing if this goes sideways. Inside, a younger man sits at the head of a large table, staring down at his phone. His suit is sleek and well-tailored. He looks more like an executive than a criminal. His face remains unreadable as I enter. I stay standing. "You Ironhead?" I ask, studying him. Based on his messages, I'd expected a hulking enforcer. Instead, he's lean and athletic, more like a strategist than muscle. "That's me," he replies, leaning back in his chair and folding his arms. "And you must be Permafrost." I pull out a chair and sit. Hearing him use my hacker handle instead of my real name eases some tension in my chest. He definitely knows who I am, but it's a subtle sign of respect not to say it aloud. "You've lost something, and you need me to find it," I say evenly. Normally, I don't take meetings face to face, but given your position, I don't finish. He knows exactly what I mean. Mantis commands respect. Ironhead slides a small USB stick across the table. "Everything you need is on here. The device went missing a week ago. We know it's still somewhere in Baltimore, but we haven't been able to pinpoint its exact location. It hasn't been activated yet. The last few pings are logged on that drive." I turn the stick over in my hand. "What am I looking for exactly?" "A watch." My eyebrows rise. Jewelry isn't my specialty. If you're missing, it's not just a watch. His mouth tightens as he folds his hands together. "I can't tell you everything, but it's an antique pocket watch housing highly sensitive data. It transmits its location every hour. Currently, it's silent. We're prepared to pay you extremely well to recover it and identify whoever took it." I shift slightly in my seat. Whoever stole it is doomed. Mantis never forgives betrayal. Not my problem, though. Anyone stupid enough to steal from them deserves what's coming. If your team couldn't find it, what makes you think I can? My people are occupied with other priorities. Besides, we've been impressed with your previous work. We want to see what else you're capable of. So this isn't just a job, it's a test. A test for what? I'm not sure. Mantis is powerful and secretive. They're known for ruthless efficiency, but beyond that, their motives remain a mystery. Winning their business would be monumental for the Brotherhood. Until now, they've only given me small assignments. Simple hacks, like leaking that senator's dirty secrets. Tasks they could have done themselves. Paying me instead shows they're probing us for something bigger. "I'll do it," I tell him, pocketing the USB. "How long do I have?" "As long as it takes, but after a month, we'll grow impatient." I nod and stand. "I'll check in next week." "Good luck, Permafrost. This is critical to us. Don't fail." I leave the room, retrieve my gun from reception, and step back into the humid air. The weight of this job starts pressing down on my shoulders as I walk to the car. "You're alive," Tigran says with a grin as I slide into the driver's seat. "Didn't see that coming." I grip the steering wheel, staring at nothing. My mind races with possibilities and risks. Tigran leans in slightly, eyes narrowing. "What is it? What's wrong?" "I think Mantis wants to partner with us." I hand him the USB and explain the job quickly. This could change everything. His face goes serious. I can practically see him calculating the angles in his mind. It's the same storm of thoughts swirling in my head. If Mantis backs us, we'd gain power far beyond Baltimore. Connections across Asia. New contracts, better import routes, cheaper supplies. Their reach could elevate us to the top of the national ladder. What happens if you fail them? He asks carefully. That's the other side of the coin. Opportunity always comes with risk. Mantis isn't known for mercy. They demand perfection or punishment. I've heard stories, I say quietly. A crew out in Sacramento worked with them. One member got caught and flipped. Mantis had him gutted in the prison yard. Then they hunted down his entire crew, innocent or not. You think they'd do that to you? Probably, I admit. But they won't come after the Brotherhood. Not with our allies standing behind us. And once you're married to the McGrath girl, our strength doubles. Tigran looks out the window, thoughtful. Maybe we don't need Mantis after all. The McGraths rule Baltimore. Mantis could make us the dominant power nationwide. That what you want? I shrug slightly, staring at the USB in my palm. I don't know. But either way, I have to find that watch. And if this is their test, then it's up to me and Arson to decide what comes next. His gaze sharpens. You understand that, right? Our word is law. I know. I put the car in gear and pull out of the lot, possibilities and risks tangling in my mind like barbed wire.
Chapter 6. Riley. 2 weeks left until the wedding. I wake up wrapped in his shirt. I don't wear it out anymore, and it's mostly lost his scent by now, but I still sleep in it every night. Sometimes wearing it brings dreams. Dark, heated dreams that make me blush when I wake up. Good dreams. Really good ones. I stretch out and grab my phone. There's a message waiting for me from a new number. He never uses the same one twice. Alexan, got your wedding dress yet? Part of me wants to ignore him just to tease. But whenever his messages come through, my stomach flutters, and I still haven't met him face to face. Riley, thinking I'll just wear your shirt and nothing underneath. Alexan, not exactly church appropriate. Riley, you'd enjoy it though. Everyone's eyes on me. Alexan, nobody stares at what's mine. Riley, don't tell me you're one of those possessive caveman types. Alexan, only when it comes to you. I grin like an idiot, and I don't even know why. Usually that possessive macho talk turns me off, but with him it feels different. Like he can't get enough of me. Like I'm his favourite addiction. I'm about to type another reply when I smell bacon cooking downstairs, and I bolt upright. Only one person ever cooks breakfast this early. I quickly change, wash up, and hurry down the steps. Alexan's text slipped to the back of my mind for now. My brother is at the stove, flipping eggs with a spatula. There's fresh coffee brewing. When did you get back? I ask, trying to sound casual even though I'm grinning. Good morning to you too. Brendan salutes me with the spatula. Only a few hours ago. You look it. He chuckles and nudges me lightly, but I bat him away. He does look rough, dark circles under his eyes, beard scruffy, hair buzzed short like he didn't have time for a real cut. His clothes are wrinkled and streaked with dirt. I'm laying low, he says as he plates up eggs and bacon for me. Keep it quiet, I'm here, okay? So you're not coming to my wedding? He snorts, shaking his head. Miss Riley McGrath marrying some stranger? I wouldn't miss that train wreck. Thanks. I was hoping my big brother might step in and stop it. We both know I'm not important enough for that. He gives me a sideways hug. Sit down. Food's ready. I slide into my seat and start picking at the eggs. Mentioning the wedding was a mistake. Even though Alexander's messages make me feel giddy, thinking about marrying him feels like sinking into cold water. Sharing a house, building a life, becoming a wife to a man I don't know. Trapped. Brendan sits across from me with just toast and black coffee. Breakfast was never his thing. He mostly cooks for me and Dad. Tell me everything, he says, sipping his coffee. How are you holding up? I'm fine, I say quickly. When he just stares at me, frowning, I stab at my eggs. Seriously, I'm fine. Yeah, you seem fine. He glances away, staring at the window for a moment. Feels weird being back. I was only gone a couple months, but that last job... He trails off, shaking his head. It go okay? It went to plan. Problem was, the plan sucked, and so did the team. But I'm alive, the family got richer, so it's all good. Still, there's a shadow in his eyes. Want to tell me about it? He shakes his head. Maybe later, after I've processed it. Then his grin returns, boyish and crooked. Actually, I've been dying to tell you. I used this insane new device. Sends out radio bursts that unlock almost any car. Seriously? And it worked? Mostly. Not every model, but enough. Thing was fun as hell. Jealousy flares in my chest. Brendan gets to run complicated heists across the country while I'm stuck here, prepping to marry a stranger. On impulse, I tell him about my dinner with Jeremy Fong. You should have seen it. Slipped his watch without him noticing, right in front of Dad. No clue at all. Brendan's grin fades. Jeremy Fong? Asian guy, slick hair? Yeah, he was nice. Bit sales pitchy, but Dad liked him. His expression darkens. Whatever you took from him, get rid of it. I blink. What are you talking about? Fong's not who he seems. I don't know what Dad's dealing with, but stay away from those people. Destroy whatever you took. Seriously. I hesitate, tilting my head. Brendan is usually light-hearted and teasing, but right now he looks like a stranger, tired, serious and hollow. Yeah, sure. I sip my coffee, feeling awkward. I'm going for a run. Want to come? He snorts, the tension breaking. I've run enough this week to last a lifetime. Go ahead. We finish breakfast in silence, chatting about family gossip. After he heads to bed to catch up on sleep, I pull on my running gear. My mind drifts to my stash of treasures as I jog. I've always loved stealing. Brendan teaches me whenever he's home, and I pick it up fast. Gymnastics gave me agility. My curiosity gave me cunning. If the family ever let me work real jobs, I know I'd be good. But they never will. Girls in our family either go to college for something practical, working in one of our fronts, or they marry and start having babies. I could have accepted college, even if it meant designing logos for fake garbage companies. Instead, I'm a sacrifice. Now Brendan wants me to get rid of the watch. As I run, my chest tightens with stubborn anger. Screw that. Screw him. Screw Jeremy Fong. I stole that watch fair and square, right in front of Dad. It was one of my best lifts. There's no way I'm giving it up. As I jog into the park, slowing to catch my breath near a small pedestrian bridge, I catch sight of movement in the bushes. Someone's crouching with binoculars. My stomach flips. No, I tell myself firmly. Paranoia. Probably just some nerdy birdwatcher getting excited over a woodpecker. I've sacrificed enough for this family. I'm ending their war, giving up my freedom, my body, my future. The least they can let me keep is my secret stash, proof that I was good at something before I became nothing but a pawn. I was a damn good thief. I start running again, breathing hard but certain of one thing. Keeping that watch is the right choice.
Chapter 7. Alexandre. 1 week left until the wedding. I stare at my computer screen as streams of data scroll by. My custom LLM model analyses the information, hunting for patterns. While it churns away, I flip over to a map marked with dozens of little red pins. The dossier Fong gave me was clear. Ironhead had the watch on him from 6 in the morning until midnight, when he realized it was missing. He retraced his steps, but he'd been to at least half a dozen meetings that day. The final location pings were scattered and incomplete, placing it anywhere between 4 and 10 that evening. Then it went dark and hasn't sent a signal since. My AI finally spits out its findings, but there's nothing useful. It scraped every new auction listing online in the past 2 days for watches resembling the image I was given, but all it returned were irrelevant partial matches. Whoever took it clearly isn't trying to sell it publicly. Frustration claws at me. After a week of digging, I've hit nothing but dead ends. Only one thing has kept me sane during this exhausting hunt. Riley jogs across the street outside, and I put my car into gear. I noticed her early on. Turns out Ironhead had dinner with the McGraths the night the watch disappeared, and Riley's house sits right in the middle of my search grid, which gives me an excuse to observe her daily routines. Like how every morning, around 9, she jogs down the street toward the harbor, loops through the park 3 times, then heads home. That's 6 miles, keeping an even 8-minute pace. Afterward, she stretches in her front yard, auburn hair catching the sunlight, sweat glistening on her pale skin. My future wife is impressively flexible. Today, she's right on schedule. I park near the edge of the park and wander casually into a shaded grove of trees with a clear view of the pedestrian bridge. She passes here on each loop. It's the perfect vantage point to remain unseen. As I settle in, my mind drifts back to the watch. Now I understand why Ironhead pawned this search off on me. His team could have chased it down, but it wasn't worth their time. Better to dump the task on some desperate fool willing to waste days hunting a ghost. Whoever stole it probably killed the transmitter. I'd bet good money it's halfway to Asia or Europe already, being dismantled by skilled hackers. But I still have to try. Mantis doesn't tolerate failure. I force myself to stay calm as Riley jogs into view, her hair bouncing with each step. Her long, toned legs move with grace, her shorts hugging her curves, and her loose crop top flutters around her sports bra. Heat coils low in my stomach. Does she really need to show so much skin? Every pair of eyes that lingers on her just fuels the burning possessiveness in my chest. She's mine, or she will be soon. This marriage wasn't my idea. But when Arsène came to me personally and said I was his first choice, refusing wasn't an option. When the patron asks, a loyal soldier answers, and I've always been loyal. Tigran has rewarded that loyalty, pulling me up the ranks, giving me bigger responsibilities, fatter paychecks. But lately, frustration has been gnawing at me. I check the path, anticipating her arrival to the second. My heart kicks up as she appears. Every time I think about her spread out on my bed wearing my shirt, pleasure and possessive rage twist together in my chest. Hey, creep. Why are you always... I spin around, startled. She's standing a few feet away, equally surprised, chest rising and falling quickly from her run. Recognition dawns on her flushed face. Her green eyes widen. Sweat clings to her glowing skin, her thick hair pulled back messily. She looks radiant, Irish to the bone. You, she says, stepping back. It's you. But why are you... What are you doing here? I wanted to check in on my little thief, I say, unable to hide my smirk. God, I've craved this moment for weeks. My obsession with her has been eating me alive. I know myself, how easily I get consumed by jobs or hobbies. I've lost entire weeks researching useless trivia just to scratch an itch in my brain. But I've never been consumed by a person before. It's unsettling. And now she's right here. So close I can smell her sweat and faint floral shampoo. You've been following me, she says, eyes narrowing. I saw you a few days ago. It was you, wasn't it? Every time? Has anyone ever told you that you have perfect running form? Her mouth twitches like she's fighting a smile. I'm an athlete. That's not the point. It's my point. I come here to watch you run. That's all. And we circle back to my question. Why are you always watching me, creep? I grin fully, stepping forward slightly. She doesn't retreat. Because I can't stop thinking about you. About how you looked in my bed wearing my shirt, moaning. Don't you dare finish that sentence. She snaps, cheeks flushed. We're not doing this right now. Doing what? I tilt my head, voice soft. I'm just answering your question. Number, you're trying to start your filthy talk game. I know what you're doing. No games, Riley. Only truth. Either way, you shouldn't be here. She glances around, her smile fading. Seriously, I'll get in trouble if anyone sees us talking. You're not allowed to see me. She nods, exhaling slowly. My family thinks I'll run if we meet before the wedding. They're paranoid. You know how it is when the boss gives an order. I do, I say quietly, studying her parted lips and the droplets of sweat trailing down her neck. I want to taste her. Every inch. God, I'm a twisted man. Have you really been here every morning? She asks, voice softer now, a hint of playful curiosity in her eyes. For over a week. She rolls her eyes, though a smile tugs at her mouth. You're unbelievable. Cameras in your house, random texts, and now this. She sighs, rubbing her face with her hands. What the hell am I marrying? A man who knows what he wants. And you think that's me? I don't know what you are yet, little thief. Stop calling me that. But I plan to find out. Her throat bobs as she swallows, eyes flicking around nervously before she takes a step back. Look, I can't control what you do, okay? I'm just not supposed to talk to you. If you want to stand around being creepy during my runs, I can't stop you. It's a public park. Every morning at 9, I say, holding her gaze. The sunlight turns her eyes almost gold green. She turns away, muttering, "It's a date. Creep." I watch her jog off, her ponytail swaying, and lean back against the tree. My lips curl into a smile.
Chapter 8. Riley. 6 hours until the wedding. I really should have gone shopping for a dress. Oh, you look, Cass begins, but I cut her off with a glare. Don't lie to me on my wedding day. She lets out an awkward laugh. You sure about that? Be honest. She hesitates before shrugging. Okay, well, you look like your dad picked that out of a Macy's catalogue. I sigh and smooth down the stiff pleated skirt. Standing in front of my bedroom mirror, I hate everything about this dress. That's exactly what happened, I mumble. The sleeves are long, the neckline nearly chokes me, and the style screams 1920s matron. only somehow even more old-fashioned. This is what happens when you refuse to participate in wedding planning. But honestly, Riles, you're beautiful, Cass says, stepping closer to hug me. Seriously, your husband's going to lose it. My husband, Alexan Sarkisian, the stalker psychopath, and painfully attractive. Those grainy photos didn't do him justice. Seeing him last week, lurking near the trees, was like opening Pandora's box and liking every forbidden thing inside. He's dangerously gorgeous. Thick brown hair, strong jawline, dark stubble, sculpted build, and a stare so intense it feels like a security camera locking onto its target. He's so hot I almost want to kiss his teeth, or let him touch me however he wants, which is unhinged. But here we are. I lean against Cass, staring at our reflection. She looks stunning in her cream maid-of-honor dress, her golden skin glowing, hair styled in perfect loose curls. Want to switch? I say with a forced smile, trying to sound light despite the dread filling my chest. Cass doesn't smile back. She just hugs me tighter. You're going to be okay. If she knew half of what I know about Alexan, she'd be planning my escape right now. Which begs the question. Why am I not running? I probably could. Slip out the window, disappear into the streets, keep walking until my legs give out. But doing that would mean leaving everything behind. No more Brendan, no Cass, no cousins or uncles. I'd be alone. Forever. Cast out into a world that doesn't care if I survive. And who's to say it'd be any better than this? Think they'd still force me down the aisle if I started puking everywhere? I ask, staring at myself. They'd probably still drag you out there. Your first kiss would taste like vomit. She cringes. Not the best way to start a marriage. I groan, pressing my palms to my face. Oh God, am I really going to have to kiss him? Because I want to, just not with everyone watching. I'm not sure you can avoid it. I could dodge. Yeah, make him work for it. He'd probably smack his face into mine, break my nose. Imagine the wedding photos with a black eye. I sigh dramatically. Might be worth it. Cass hugs me again. I want to keep joking, but suddenly nothing feels funny. This wedding is happening. I'm marrying the man who stalks me from the trees and sends filthy texts at 3 a.m. There's a knock on the door. Cass pulls away and answers. I know who it is even before Dad speaks. Hello, Cassidy. May I speak to my daughter alone? Of course, Mr. McGrath. You look sharp today. Thank you. He doesn't smile as she slips out, closing the door behind her. Dad looks me up and down. He doesn't hug me or smile. He just tilts his head, lips pinched like he's assessing a problem he can't solve. No compliment for your daughter on her wedding day? I ask, forcing a bright smile and twirling my dress. Cut the crap, Riley, he snaps. His voice is sharp enough to slice me open. He's not in the mood for games. I'm not either, but his constant coldness still stings. I need to know you're not going to make a scene. It's my wedding day, I say evenly, trying not to let my bitterness seep out. Why would I ruin it? He steps closer. His jaw tightens, frustration simmering in his eyes. He's never hit me, not once. He said horrible things, but never laid a hand on me. For the first time, I wonder if he's about to, and a twisted part of me almost wants him to. Go on. Show me who you really are. If you run, I will find you, he says in a low, deadly voice. There's nowhere you can hide. No country, no friend, no hole deep enough. This wedding is happening, and afterward, you'll fulfill your duty as a wife. Do you understand? My hands curl into fists. I imagine lunging at him, screaming, tearing at his perfect suit. But it wouldn't matter, because to him, I've always been a disappointment. Yes, Dad, I force out, the words tasting like acid. No trouble today, Riley. No tantrums. No bullshit. Walk down that aisle and do your duty to this family. I will. Good. He turns and walks away. Don't embarrass me. As the door clicks shut, fury boils up inside me. Not at him. I expected his cruelty. At myself. I hate how I still crave his approval, even when I know he'll never give it. How he turns me into a pathetic little girl with a single look or word. Nobody else has that power over me. Only him. And I loathe myself for letting it happen. On a sudden impulse, I storm to my closet, pull away the hidden board, and unlock my secret safe. Inside are my treasures, my proof that I'm more than just a pawn. I grab the antique pocket watch. It ticks softly in my hand. I slip it down the front of my dress, tucking it into my waistband where the skirt hides the bulge. It's awkward and uncomfortable, but it makes me feel stronger. This watch reminds me who I really am. Not a weak girl desperate for approval. Not just a bride. I'm a thief, a damn good one. I pat the watch, inhale deeply, and whisper to my reflection, "You can do this." Another knock. Cass peeks in, looking sad. "You ready?" "The car's here." I lift my chin, blink back tears, and nod. "Yeah, let's go get me married."
Chapter 9. Alexanne. I've watched her countless times since that first day she broke into my house. From afar, up close, through lenses and on screens. I've memorized every detail of my future wife. But I've never seen her like this. She's flawless. She walks down the aisle beside her grim-faced brother. But in that moment, everything else vanishes. Riley moves forward in a long-sleeved lace dress, fitted at the bodice with a full pleated skirt. Not a sliver of skin on display, yet she somehow makes it look indecent. Her auburn hair is half-braided, flowers woven through the strands. She looks like a Celtic warrior queen come to life. Her brother hands her off, and our eyes lock. She stares at me, lips slightly parted, and I wonder what they taste like. I know what she sounds like when she falls apart in pleasure. But to actually kiss her? The priest's words blur as I focus on the image of her pressed against me, skin flushed, breath ragged, back arching as she moans for more. Is this what a groom is supposed to think about at his wedding? We exchange rings, recite vows. There's no time for whispered conversations or stolen moments. It all happens in a blur, and deep down, none of it matters. This is happening. And the armed men scattered throughout the pews will ensure it does. Finally, the priest clears his throat. By the power vested in me by the Church and the state of Maryland, I now pronounce you husband and wife. He gestures to us. You may kiss the bride. For a second, I hesitate, because I know myself. Know that I'm teetering on the edge with her already. One kiss might be all it takes to push me over, to make me crave her endlessly. But she leans in, and when my hand finds the small of her back and her warmth seeps through my palm, I'm lost. "Hey, Alexanne," she whispers, a faint smile on her lips. "Thief," I murmur back, then press my mouth to hers. At first, it's just a soft touch, but then the kiss deepens, hungry, desperate, filled with unspoken need. She tastes like lilacs and honey. I let out a low growl against her lips, fighting the urge to grip her hair and tilt her head back, exposing her slender throat. Instead, I pull away, chest heaving. She stares up at me, stunned, lips parted like she can't process what just happened. Then the music rises, the guests applaud, and we're swept away into the chaos of the reception. I want to stay at her side, but family members surround us. Her brother and maid of honor stick close to her like guards. It's curious, like they're shielding her. "You pulled it off," Tigran says, grinning, his Russian wife Dasha tucked against his arm. "She's beautiful," Dasha adds, hugging me briefly. "You'll be okay." "And that was some kiss," Arsen says, clapping my shoulder. The Brotherhood's patron shakes my hand firmly. "Well done, Alexan. We can trust you to seal this alliance." He means put a baby in her as soon as possible. Tigran laughs, handing me a drink. "Not that you need instructions." I give the polite replies, feeling out of place in the spotlight. My eyes keep finding Riley across the room, radiant as she embraces her aunts and uncles. It isn't until the first dance that I finally get her alone. She looks almost shy as Sinatra plays in the background. I don't care who picked the song. I slide my hands around her waist and pull her closer. We sway together, and I breathe her in. "You look amazing," I whisper, aware of everyone watching, but focused only on her. "Thanks. I hate this dress." "You didn't choose it." "I didn't choose anything." She lets out a soft laugh. "But it's not terrible, right?" "What part?" I ask, tightening my hold on her hips. "The wedding or the reception?" "Both," she murmurs. I'm about to reassure her when I feel something hard at her hip, round and solid beneath the fabric. "What's this?" I ask, curious. She brightens, leaning back with a mischievous grin. "Can you keep a secret?" "You're my wife now. I'd die before betraying you." Her smile falters slightly. "That's intense." I shrug, pulling her back into my chest. "Tell me." "It's my little talisman. Think of it as something borrowed." She giggles softly. "I stole a watch." My pulse spikes. We keep dancing, but every muscle in my body tenses. "Really? And you brought it here today?" I needed a reminder that no matter what happens, I'm still me. "Who did you take it from?" "Some guy named Jeremy Fong. He came over for dinner to talk business with my dad. I lifted it right in front of him. Honestly, it was perfect." Her words fade as blood roars in my ears. My vision narrows. Number, this can't be real. I pull back abruptly, gripping her hand tight. "We need to talk," I growl, dragging her from the dance floor. Guests stare, but I don't care. "What's wrong with you?" she demands, frowning as I push past Tigran, waving him off. I lead her down a quiet hallway near the restrooms. Once we're alone, I spin to face her, breathing hard. "Show me," I say, holding out my hand. She looks confused. "Are you serious right now?" "I need to see it. Please." "You're freaking out over a watch?" She laughs softly, shaking her head. "I knew you were weird, but—" "I don't care that you stole something." I interrupt, voice strained. "Just, please." She blinks, surprised by my desperation. Slowly, she reaches into her dress, fishing around before pulling out a brass pocket watch on a chain. She wriggles to adjust her sleeve back in place, then holds it out proudly. "It's just some old thing. Why do you care so much? Do you know Fong or something?" I take it from her trembling fingers. The brass catches the dim light as it spins. Burnished casing, Antique design. But I know better. This isn't old. It was manufactured a few years ago for one purpose only. It's heavier than I thought, I murmur to myself. You actually know what this is? A hollow, sick feeling blooms in my chest as reality settles like stone in my gut. I was hired to find this, I whisper, letting it fall back into her hand. I cup her cheek, feeling her confusion radiating through her trembling skin. I've been searching for you for weeks. I don't understand. This isn't a normal watch, and Jeremy Fong isn't just some consultant. Then who is he? Her voice is small. I shake my head, threading my fingers through her hair, pulling her close until our foreheads touch. She whimpers, stunned, as my lips hover over hers. He's the man who will kill us both if I can't find a way out, I breathe. Then I kiss her, deep and desperate.
Chapter 10. Riley. His lips feel like heaven against mine. They're soft but demanding, and when his tongue slips into my mouth with a low growl, my body shivers. He tastes like whiskey and heat, and I lean into him, heart hammering, every inch of my skin burning with reckless need. I have no idea what's happening, but I can't deny how good it feels to kiss him. We stand locked together in the dim hallway, his hands roaming down my sides, gripping my thighs, brushing over my backside. I gasp, wanting him closer, half ready to let him pull me into a bathroom and take me against the sink right then and there. But just as suddenly as he started, he pulls away. I stand there breathless as he holds up the watch. How did you... I glance down at my empty hands. You're not the only thief around here, he says, stepping back, eyes dark. Did you just kiss me to distract me and take it back? It's for your own good. Like hell. I reach for it, but he lifts it above my head, annoyingly out of reach thanks to his height. Give it back. Do you even understand what you took? That watch belongs to a Black Mantis member. I frown. That name sounds familiar. It should. He flicks open the case with his fingernail, pressing a hidden latch. The watch opens, but instead of gears, there's a circuit board inside. They're one of the most ruthless criminal syndicates in the world. He fiddles with the wiring until he pops out a tiny silver piece. What are you doing? Removing the battery. Why? So they can't track it anymore. A chill runs down my spine. It was tracking me. It's been trying to, yes. He snaps the watch shut without the battery and slips it into his pocket. He's about to speak when two guests wander past on their way to the restroom. Alexandre steps forward, hand on my waist, leaning close to my cheek like we're stealing a quiet moment. The woman smiles at us as she passes, and I feel my face go hot. Lady, it's not what you think, though even I'm not sure what it is. We'll talk later, he murmurs once they're gone. You don't realize how deep this goes. What's this we talk? Weren't you hired to find it? Just give it back. He sighs, brushing his lips against my temple. You don't understand. Then explain it. He pulls back, and his expression is bleak. I've never seen him look so serious. Weirdly, it's hot, but mostly it terrifies me. There you two are. Cass appears with another man. I recognize him immediately. Tigran Sarkissian, the Brotherhood's second in command. We were looking for you. Time for cake, Tigran says, his eyes flicking between us, sensing tension. Everything all right? I just needed a moment with my wife, Alexandre replies smoothly, slipping his hand into mine. We're fine. You two disappeared so fast. Everyone was worried, Cass says, scanning my face. I force a smile and slip my arm through hers. We're good. Let's go cut that cake. I drag her away from the two towering men, putting distance between us. "You sure you're okay?" she whispers. I don't know how to answer. My brain's spinning with everything Alexan said. All I know is his eyes back there looked like death. "Don't worry, I'm fine." I hold myself together for the rest of the night. Alexan lurks nearby, always watching me. He even dances once or twice, or rather, stands on the dance floor swaying awkwardly while I dance with everyone else. His eyes never leave me. It's unsettling, but I'm used to it by now. When the night winds down and guests start leaving, he sticks to my side like a shadow. Finally, my dad tells us he's heading home. Alexan tells him calmly that we'll be staying at his place tonight. Dad frowns at me but nods. "Don't get in trouble," he says before walking off. Brendan hugs me tight. "You'll be okay," he whispers before shaking Alexan's hand and leaving with Dad, leaving me alone with my new husband. "I'm guessing we're not heading back to your place for wedding night stuff," I say as we wait for the valet. "It could be that if you want." His tone is flat, like he couldn't care less. "Wow, so romantic. Would you prefer rose petals on the bed, mood lighting, or should I just keep your stolen watch and save both our lives?" "I didn't know it was anything important," I snap, frustration boiling up. "Why is this such a big deal?" He looks like he wants to explain, but then the car arrives. We drive in silence, my thoughts spinning in circles. One thing nags at me, Brendan's reaction when I mentioned the watch, the way his face went pale. I pull out my phone and text him. "Riley, do you know anything about the Black Mantis?" He replies immediately, and his words make my chest tighten. "Brendan, don't ever text me about them again. We'll talk later. Delete this." My mouth goes dry. Brendan never talks like that. He's the one who taught me how to hotwire a car. He's never kept secrets from me, if he won't even text about them. Alexan pulls up outside his house. My stomach twists with dread. Inside, he leads me to the kitchen and sits me at the counter. He pours 2 glasses of wine, sets the watch on the counter between us, and takes a long drink. I sip mine, refusing to break the silence first. "If I give this back to Ironhead..." "Who?" "His code name," Alexan says sharply. "If I return it, he'll ask who took it. If I refuse to tell him, he'll torture me until I talk. And nobody survives Mantis interrogation." I clutch my wineglass tighter. "What if you don't give it back?" "Then they'll see it as betrayal. They'll punish me and my entire organization. Maybe I'll live, but it won't be pretty." "All over a stupid watch," he sighs, staring at the brass casing. "It's not just a watch. Whatever's stored in it is important enough to kill for." "So lie. Say you found it abandoned. Make up a story." "They'll know." I let out a hollow laugh. "Convenient. You don't get it." "Apparently not. Jeremy Fong just seemed like some tech guy. And now you're saying he's a dangerous crime boss?" "Exactly." He paces, rubbing his temples. "What possessed you to steal from him?" I shrug, glaring at my wine. My dad pissed me off. "So you weren't thinking?" "Congrats on figuring that out, genius." "Don't lash out at me. You're the one who put us here." "Put us here?" I stand abruptly, wine sloshing onto the counter. "Give me the damn watch. Brendan will know what to do." "No." He wipes up the spill with a sponge, annoyingly calm. "Your family can't handle this. Mantis would crush them." "And you can, because it really doesn't look like it. I'm trying to keep you alive. Or protect your alliance. Which is it?" His eyes go cold. "What's the difference?" God, you're such an asshole. Tears prick my eyes, but I blink them away. You don't even care about me. I'm trying to protect you. Why? Because you're mine. His voice is low, dark. He circles the counter, coming closer. I step back, keeping my distance. We might be married, but I'm not yours. That's where you're wrong. Wow. Creepy stalker vibes again. Classic Alexan Dot. If you're on your knees for me, it won't be in prayer. I stare at him, speechless. Even now, with all this danger hanging over us, he still talks like that. And the worst part, it works on me. I'm going to bed, I say abruptly, turning away. He follows me up the stairs. We'll talk more tomorrow. Whatever. At the guest room door, I pause. The bed is made up with fresh sheets. I wonder if he changed them for me. I stand there for a moment, fighting down anger and exhaustion. Without turning around, I whisper, "Thank you for not giving me up." "You're welcome," he says softly. "You're my wife, Riley. Whether you like it or not, we're in this together. You and me, a team. Something like that." I glance back at him, taking in his broad shoulders, his strong jaw, the shadows dancing across his face. Then I force myself inside and close the door before I do something else reckless.
Chapter 11. Alexan. The hotel bar at the Monaco tries too hard with its tacky nautical decor, probably to match its location by the inner harbor. It's packed for a Friday night, and as I stand in the doorway scanning faces, no one looks familiar. That's the problem with the Mantis crew. I only know a handful of their top players, and none of them would bother showing up in Baltimore. They're foot soldiers? I wouldn't recognize them at all, but that doesn't mean they're invisible. Like the guy by the windows, pretending to read his phone with forced casualness. The shape under his jacket says he isn't here to sip cocktails. Two more muscle-bound types are perched at the bar's end, eyes locked on the Orioles getting crushed by the Phillies, dressed too stiff for a local sports crowd. Then there's Ironhead himself. He sits alone in a booth, a half-drunk martini by his side, typing on his phone. I want to wait, map out his entire team before approaching. He never comes with just 3 men, but I'm out of time. Jeremy Fong, aka Ironhead, glances up and greets me with an easy smile as I slide into the seat opposite. "Good to see you again, Permafrost." "You too." I lean back and cross my arms. My gut twists slightly while he finishes whatever he's doing on his phone. I'm not one to get anxious at meetings like this. My confidence comes from skill and planning, not luck, and that means I rarely have anything to worry about. When I take a job, it gets done. That's why people keep calling me. No surprises, no bullshit. Except this time isn't about me. If it was only my life in danger, I'd find a way out. But now Riley's wrapped up in this, and I have no idea how to get her untangled. "Sorry about that," Ironhead says, setting his phone aside and folding his hands. Dressed in a black suit with a dark red tie, the color of fresh blood, he looks polished, professional. If I didn't know better, I'd peg him as a standard corporate consultant. "I don't have much for you right now. I'll admit I'm surprised. When I hired you, I was told you're the best. You did, but forgive the cliché. This is a needle in a haystack. Finding needles is what you do. And I will. But I need more time, more data. Really, I need to know if Riley's even on their radar yet. If not, I can divert them somewhere else. You have all the data we've got. He tilts his head slightly, studying me. Around us, office workers laugh over overpriced drinks, unwinding from their week. I wonder how many of them will regret their choices tomorrow. Then I need time. I walk him through everything I've done. The searches, the angles, the dead ends. I drop her father's name mid-list, making sure he sounds unimportant. Ironhead listens carefully. When I finish, he taps his fingers on the table before saying, "I'll tell you what. I'll convince my bosses to give you another 4 weeks. Think of it as a wedding gift." He grins, and a cold shiver rolls down my spine. "I appreciate it," I say, forcing down the unease. He's just being polite. There's no way he knows Riley is involved. The wedding was only last night. Word travels fast. An alliance between the McGraths and the Brotherhood gets people talking. He lifts his glass, sipping for the first time. "Shouldn't you be off on your honeymoon right now?" No rest for the wicked. He chuckles, adjusting his sleeves. "Yes, the work never ends. You know, I met your bride. Quite charming." "It was arranged." "So I've heard. How quaint." "Normal in our world." "True. We're all antiques trying to keep up as the world changes around us." He slips his phone back into his jacket pocket. "Give Riley my regards. 1 month permafrost. I expect better news at our next meeting. We'll talk again in a week." He stands smoothly. I'm eager for this conversation to end. He seems satisfied for now, but I hate leaving meetings without answers. It's unprofessional, and now he probably thinks my reputation's inflated. But I can't think about that. I'd ruin my own name to keep Riley safe. And I'm not even sure why. Maybe to protect the alliance Tigran and Arson worked so hard for. "One more thing," Ironhead says before leaving. His eyes flick to his men at the bar. They don't react, but they're listening. I hate to be blunt, but let's avoid any confusion. He turns back to me, still smiling like a car salesman, though his tone sharpens. "If you fail, my bosses will be furious. I will personally ensure you're held responsible, and your entire organization will be burned to the ground. Understood?" "I hear you," I say, jaw tight. I despise threats, especially ones that don't need to be spoken. "We're clear." "Good, and congrats on the marriage." He nods, then walks away. I sit there a moment longer, stewing. I have a month to fix a problem I already solved, and I still have no idea how to untangle myself from it. But I did learn something useful. Ironhead's neck is on the block too. He buried that fact in his speech, but it was there. Mantis doesn't tolerate failure, and if they knew he lost the watch in the first place, he'd be a corpse in a warehouse already. That's leverage. Once his team leaves, I head out, checking my phone. Tigran texted, asking me to meet him at Pomegranate House. It's Brotherhood-owned, popular with the inner circle. The drive over is short, but my mind spins the entire way, desperate for a solution. Inside, I spot Tigran at the far end of the bar. The bartender slides me my usual Japanese whiskey without asking. "How'd it go?" he asks as I sit down. I'm still breathing, I mutter, sipping the drink and relishing the burn. Part of me wants to get wasted tonight and forget the disaster I'm in. "And how's married life?" He's smirking, the bastard. "She hasn't officially moved in yet." "Looking forward to it?" I glare at him. Dying of excitement. His grin widens. I try not to resent him, but it's hard. He played a part in all this. I chose to take the Mantis job, and Riley chose to steal the watch. But he's the one who nudged me into this marriage. The Brotherhood gave me everything. As a quiet kid growing up with nothing, they were my only path forward. They toughened me up, taught me to fight, trained my mind. I learned hacking in grim apartments while ignoring my mother crying over Dad's latest disappearance. Without the Brotherhood, I'd probably be in prison. So I'll always do my part. Even if right now, I feel like the universe is laughing in my face. Marriage isn't easy, Tigran says, shrugging. But Riley seems like a decent girl. She seems like chaos, I grumble, drinking again. At least she's pretty. Don't let Dasha hear that. Please, she knows I'm obsessed with her. But I have eyes, cousin. And I can tell you like your bride. Yeah, I like her. Even if she's reckless, impulsive, and currently threatening both our lives. It doesn't matter, I say. We're married. I'll do my duty. Which means getting her pregnant. I raise my glass. Here's to fatherhood with a woman I barely know. Here. He clinks my glass with his, still grinning. On that note, I've got something for you. Unless it's new dishes, I'm not interested. Better. He leans closer. I'm promoting you. I freeze. His eyes glint with satisfaction as the words settle in. I've been climbing the Brotherhood ranks for years, and I thought becoming Tigran's driver and fixer was the ceiling. I'm one of the highest paid members, thanks to my skills. I thought only an uncle dying would move me up, I admit, fighting back my excitement. Arsene wants changes. I convinced him we need to evolve, and you're the man to lead our new cyber crew. What kind of crew? You're officially head of cyber intelligence. Fancy title for running our hacking division. Right now, you're our only hacker, but that changes starting today. You'll find and train young talent, build a profitable team, and become equal to any other leader in the Brotherhood. Congratulations. A cold pit opens in my stomach. This should be the best moment of my life. It's everything I've worked for. Real power, real influence, the chance to create something lasting. A team built from my vision, pulling off digital heists only I could design. But all I can think is, I might not be alive in a month to see it through. Tigran raises an eyebrow. Letting it sink in? You've gone silent. This is good, I say finally, forcing the dark feeling down. I focus on logic. I can handle this promotion, and I can fix the Mantis mess. I just need to figure it out. That's the understatement of the year, Tigran laughs. I knew you'd make me proud. I won't let you down. I grip his hand firmly. This is the greatest honor of my life. We'll build something incredible. I know we will. He clasps my shoulder. Congratulations, cousin. You've earned this. If he knew the truth about Riley and Mantis, he'd kill us both and cut ties with the McGraths to save the Brotherhood. But he doesn't know. And I intend to keep it that way, for as long as I can. That reckless woman is going to get me killed. And God help me. I'll protect her until my last breath.
Chapter 12. Riley. Do you really need all this crap? Brendan grunts, hauling one of my bags into Alexander's place. Yeah. Considering I'm living here now, I mutter, dropping a suitcase onto the floor next to the couch. There's still more in the car. He wipes sweat from his forehead, looking tense and distracted despite trying to keep up a front. I keep catching these flickers in his expression, like he's imagining something horrible, and I can't figure out why. Whatever happened on his last job must have rattled him badly. I asked earlier this morning, but he just brushed me off. He'll talk when he's ready, but it's clearly weighing heavy. He looks thinner, edgier, nothing like the cocky big brother who once taught me how to hotwire an old Honda in under 30 seconds. Most of my decorations are still boxed up. I glance around my new home. The whole place screams minimalist. Bare, cold grey walls, dark wood floors, not a trace of personality anywhere. Brendan follows my gaze and smirks faintly. Yeah, I can see why you'd want your stuff. Mind grabbing the rest? I stretch my arms above my head. The sooner this is done, the better. Moving in with Alexan isn't exactly my dream, but what choice do I have? I'm his wife now, whether I want to be or not. It's fine. He heads for the door and pauses halfway down the steps. You know, Dad should really be here helping. Not sure I want him around right now. Come on, Riles, you know he didn't have a choice. That's what he claims, but there are other McGrath daughters. Brendan frowns slightly. And you'd rather it be one of them? I glare at him, annoyed by the truth in his words. Of course I wouldn't swap places with anyone else. I couldn't live with myself knowing I condemned them to this mess. Movement on the stairs draws my attention. Alexan standing there, head tilted as he studies me. His gaze flicks over the boxes and bags stacked up in the living room, and his mouth tightens. Looks like you brought everything you own, he says coolly. Sorry, no one told you I was moving in to stay. I shoot back, my annoyance spiking. Brendan's comments only irritated me a little, but Alexan manages to piss me off without even trying. I'll grab the rest and leave you two to settle in, Brendan mutters, nodding at Alexan. Wait, it's fine. You can stay. But he's already out the door. I sigh and turn to face my husband. You can unpack upstairs, Alexan says, turning away. Bring your things to our bedroom. I made space for you. He starts up the stairs before his words register properly. Our bedroom? I follow him up to the second floor. He disappears into the master suite, and I hesitate at the door. Beyond it lies the bed I know too well, cameras in the ceiling, that massive mirror reflecting back every memory. I step inside but stop just past the threshold. My feet refuse to go further. I'm sleeping in the guest room like last night. I've been thinking about that. He sits down on the bed, leaning back on his hands. The movement flexes his chest and shoulder muscles, and I have to fight the urge to lick my lips. For all his faults, the man is stupidly gorgeous, even if his personality's cold as stone. That doesn't sound promising, I say tightly. I met with Ironhead last night. He gave me another month to sort out this watch situation. But after that, he made it clear that if I fail, the Brotherhood and I will pay for it. And this means I'm suddenly sleeping in your bed because... He brushes a thumb along his lips, then points at me. You're in danger. I roll my eyes. Yeah, we've established that. No, you don't get it. Ironhead. Stop calling him that, I cut in. His name's Jeremy. Ironhead, he repeats firmly, clearly annoyed, is heavily invested in recovering this. If he figures out you're the one who took it before I find a solution, he'll come for you. I need you where I can keep you safe. I almost laugh at the logic. And to do that, I have to sleep in your bed. How convenient. Not necessarily in my bed, just in my room. Right, because that's so different. We both know you're hoping for a repeat of our first encounter. He shrugs, eyes dark. I won't deny that. Then it's a no from me. I'll take my chances in the guest room. I turn to leave, but his single word stops me. Artakarg. Instantly, metal panels slam down over the doors and windows. The lights dim to an eerie red, and cameras lower from the ceiling. A buzzing fills the room as something mechanical emerges from a hidden alcove. "Is that a freaking murder drone?" I shriek as it hovers, pointing a gun barrel directly at me. "This is why you need to be in here," Alexandre says calmly, standing to grab the drone mid-air. He flips something underneath it, and its rotors slow before shutting off completely. He sets it on the ground like it's nothing more than a toy. I haven't updated security in the guest wing. I stare around, heart hammering. The entire room is sealed tight with reinforced steel. Cameras track every movement, and that drone— why the hell is your bedroom like a bunker? Because my work comes with enemies. He steps closer, shadows making his face look blood-smeared and lethal. My chest tightens as adrenaline spikes down to my toes. "I need you close, little thief. If Mantis comes for us, here is the only place I can guarantee your safety." As much as I hate to admit it, he makes sense. The lockdown setup is impressive, even if it's also deranged. "You could upgrade the guest room," I suggest weakly. "These walls are bulletproof, the windows too. Renovating the guest side would take a year minimum. We have 4 weeks. I inhale slowly through my nose. God, I hate this. Moving in was already a sacrifice. Now he wants to control where I sleep too? But this is my mess. I may not have known that watch belonged to a violent global syndicate, but I'm still the idiot who lifted it. And now Alexandre's stuck protecting me instead of handing me over. "Fine," I mutter, raising my hands in surrender. "But I want the left side." "Avatsvats," he commands, and the metal shutters lift. Lights return to normal, and the cameras retract back into their sockets. The drone stays lifeless on the floor like an obedient guard dog waiting for instructions. I sleep on the left. "You're unbelievable," I hiss, fists clenched. Heat rises in my cheeks as his mouth curves into a smug smile. "You're just doing this to punish me for the watch." "You really think I'm that petty?" "I think I don't know you well enough to say." He chuckles, tongue flicking over his teeth. "You know me better than you think, Riley." "Don't be a dick. I know I messed up. Is that what you want to hear? That I regret stealing that stupid watch? Happy now? Doesn't mean you get to torture me." "This isn't torture." His eyes gleam with amusement, like I'm just another puzzle piece to him. "Honestly, having my fingernails ripped out sounds more pleasant than sharing a bed with you." "Ouch." He presses a hand to his chest in mock hurt. "You wound me." "Doubt it. I'll make you a deal. You can have the left side, if you wear my shirt to bed every night." My breath catches. Does he know I've already been doing that almost every night? Heat surges through my face and I fumble for a comeback, but all I manage is a muttered insult, which only makes him grin wider. "I'm putting that murder drone between us," I snap, storming out. "And programming it to shoot if you touch me." "That'd be a waste of a good drone," he calls after me, laughter chasing me down the hall. Chapter 13. Riley. I really don't want to leave the bathroom. In here, it feels safe. Out there, Alexandre is sprawled in bed, shirtless, looking like some tattooed god out of a fantasy. I asked him to put on a shirt earlier, but he only muttered something about liking to sleep warm, which, annoyingly, was also ridiculously hot, leaving me flustered and irritated with myself. So now I'm hiding in here like a coward. "Get it together," I whisper to my reflection. I'm wearing normal pajamas, cotton shorts and a plain white tee. Earlier he left out one of his dress shirts, clearly to tease me. I almost picked it up to smell it, which is unhinged, but tempting. Today was mostly spent unpacking. Brendan helped for a while before he left me to finish alone. Alexandre wandered around, grumbling under his breath at every little thing I unpacked. I set out a few plants, tossed my cozy pillows onto the couch, hung my favorite painting of a Maryland fishing boat on the wall. Each new touch earned a grimace or an eye twitch from him. Honestly, I count that as a win for day one. But now it's night. He's holed up in his office, slamming the door behind him, leaving me to wander our bedroom alone. I filled the drawers he cleared out for me, hung up my clothes, and kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting that murder drone to rise up and target me again. All the while, my mind drifted to that bed, his shirt, his low voice urging me to touch myself. Don't be pathetic, I tell myself. I adjust my messy red bun and nod firmly. He's just a man. I open the bathroom door and step back into the room. But he's not just any man. Alexandre looks up, glasses perched low on his nose, a thick book open in his hands. Something about the Roman Empire. My chest tightens as I take in his tattoos, wolves, roses, dark gang symbols, and scars that slice through ink and skin alike. I didn't know you could read, I blurt, instantly regretting it. I mean, crap. I didn't know you wore glasses to read. His smirk says he knows exactly how flustered I am. They're only reading glasses. Getting old, I guess. You look good in them. Why did I say that? But it's true. The contrast between his rough exterior and the intelligent light in his eyes does something strange to me. So do you. He closes the book. But you'd look even better in my shirt. Keep dreaming, I mutter, diving under the covers and pulling them over my head. Turn out the lights whenever. Lights out, he says calmly, and the room goes dark immediately. Show off, I grumble into the sheets. Maybe a little. There's amusement in his voice as the bed shifts under his weight. Even though there's space between us, I swear I can feel the heat radiating off him, seeping into my bones. Good night, I whisper, squeezing my eyes shut and trying to think boring, sleepy thoughts. Rain on windows, gentle breezes, Alexan swimming naked in a lake. Ugh, no, that's not helping. I thought we should talk, he says after a moment. The mattress dips as he shifts closer. Don't. I roll onto my back and glare into the darkness where his shape looms. Stay on your side. All this is mine, remember? His voice is rough and amused. And we need to discuss business. My pulse jumps at his tone. His lips could say the filthiest things, and I'd probably melt into the mattress. It's our first night together, I whisper. My cheeks are burning, and thank God he can't see how red they are. There's a small pause, then he chuckles low in his throat. That's not what I meant, but I like where your mind's at. I scowl. What business? The watch. Of course. My stomach sinks. For a moment, I'd forgotten the life-threatening mess we're in. You know I didn't mean to cause this, right? I say quietly. I know, he says, surprising me with his gentleness. But we still need a way to fix it without getting ourselves killed. I chew on my lip. Any bright ideas, oh genius hacker? He grunts softly, shifting again, definitely moving closer. First, I need to figure out what's actually on that drive. If I know why it's so important, I can plan. Sounds easy enough. Nothing about this is easy. His breath brushes my ear now. Definitely closer. Can't you just hack it? Isn't that your whole thing? It's encrypted, strongly. I'll crack it, but it'll take time. Good thing you're annoyingly smart. He chuckles. In the meantime, I need you to lay low. No risks. Don't leave unless you have to. Wow, romantic. You're locking me up now. Number, but I will if I must. Good luck with that, I mutter. He laughs quietly. I can smell mint and something sharper, maybe coriander. My stomach flips. You're good at sneaking into places you shouldn't be, he murmurs, his fingers trailing up my thigh. Stop it, I say, swatting him away, though my voice trembles. His touch withdraws, but his warmth stays close. I know I can't keep you trapped here. That's why I'm asking. Just be careful. Don't make me hunt you down. His tone sends chills down my spine. Fine, I sigh. But why don't we just steal the decryption key from Jeremy, Ironhead, whatever? That's not an option. He's complicated. Complicated, right. Sounds like a gamer tag for a 12-year-old. He ignores that. Tomorrow I'll start working on it. For tonight, just rest. He's quiet for a moment, then asks softly, "Where'd you learn to pickpocket?" Seriously? I blink into the darkness. You want to chit-chat now? You're my wife. I want to know. Try sounding less thrilled, I mutter, but I answer anyway. Brendan taught me. He works heist jobs for the family. Heist jobs. I can hear his smirk. Yeah, he taught me to pick locks, case targets, lift wallets. Normal Big Brother stuff. You judging me, Mr. Hacker? Not at all. He sounds amused. It seems you took to it naturally. I was good at it. My voice softens. I guess gymnastics helped. Picking locks and slipping things out of pockets takes precision, balance, skills I already had. But why stealing? I pause. My chest tightens as old memories surface. It gave me control. My dad's always made me feel like I wasn't enough. But when I was out there, climbing walls, slipping through windows, I was the one in charge. He's quiet for a long moment. You want control? Yeah. My voice cracks a little. Brendan gave me that. I don't do it for money. I just like feeling free. Thank you for telling me. His hand finds my thigh again, warm and heavy. I meant what I said. I want to know you, Riley. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. I roll away from him, heart pounding. His touch is too much. His questions are too much. This whole night is too much. Good night, Alexan, I whisper. Good night, wife, he murmurs back. Wear my shirt tomorrow. I squeeze my eyes shut and smile into the darkness. Maybe I will.
Chapter 14. Alexan. Numbers flicker across my screens as I sip my coffee. My feet are propped on the desk, classical music drifting softly from the speakers. The watch is plugged into my main system with a long cable. This computer is completely isolated. No internet, no network, nothing. There's zero chance of anything leaking out. Right now, diagnostics are running on it, but so far there's nothing groundbreaking, just a mountain of encrypted files, which, without the decryption key, are worthless. I've been in this game for a long time, faced off with elite hackers before, and usually I win. My handle, Permafrost, carries weight in dark web circles for a reason. But this encryption, it's next level. I've cracked tough ciphers in the past. Public protocols are strong, but with enough computing power and luck, they eventually give. Sometimes it takes weeks or months, depending on the method and password length. But this is different. It's unlike anything I've seen. Complex, elegant, brutal. Morning, husband. Riley steps into my office. She's beaming, annoyingly energetic for 7 a.m. Sunlight catches her auburn hair, making her look like something out of a dream. She's wearing black tights and a baggy t-shirt, no makeup, freckles scattered across her nose and cheeks. Her lips are full and pink, her cheekbones sharp. My chest tightens just looking at her. Last night was torture. Lying next to her, forcing myself to keep my hands off her. It took everything I had. Thinking about her only made it worse. Probably a blessing she rolled away from me. I need to remember she's the reason I'm tangled up with Black Mantis in the first place. If we end up dead, it's her fault. Need something? I ask, trying to keep my voice flat. Nope. She flops onto the couch, stretching out her long legs. My gaze flicks down to her thighs, my jaw tightening. I want to push them apart and bury myself between them. Stay focused, Alexan. Just wondering what you're doing. I gesture at the screens, reminding myself how screwed we are. That bad? That bad, I echo. There's no way I crack this before Mantis decides we're both expendable. Can't you just... I don't know. She flexes an arm with a grin. Brute force it? A surprised laugh slips out. How do you know about brute forcing? TV, obviously. I shake my head, amused despite myself. No, I can't. Even with my setup, it'd take, I calculate quickly, around 10,000 years. She whistles softly. Well, that's not great. No shit. I sip my coffee, considering next steps. We'll need another approach. She tilts her head, smiling upside down at me. We could always just steal the key. I groan. Not this again. Better than waiting 10 millennia. You'll be a shriveled mummy by then. We'll both be mummies, with bullets through our skulls. I watch her, mind spinning. I'll think of something. She stretches again, her shirt lifting to reveal a strip of pale skin above her tights. My eyes lock there. My mind instantly pictures pushing her shirt higher, sliding my tongue over her nip until she arches under me. Focus. Are you here to help or just repeat the same idea until I give in? I snap, harsher than I mean to. But it's better than giving in to what I really want. Dragging her onto my lap and F-ucking her until she forgets her own name. I'll keep suggesting it until you accept it's the only real choice. She props herself up, shirt still rucked up just enough to tease. Her sly grin says she knows exactly what she's doing. Why are you staring? Because you're annoying me. Oh no, is the genius hacker getting distracted? She pouts dramatically. What are you going to do about it? Punish me? A jolt of heat surges low in my gut. I'm half hard already, imagining her bent over my desk while I leave handprints on her ass. You want me to mark you up, Riley? I lean forward, my gaze dark. Or do you think this is just a game? It's a game, she murmurs, stretching lazily. And you're full of it. You'll sit there all day, glaring at that screen, swearing under your breath, and in the end, you'll realize I was right. So why not just skip ahead and do it my way? I cross my arms. Is getting your way something that happens often? Almost never, she says softly, her eyes flicking to my arms before darting away. My smirk curls up despite myself. So she likes what she sees, too. Her gaze lingers on my chest, then my mouth. A faint blush rises in her cheeks. God, I'd give anything to hear what's playing in that filthy little mind of hers right now. You're not getting anywhere near Mantis again, I say firmly. The last time you crossed paths with them, this happened. I didn't know any better. But I do now. She sits up, her expression earnest. Use me. My brow rises. Use you? Her cheeks darken further. You know what I mean. Let me help. I lick my lips slowly, imagining her on her knees. I had other ways in mind. She glares. I feel guilty, okay? I didn't realize who I was stealing from, and now you're in danger because of me. I want to help fix this. I sip my coffee, studying her. She's curled up on the couch, arms wrapped around herself, frustration burning bright in her green eyes. That's admirable, I say finally. You want to make it right. I want to be useful, she whispers. I can be useful, if you'd just let me. I believe you, I admit, surprising myself. But it's not about your skills. Gee, thanks. Almost a compliment. Then what is it about? Keeping you alive, keeping this alliance from falling apart. I lean forward. My boss murdered your leader's brother. Do you have any idea how hard it was to recover from that? One wrong move now and the bloodshed starts all over again. I don't want that. And I'm guessing you don't either. Her face softens, gaze dropping to her lap. No, she says quietly. I knew some of those guys. They were just kids. Then let me keep you safe. Stay away from Mantis. She stands abruptly, jaw tight. It's not just about keeping me safe, is it? I frown. What else would it be about? She places a hand over her belly. It's about protecting your investment, making sure your pretty little wife gives you a kid. Nothing locks down an alliance like a baby. She turns away, shoulders stiff. I can't see her expression, but I already know it's twisted with disgust and sadness. She hates the idea of losing control over her life, over her body. That's the worst possible punishment for someone like her. If I feel guilty, I bury it deep. Guilt doesn't fix problems. We'll be lucky if we survive long enough to even think about kids. Let me know when you change your mind, she says, walking to the door. You can help, I say before I can stop myself. She turns slightly. Really? You're going to let me steal the key? Number, but I'll keep you involved, keep you updated. She rolls her eyes, unimpressed. Whatever. Do what you want. She walks out, hips swaying defiantly. I watch her go, feeling weak in ways I don't understand.
Chapter 15, Riley. I twist the dial on my safe and wait for that satisfying click. When it unlocks, I pull the door open and stare at my hidden stash of treasures. Behind me, the bedroom is stripped almost bare. The closet shelves are mostly empty now except for a few forgotten items. I'll grab those and take them to Alexander's place soon. Our place. I need to start thinking of it like that. It still doesn't feel like home. I've tried to sprinkle in little pieces of myself here and there, but the house remains stark and lifeless. Alexander doesn't help. If he's not glaring at his computer screens, he's stomping around complaining about my mess, which is usually just a mug left on the counter or a pair of pants draped over a chair. The man is an obsessive neat freak. But honestly, nights are worse. He reads practically naked, muscles and tattoos on display like he's daring me to stare at him. And I do stare, because who wouldn't? His eyes keep finding my chest, especially the nip piercing he can't stop smirking at. I keep imagining his mouth wrapped around it, tugging just enough to make my back arch. That isn't even the worst part, though. No, what kills me is how he keeps asking me about myself. It's infuriating. Every time I think he'll finally shut up and let me sleep, his deep voice drifts through the dark. Questions about my favorite movies, what I listened to in high school, who my friends were, if I ever thought about college. He never talks about himself. It's always about me. And I hate it, because nobody's ever cared enough to ask before. Not like this. Night after night, for nearly a week now, I found myself talking to him for hours without even realizing it. When he's not acting like a cold bastard, time slips away so easily between us. It drives me insane. Life is simpler when he's just the scary, silent type. But the way he genuinely listens makes me think there's more going on under that unbreakable exterior. I know a guy with a stash like yours. I jump and nearly crack my skull on the closet wall. Brendan's behind me, peeking over my shoulder at my safe with a crooked grin. Seriously, Brendan, don't sneak up on me like that. I slam the safe closed. Where did you even come from? You're easy to sneak up on these days. Where do you think you learned it from in the first place? He's got me there. My mind's been all over the place lately. Who's this guy? I ask, stepping out of the closet. Brendan eases down onto my former bed with a quiet grunt. Ever since he got home, he's been moving stiffly. His left knee's messed up, and there are dark circles under his eyes. I've asked what happened, but he just brushes me off. He looks thinner, worn down. Not the same cocky older brother who taught me how to hotwire cars. His name was Roger Delaney. Probably fake, but that's what he went by. Had this collection of fetishes. My eyebrows shoot up. Fetishes? Not like that. He rolls his eyes. Fetishes as in magical charms. He thought they had powers. I had no idea that's what fetish meant. It's an old definition. Anyway, he treated his stash like sacred relics. What did he collect? Wedding rings. Men's, women's, didn't matter. He'd lift their rings and keep them. Swore it gave him a piece of their strength. Total nutcase, but one hell of a burglar. You think my collection's crazy too? He shrugs. I think it's risky, but I know it matters to you. Just wondering why you haven't moved it to your new place. I glance back at the safe. The idea of putting my treasures under Alexandre's roof feels wrong. They're mine. That place feels his. I will, I mumble, closing the closet panel. When I'm ready. You think you ever will be? He asks quietly. His eyes lock onto mine, serious and tired. You doing okay, Riles? Define okay. I force a smile. But yeah, I'm surviving. He treating you right? Before I can answer, the door swings open. My father stands there, frowning like he caught us plotting treason. Riley's marriage isn't your business, he snaps at Brendan. Stay out of it. Brendan glares back. I'm just checking he's not a complete bastard. You don't care if you sold her off to a psychopath? Alexandre Sarkissian will honor our arrangement, Dad says calmly. His indifference is like ice water down my spine. That's all you need to know. Typical. Brendan pushes himself to his feet with a wince. Don't worry, Dad. We'll deal with it, like always. That's enough. No, it's not. Brendan's voice is low and dangerous. You go on selling your daughter. I said, that's enough. Brendan scowls at him, then limps past me. He pauses, resting his hand on my shoulder. I want to tell him thank you, that I'm okay, that Alexon isn't as bad as he thinks, that I messed this up myself. But with Dad's eyes boring into me, I can't speak. Brendan leaves without waiting. He knows my silence by now. Dad's gaze slices into me. Watch your mouth, Riley, he warns. This alliance is crucial to the family. My chest burns with anger. I clench my teeth to keep from screaming at him. I'm doing everything you asked. Yes, Dad. I know. Good. Don't ruin it. And stop coming here. Your home is with your husband now. His words sting as he turns and walks out. When he's gone, I sink onto the edge of the bed, trembling. My father's the only person in the world who can make me feel like a worthless little girl with just a look. No matter what I do, I'll never be enough for him. Pathetic. Eventually, I force myself to leave. I head out front to order a car back to Alexander's, but there's already a black BMW idling by the curb. My husband is behind the wheel. I hesitate. He stares back at me, then tips his head toward the passenger seat. Running would be stupid, so I get in. I didn't realize you were moonlighting as my chauffeur, I say with forced sweetness. You shouldn't be out here alone, he replies, eyes fixed ahead. I needed a few things from home. He glances at my empty hands, then starts driving. Next time, tell me first. Are you tracking me now? Number. I'm protecting you. Remember. I huff. Didn't realize I married an overprotective control freak. Let's call it possessive. His eyes stay on the road. Your home is with me now. Let's call it delusional. Are we going to fight about everything? Probably. Wonderful. You'll probably argue with me after you're dead too. We can bicker in heaven, I smirk. Well, I'll be in heaven. You, debatable. He chuckles under his breath. You think I'm that bad? If the gun holster fits. I nod at the bulge under his jacket. His laugh is quiet but real. The world needs men like me. That's what every villain says, I murmur. Then I reach out and rest my hand on his thigh. He stiffens, knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. Either move it up or buckle in, he growls. Yes, sir. I click my seatbelt, smirking as I settle back. Good girl, he mutters. Called your bluff. There was no bluff. Then crawl into my lap. I'll pull over and work on getting you pregnant. My jaw drops and I burst out laughing. Wow, subtle. You'd be safe with me, he says, voice low and dangerous. Yeah, sure, real safe. Your idea of protection is your dick buried inside me. He glances at me with hooded eyes. That's the safest place you'll ever be, moaning and sweating in my arms. I look away, ignoring the way my pulse flutters and heat curls between my thighs. This man is a filthy-mouthed brute with too much confidence. And the worst part is, I think I like it, which is dangerous, because the second he realizes that, he'll be unstoppable. Better keep these thoughts to myself.
Chapter 16, Alexanne. I'm on my knees in the closet, nudging the heavy safe into place. As I work, I can't stop thinking about Riley touching my thigh yesterday, her sly smile fading when I called her bluff. She ignored me all night after that. That woman is going to ruin me, and not just because of the Mantis disaster. When the safe is positioned, I sit back on my heels, flexing my shoulders. It still needs bolting down, but it'll do for now. I get up, rolling my neck, and go to find her. She's in the kitchen, humming softly as she rinses dishes. Her hair is tied up in a messy bun, a few auburn strands falling around her face. She's wearing tiny sleep shorts that cling to her thighs and an oversized white tee that slides off one shoulder. For a moment, I just stand there, taking her in. God, she's beautiful. Nothing I love more than watching a gorgeous woman clean up after herself, I say, voice low and rough. She shoots me a glare over her shoulder. Don't start your sexist shit this early. How is that sexist? You're implying women exist to clean up after men. Maybe I just like watching you bend over the sink. Her cheeks flush pink. She rolls her eyes, scrubbing harder. Pig. I step closer until I'm right behind her, placing a hand lightly on her waist. She stiffens but doesn't pull away, so I lean in until my chest is almost against her back. You think you've got me all figured out, don't you? I murmur near her ear. I know your type, she whispers back, but her voice wavers slightly, her hips shifting against mine just enough to make my pulse pound. My jaw tightens. I fight the urge to spin her around and press her against the counter. Instead, I force myself to step back. Come on, I've got something for you upstairs. She turns, eyebrows raised. What now? A mop and apron? You'd look good in nothing but an apron, I say darkly. But no, this isn't for me. Just follow me. I walk off without waiting. Her footsteps come a moment later, quick and hesitant. I lead her to the closet and gesture at the new safe beneath her hanging clothes. She blinks, surprised. What's that? For your collection, I say. Keep all your little treasures locked away here. She walks over slowly and kneels in front of it, running her hands across the smooth steel. This is really nice, she says softly. It should be. Cost a fortune. She turns, her eyes locking on mine, and for a second, I see something unguarded there. Why'd you do this? I shrug. You said you still had stuff at home. Figured this might make it easier for you to settle in here. She presses her lips together, blinking quickly, then moves closer on her knees until she's right in front of me. She smells like honey shampoo and warm skin, and her hair brushes my jaw as she leans in. I'm going to do something now, she whispers, her breath hot against my cheek. Don't talk. That's going to be difficult. Shut up. She hesitates, then takes a shaky breath. I'll probably regret this. She kisses me. It starts gentle, just her lips pressing to mine, her hands cupping my face. But then I feel her tremble as her mouth opens slightly. I kiss her back, harder, sliding a hand into her hair and tugging lightly until she gasps into my mouth. Her chest presses against mine, and I can feel her heart hammering. I deepen the kiss, licking at her bottom lip before slipping my tongue into her mouth, tasting her. She moans softly, her fingers tightening on my shoulders. I pull back just enough to look at her. Her cheeks are flushed, lips parted, eyes heavy with want. Don't read into it, she whispers, voice husky. I won't, I say roughly, though every part of me is screaming to pull her closer. She leans in again, kissing me deeper this time. Her hands slide into my hair, nails scraping my scalp lightly, sending a shiver down my spine. I grip her hips, pulling her into my lap, feeling the heat of her thighs straddling me. Her oversized tee rides up slightly, revealing a sliver of soft skin above her shorts. I slide my hands up her sides, thumbs brushing just under her ribs. She arches into me with a quiet, breathless sound that makes me throb with need. I drag my mouth from hers and kiss down her jaw to her neck, biting lightly at her pulse point. Her breath catches, her fingers fisting in my hair. Alexan, she whispers, half a warning, half a plea. Tell me to stop. I murmur against her skin. She says nothing, only leans her head to the side to give me more access. I kiss down to her collarbone, tasting her lightly salted skin, before pulling back just enough to see her face. Her eyes are closed, lips parted, chest rising and falling rapidly. I swallow hard, fighting every instinct screaming at me to lay her down right here. Instead, I slide her off my lap gently. She blinks, dazed, as I stand. Why'd you stop? She asks, voice ragged. I smirk, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Because if I didn't, I'd take you right here on this floor. And I don't think you're ready for that yet. Her cheeks flush an even deeper pink as she stares up at me. Then she huffs, standing and adjusting her shirt. You're infuriating. And you're beautiful, I say, my voice low. She freezes for half a second before rolling her eyes and storming out of the closet, mumbling under her breath. I watch her go, smirking to myself. God, that woman is going to kill me. And I think I'll let her. Chapter 17. Dash. Alexan. The bar is dark and packed. Most people here are connected to the Brotherhood, but a few regulars occupy the booths. I sit at a corner table with my back against the wall, facing 3 men. First off, thanks for coming, I say, raising my whiskey glass. The bass-heavy techno thumps so loud I have to raise my voice. This place is a favorite for young hustlers and underground types. Spray-painted murals cover every wall, and the tables are splattered with neon tags. It's not really my scene, but Tigran suggested it for a first-team meetup. Did we really have a choice? Darren jokes, flashing a grin. He's older than me by a year, with cropped hair, a muscled frame, and always dressed in black jeans and dark shirts. You always have a choice, I say with a smirk. Some choices just happen to be the wrong ones. He lets out a sharp laugh. True enough. Honestly, when I heard about your promotion, I didn't expect you to call. That's because you're smart. I grin back. Darren and I go way back to our teenage hacking days. Reaching out to him was a no-brainer for this crew. We're glad to be here, William chimes in. He's the youngest looking, with athletic shoulders, curly brown hair, and bright blue eyes. I don't know him well, but his reputation for social engineering is legendary. He can charm anyone out of their passwords. There aren't many tech guys in the Brotherhood. There will be more soon, Eric adds quietly. He's the youngest at the table, but one of the sharpest coders I've reviewed in years. That's why this team matters, I say, looking at all 3. It's too early to tell if this will work, but if anyone can make it happen, it's these men. The Brotherhood's stuck in the past. Groups like the Zaitsevs have entire cyber divisions. If we want to keep up, we need to evolve. What's our actual job here? William asks, tilting his head. He hides his real thoughts behind that easy smile. Stealing from clueless retirees? That's one option, I admit with a shrug. We might run call centers down the line, but right now, our job is to scout opportunities. So you want us finding heists? Darren says, lifting his glass. I can do that. Not just heists, I correct. Hacks, tech vulnerabilities, anything worth exploiting. I lock eyes with each of them. Start by compiling everything you're working on. List your jobs, who hired you, and why. From there, we'll build targets. I know you're used to working alone, but that ends now. Together, we're unstoppable. Very motivational, Darren says with a half smirk. I think it's brilliant, Eric says, leaning forward eagerly. Actually, I've been planning a hack. He launches into an in-depth explanation of a bank he's been probing for weaknesses. His confidence helps break the ice. William starts pitching ideas, and even Darren leans in with thoughtful insights. These men are top tier in their fields. Sharing doesn't come naturally to them, but if I can turn them into a unit, we'll become a force nobody can touch. After about an hour, we wrap up. As William and Eric head out, chatting about old scams, I motion for Darren to stay. What's your take? I ask once we're alone. He drains his drink with a shrug. It's a nice idea, but you know it'll take a lot before we actually trust each other. That's why we start now, I say, lowering my voice. Arson put me in charge for a reason. Yeah? Why's that? There's a faint edge to his grin. Because I'm the best, and you're almost as good, which is why I called you first. I lean in closer. I need you to step up. Can I count on you? His playful smirk fades. This is the real Darren. He acts detached, but underneath he's fiercely loyal to his people. You know I've got this, he says, nodding firmly. Good. I have your first job. His smile flickers back. Already? I thought you'd give us a warm-up first. I need intel on a man named Jeremy Fong. He works for a cybersecurity firm nearby. Darren frowns. Never heard of him. He keeps a low profile. Find out everything. Family, habits, office layouts, the works. Is this for Brotherhood business? He asks, raising a brow. It's personal. I hold his gaze. I trust you with this. He pushes away from the table, his smirk returning. Then I'd better get started.
Chapter 18. Dash. Riley. I gently place a mug into the front left corner of my new safe. There's a faded child's handprint on it. I took it from the bedroom of a man who owns the biggest used car dealership network in Baltimore. He's a jerk, and honestly, part of me wanted to punch him just on principle. But stealing is my talent, not violence. At least you're mine now, I murmur, surveying my little treasures. My mind drifts, unbidden, to what happened here yesterday. Heat flushes my chest as I remember Alexander's mouth on my skin, his grip on my waist, the way pleasure tore through me like lightning. I've never lost myself that completely before, and the memory keeps echoing through my nerves. Every time he walks into a room, I get a little lightheaded thinking about it. But since then, I've kept my distance. Last night in bed, I curled up on my side and pretended he wasn't lying inches away, shirtless and solid, radiating heat. Eventually I fell asleep, dreaming of his lips on mine. Stupid heart, stupid hormones. I step out of the closet, brushing imaginary dust from my shorts. The morning's been busy, carrying boxes from my dad's house, while Alexan locked himself away in his office. I'm bracing for another quiet afternoon, half dozing on the couch, when his office door opens, and he emerges in a crisp suit. "Big meeting today, handsome?" I ask sweetly. His eyes skim down my bare legs, lingering on my thin top. I know he can see the outline of my piercing through the fabric. That's intentional. He clears his throat. Something like that. Is it to do with your new position? I'm meeting my team. His gaze flicks up to mine again, and I catch the slight flicker in his expression. He can't hide how badly he wants to touch me. That sounds exciting. I tilt my head, an idea blooming inside me like a spark catching fire. It's reckless, and I know better, but I can't help myself. I step closer, slipping my hand into his suit jacket as I rise on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. He lets out a soft grunt of surprise, frowning slightly. I pat his ribs before stepping back with a bright smile. "What was that for?" he asks warily. "Just a kiss for my husband," I say, clasping my hands in front of me like a sweet little wife. He gives me one last curious look before turning away, shaking his head. I follow him out to the doorway and watch as he walks down the steps toward his BMW parked by the curb. A bubble of thrill rises in my chest. This is why I steal. This feeling. This rush. Halfway to his car, He pats his jacket pockets. Then he freezes and turns to look at me. I lift my hand and let his car keys dangle from my fingers. "Looking for these?" I call out. His jaw tightens. "Riley, give them back." I shake my head with a grin. I think I'll keep them. They'll look nice with my collection. I turn away, slipping back inside, heart racing with excitement. I'm halfway to the stairs when I hear the door slam open behind me. He's coming after me. My pulse skyrockets. I sprint up the stairs, laughing breathlessly, as he follows fast. He nearly catches my ankle, but I twist away, slamming into the wall before darting into the bedroom. He's right behind me, reaching out as I feint left, then jump across the bed. I'm almost to the other side when his arms catch my waist mid-air, pulling me down onto the sheets with a thud. "Give them to me, little thief," he growls, pinning me down. "No chance." "They're mine now," I say, squirming under his grip, unable to keep the giddy smile from my lips. He rolls on top of me, pressing my wrists to the pillow, his weight heavy and unyielding. "You really think you can beat me at this game?" "I already did," I whisper, grinning up at him. He pauses, staring at me with eyes dark as midnight. For a moment, I think he'll snap. But then, slowly, a grin spreads across his face. "You think this is about winning?" he murmurs, his voice low and dangerous. "You can steal whatever you want from me, so long as you end up right here." My breath catches as he leans in, kissing me deeply. All my teasing bravado evaporates, replaced by heat curling low in my stomach. My hands curl into the sheets as his touch burns through me like fire. The kiss grows deeper, urgent but tender, his lips moving over mine with surprising care. He trails kisses down my neck, his hands sliding up under my top to trace my sides. My pulse hammers so hard, I'm sure he can feel it. "Alexan," I whisper, shivering under his touch. He pulls back just enough to look at me, his thumb brushing over my cheek. "You drive me crazy. You know that?" "Good," I say, breathless. He chuckles softly before kissing me again. His hands are warm, strong, and for a moment I let myself melt into him, losing track of time, place, or logic. Eventually, he pulls back and takes the keys from my limp hand with a small, triumphant smile. "Got them," he murmurs. I just roll my eyes, trying to catch my breath. "Whatever, I still won." "You can think that if it helps you sleep tonight." He presses one last kiss to my forehead before standing up and adjusting his suit. I watch him go, feeling my heart beat out a secret rhythm against my ribs. Because no matter how badly I want to fight it, part of me knows that I've already lost, and I'm not sure I mind.
Chapter 19 Dash. Alexan. Rain lashes down the narrow streets of Broadway East. Normally, people would be sitting on their stoops, watching dealers exchange dime bags. Tonight, they're all inside, hiding from the storm. I'm dressed in black from boots to raincoat, splashing through puddles toward a small bar under a flickering yellow neon sign. Here it is. I rarely come here. This isn't Brotherhood territory. East Baltimore is mostly controlled by local gangs, especially Broadway. But Darren likes this decrepit dive. Says the name makes him laugh. Inside, he's not in a joking mood. The locals huddle over watery beers, ignoring everything around them. Cigarette smoke clings to the stained ceiling. Darren's in a booth with ripped seats and a table peeling at the edges. Old posters of half-naked European models wallpaper the walls, stained amber from years of nicotine. "What the hell did you drag me into?" He snaps as soon as I sit across from him. I glance around. No one's close enough to hear, but even if they were, this place has a reputation. Secrets come in. They don't leave. Aside from Brotherhood-run bars, This is as secure as it gets. I'm guessing you finished the job. I lean back, studying him. He tosses a thick manila folder onto the table. Yeah, I finished. He shifts uncomfortably, looking around before leaning closer. The Black Mantis, Alexson. Are you out of your mind? I flip the folder open. The first few pages are a dossier on Jeremy Fong. Height, weight, rough age, bits of background. Not much personal detail, but plenty about his business and office. This is solid work, I say honestly. I knew Darren was good, but this is thorough. I know, he mutters, sipping cheap whiskey and wincing like he'd rather drink bleach. Now I see why you gave this job to me instead of the other two. But come on, Alexson, don't tell me you're planning on messing with... He nods at the folder, refusing to say their name out loud. He's always been cautious. I think about how much to tell him. If I were him, I'd be furious too. When I gave him the job, he didn't know Fong was with Mantis. By the time he figured it out, he'd probably done half the work already. Turning back wasn't an option. Not directly, I say finally. I should have warned you. But you're not an idiot. No kidding, which is why I want a real explanation. I exhale slowly, eyes flicking to the grimy window. They hired me to find something. But I've realized, if I deliver it, people I care about get hurt. So you can't finish the job, he says, brow furrowing. That doesn't sound like you. It's more like I won't. I pause, weighing my words. I'm protecting someone. He grunts and rubs his jaw. God, this whiskey is awful. Another sip. Just tell me one thing. Is this going to get you killed? Possibly. He leans back, shaking his head. And I was actually looking forward to building this new crew with you. Welcome to my world. He glances at the door, eyes distant. I know what he's thinking, whether to tell Tigran or Arson, but when he looks back at me, his expression shifts. What else do you need from me? He asks. For a second, I'm too stunned to respond. Darren isn't the type to risk himself for anyone, not even old friends. I trusted him to gather intel, but that was all. This isn't your problem, I say, voice quiet. You don't need to get involved. You said you're protecting someone. The Alexson I know wouldn't do that unless they mattered. His gaze sharpens. And I did hear you got married recently. Damn him. I keep my face blank. He's smart, but he's guessing. No one would suspect Riley's tied up with Mantis. I barely know her, I say truthfully, though it doesn't tell the whole story. Maybe it's not her, he concedes, and I feel tension ease in my chest. Whoever it is, they're important to you. I'll help. A crooked grin spreads across his face. To a point. I appreciate it, I say, tapping the folder with my palm. But this is more than enough. Just watch yourself, he warns. The Mantis don't forgive. I'd never go near them, no matter the money. He shoves out of the booth, tossing down a 20. Yet here you are, I say softly. Guess I'm getting sentimental in my old age. He scowls at me. Next time, tell me who I'm digging into so I can take precautions. I thought Fong was just another fancy tech guy. If I survive this, there won't be a next time. He laughs as he walks away. Yeah, we'll see about that. I watch him leave. The bar goes quiet again. Just the hush of rain outside and murmured conversations. The bartender, an older woman with faded tattoos, gives me a tired smile as I stand. I leave another 20 on the counter to ensure she forgets I was ever here. Outside, the rain has slowed to a drizzle. Under a flickering street lamp, I flip through the folder. Fong's company looks legit on the surface, but its main purpose clearly isn't simple cybersecurity. The headquarters is fortified like a private military base. 20-foot fences, barbed wire, armed guards, high-tech surveillance. If Fong's holding the key, it'll be locked up there. No doubt. I slip into my car and start driving, mind spinning with plans I don't like. I'm so distracted that I almost miss the truck tailing me. But when it pulls up too close behind, I catch it in my rearview mirror. The headlights are blinding, rain slashing across the windshield. They try to hang back 2 cars, but I can tell. My pulse spikes. I consider trying to lose them, but think better of it. If it's Mantis, they're just making sure I'm working. They don't know what I was really doing back there. Fong's being cautious. I can't blame him. That watch is valuable enough to get us both killed. I decide against a car chase. Instead, I drive home calmly, pretending not to notice them. By the time I park out front and get inside, I'm wired with tension. I lock the door and activate the security system. You're home. Riley's in the hallway, glass of wine in hand. Her hair's messy in a bun, and she's wearing loose sweatpants and a tank top. You need to come with me, I say, striding forward to take her arm. Hey, what the hell? She tries to pull away as I guide her upstairs. Alexan, stop it. I ignore her protests. In the bedroom, I shut the door, draw the curtains, and double-check every window lock. I have to force myself not to trigger panic mode. What is wrong with you? She snaps, glaring. You can't just drag me around like this. I peek through the blinds. The truck is parked a few houses down. Its lights are off, but I recognize it. Stay away from the windows, I say sharply, closing the blinds again. She stares at me like I've lost my mind. Excuse me? Don't go near them for the rest of the night. Actually, don't go near them for the next month. Alexan. Her voice hardens. Tell me what's going on. I breathe deeply, trying to calm my hammering heart. I don't like Mantis following me. They haven't made a direct threat yet, but that won't last forever. If I don't produce results soon, Fong will lose patience, and that will be the end of us both. I was followed, I say finally, turning to her. Right now, there are people outside keeping an eye on this house. She goes pale. Are you serious? Dead serious. They're not here to kill us yet. But it's only a matter of time. Stay away from the windows. She chews her lip, glancing toward the closed blinds, then down at the folder tucked under my arm. What's that? She asks. Nothing you need to worry about. Is that why they're here now? No. I move to leave, folder clutched tight. Just do as I ask. She folds her arms, glaring at my back. Next time, try explaining before dragging me around. I don't respond. In my office, I set the folder down and boot up my system to check for any breaches. Everything's clean. For now. I lean back in my chair, staring at the cursed Mantis watch sitting under the glow of my desk lamp. What the hell am I going to do with this mess? And more importantly, what am I going to do about Riley?
Chapter 20. Dash. Riley. I wait patiently until his breathing turns slow and deep before I slip out of bed. I'm careful with every step, barely making a sound. Even so, I pause by the bedroom door for nearly 10 minutes, frozen like a statue, making sure he stays asleep, The house is silent. Not a creak or hum disturbs the dark. Moving with purpose, I head straight to his office door. Once again, I know I'm being reckless, but curiosity gnaws at me. That folder he brought home felt important. I need to know what's inside. Once an idea sinks its claws into my mind, I can't shake it until I give in. Tonight, what's got me hooked is whatever Alexson is trying to hide. He's installed a Schlager Primus on his office. That's no ordinary lock. Most home locks are a joke to someone like me. I can slip them open in seconds. But this one's a serious challenge. It has a dual system, standard pins, plus a sidebar with tiny finger pins. I insert my tension bar into the top and ease my favorite pick along the pins, working slowly. I lift each with precision, feeling for subtle clicks. Time disappears as I focus entirely on the mechanism under my fingers. This is why I steal. It's not only about the thrill of taking something, it's the puzzle. The moment I crack a lock, I feel alive. Like I'm not some useless girl just drifting through life. I'm smart, capable, and right now, I'm proving it. After nearly 10 minutes of steady raking, the pins slide into place. The lock turns with a satisfying click. Yes, I whisper to myself, sweat dampening my forehead as excitement buzzes through my veins. I open the door just wide enough to slip inside. My heart pounds as the rush heightens all my senses. The shadows feel thinner, and I move quickly to his desk. There it is, the folder sitting right by his keyboard. I settle into his leather chair and flip it open. My phone's flashlight cuts through the dark as I skim the first page. Jeremy Fong, estimated to be 39, parents from Taiwan, grew up in London, Oxford undergraduate, MBA from Wharton. The next section lists names like Starscream, Lionessa, Scroon, Regis, probably hacker aliases. Beyond that, personal info is scarce. But the pages after catch my breath. Whoever compiled this went deep. Fong's company has an office complex out in the suburbs, protected like a fortress. 20-foot fences, barbed wire, armed security, motion detectors. I whisper system names under my breath, committing them to memory. This is exactly what my brother trained me to analyze. Any skilled thief could plan a job with this data. A sound in the hallway makes me freeze. My blood goes ice cold as I switch off the flashlight. I hold still, barely breathing. Footsteps. Shit, I mouth silently. Heart racing, I put the folder back exactly where I found it and scan for somewhere to hide. The closet. I dart across the room and slip inside just before the office door creaks open. Through the narrow slats, I see him. Alexan moves to the desk and stares down at the chair I just vacated. My pulse thunders in my ears as I watch his brow crease. He stands still for what feels like forever, then turns like he's about to leave. Relief floods through me, but he stops, looks back, then places his palm on the chair. It's still warm, he murmurs to himself. My stomach knots. How did he even think to check that? Fear curls in my chest. I've never seen him violent, but there's a darkness in him. He's made it clear he doesn't want me snooping around his office. I thought I didn't care, but right now, hiding in his closet, I'm not so sure. He scans the room with a slow smile. I know you're here somewhere, he says calmly, like he's talking to a child caught sneaking candy. You just can't help it, can you? Locked doors are your weakness. I should have expected this. He cocks his head, listening for any sound. I take shallow, silent breaths, just as Brendan taught me. Fine, he says at last, picking up the folder and tucking it under his arm. I'll find a new place to keep this. Next time, try respecting my privacy. He turns and steps out of my sight. I stay hidden, barely daring to blink. Maybe he's gone. Maybe I can sneak out, go downstairs and pretend I just needed water. Suddenly the closet door flies open. I yelp in shock, stumbling backwards, and my head smacks against the back wall. Chapter 21. Dash. Riley. "Are you sure you're all right?" he asks, frowning as he passes me an ice pack. "I'm fine, really, just embarrassed." I press the cold pack to the back of my head. A little bump's already forming, and I feel like an idiot for how I reacted. I smacked my skull hard enough that my knees went weak, and he had to catch me before I collapsed. Then he carried me straight down here to the kitchen. He studies my face, lips pressed into a tense line. The folder sits on the counter between us. My brain's still a bit fuzzy from the knock, making it hard to think of any believable excuses. "We need to talk about boundaries," he says at last. I give him a sheepish grin. "Not sure what you're getting at." "That lock you picked tonight." He raises an eyebrow. "It was a pretty decent one." I snort. Maybe 10 years ago it was impressive. The Primus has decent security against copied keys, but it's way too easy to pick if you know what you're doing. "How long did it take you?" 5 minutes, 10, tops." He grunts and folds his arms. "That's moderately impressive." "Moderately? Please, I'd love to see you get it open in under an hour." My eyes flick to his arms before I force myself to focus on his face. Get it together, Riley. He's just a man. A frustratingly hot man, but still. That's not the point. You weren't supposed to be in there. I shrug and sit up straighter. You should be glad I went snooping. I'm pretty sure I can get us into that building. His expression darkens instantly. Absolutely not. I knew you'd say that, but listen, I can do it. The tricky part is disabling their security system, but that's where you come in, genius hacker husband. It's not happening. Not even close. What else can you do? You can't break the encryption, which means you need the decryption key. You're not getting inside alone, and you definitely can't hire some random to rob Mantis. Nobody sane would take that job except someone desperate, and maybe a little reckless. I spread my hands. Lucky for you, that's me. Plus, I'm good. His jaw tightens. I smile, dropping the ice pack onto the counter. My head's still throbbing, but not enough to slow me down. I hear what you're saying, he admits, voice low, but this isn't an ordinary job. If you get caught, Fong's people won't just kill you, they'll make an example out of you. They'd skin you alive and dump salt on your flesh to keep you from dying too quickly. It'd be agony. My shoulders drop. Well, that sounds horrible. It would be worse than anything you could imagine. That's unsettling, but it still doesn't change the fact that you have no other option. I'll find someone else, he says, glancing away. I can tell he's lying. You're out of your mind. I'm right here. My brother trained me for this exact kind of job. With everything in that folder, I can pull it off. He levels a cold stare at me. I said no, Riley. If your head feels better, go back to bed, and don't mention that folder again. Heat rises in my chest. Being dismissed like that makes my blood boil. My dad's been treating me like an incompetent child my entire life. I won't take the same from my husband. You know I'm right, I say, voice firm. I plant my hands on the counter and lean forward. No one else would even consider breaking into a secure Mantis facility. You need me, and you know it. You're my wife, he says, and his voice falters for a second. I can't risk losing you. He's starting to dig his heels in. If I want him to back down, I'll have to work around his stubbornness. You're not risking anything. I'm the one taking the risk because I'm the idiot who put us in this mess. Let me help fix it. I can't, he mutters. Then at least let's stake it out together, I say quickly before he can interrupt. We won't go in. We'll just watch the place, See what the security looks like up close. If it turns out to be too much, I'll drop it. But if there's a chance, we'll have a plan. Doesn't that sound reasonable? He clenches his jaw. I can tell it sounds awful to him, but after a moment he exhales and gives a short nod. Only because you impress me with your lockpicking, he grumbles. But promise me something right now. If it's too risky, you'll back off. If I can't pull it off safely, I'll walk away. And you'll be honest about your limits. I smile sweetly as I straighten. No one's more reasonable than I am, darling. I doubt that very much. I step around the counter and press a gentle kiss to his cheek. He glares, but I can see his resolve weakening. I pat his chest lightly. Come on. We're in this together, right? Like Bonnie and Clyde. They got gunned down in an ambush. Well, Bonnie and Clyde without the bullets. I start toward the stairs. We should get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be fun. I already regret agreeing to this.
Chapter 22 Alexan. The AST headquarters looks like any ordinary suburban office park at night. It's a squat beige building with an ugly brown roof. A few cars remain parked out front, but most spots sit empty after hours. Nearby streetlights flicker, and one is completely dead. That fence is no joke, Riley mutters, scanning with her binoculars. I'm too busy watching her to pay attention to anything else. Her focused expression, the shape of her jaw, the fierce spark in her eyes. She's stunning. See? It's too dangerous, I tell her. Let's go. She pats my thigh gently. Relax. I sit back, frustrated by this charade. There's no way in hell I'll let her break in there, but she'll never drop it without at least pretending I believe in her. And honestly, part of me thinks she might actually pull it off. Disabling their digital security would be easy. I've been probing the AST network since Mantis hired me. I've already found a dozen ways in. Ironhead is good, but I've always been better. If she handles the physical part, I can handle the tech. Without cameras, her biggest obstacle would be the guards. Darren gave us a rough rotation schedule, and with a bit more observation, we could perfect it. She'd slip over the fence, pick the lock, sneak into Fong's office, grab the key. Number hell no. I can't even consider this. Look there, she says, handing me the binoculars and pointing at the western edge. The fence is close to those trees. See that branch? I could climb it, throw a blanket over the barbed wire and get across. I grunt softly. She's right. There are a couple branches near the top. You'd be exposed. And what if the branch doesn't hold you? It will, she insists, snatching the binoculars back. That part's easy. Riley, the file says guard shift changes happen at 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. every day. If we went in around 3 or 4 a.m., they'd be exhausted. It's impossible. The doors have basic locks. I could pick them in seconds. Once inside, you're not going inside. I'd just get to the office, which is near the east entrance. Finding the key would be hardest. I frown. It's probably stored on his computer. You'd need to find a laptop that's not online and plug in a USB with a program I write. I stop as I notice her smirking at me. You're already planning it in your head, she teases. Absolutely not. I glare at her. I shouldn't even entertain this idea. But I can't stop. Sitting here, watching the building, my mind keeps calculating. That's who I am. Always planning. Always looking for every backup option. Where other hackers go in with vague goals, I design strategies with fail-safes and exit routes, because something always goes wrong. It wouldn't even be that hard, she says, excitement lighting up her voice. The guards might be tricky, but I'm quick. If they come close, I'll run. Run where? You'd be cornered. I'd find a gap. I'm flexible. You could monitor from a van nearby, talk me through it all. If anything feels wrong, we bail. Riley. My tone turns sharp. She's spiraling with ideas. If I don't stop her, she'll try this alone. We're not doing this. Her smile fades. Seriously? You still think it's a bad idea? That's a mantis site, I say, pausing to let the reality sink in. She looks annoyed, not scared. If anything points back to us, they'll rain hell down. One mistake, one clue, and we're dead. She tosses the binoculars onto the dashboard. It's a cybersecurity office in the suburbs. I get that Mantis is behind it, but come on, they're complacent. We're not. You're brilliant at what you do, and so am I. We can do this. Even if we could, I won't risk it. Then I'll go without you. I wait for her to laugh, but she doesn't. You're not serious. You think you can lock me up all day? The thought is tempting. I can get out of handcuffs. She leans closer, smirking. I'm extremely flexible. Lock me in, tie me down, I'll escape. No cage can hold me. The worst part is I believe her completely. And part of me pictures her tied to my bed, fighting the ropes, breathless and furious. Why do you have a death wish? I mutter, lifting the binoculars. It's almost 8 p.m., time for a shift change. She doesn't answer as a car pulls up to the gate. A guard enters a code, drives in, and parks. He's middle-aged, buzzed hair, built like a retired soldier. Another similar guard comes out, gets into a different car, and leaves. This routine repeats 3 more times in 10 minutes. I can do this, she whispers, sounding more certain than ever. My stomach sinks. Not without me. You can't. I'll take my chances. I put us in this mess. Exactly. You acted impulsively, and now you're going to do it again? She hesitates, but then shakes her head. Doesn't matter. Either we get that key, or we're screwed anyway. I'm doing this with or without you. I slump back into my seat. God, I admire her. I wish I didn't. Life would be easier if I could just drug her and fly her to some hidden island to keep her safe forever. But she's my wife, and part of me loves her fire. I'm going to regret this, I mutter, feeling sick. No, you won't, she says brightly, and suddenly crawls into my lap. I grunt in shock as she straddles me, reaching down to adjust the seat, sliding it back for space. What are you doing? My hands instinctively grip her hips. Being impulsive. She kisses me softly. Damn it. I kiss her back. Her whimpers drive me insane. My brain screams that I should stop this, but it's too late. Trying to bribe me with sex? I murmur against her lips. No. Her freckled cheeks flush. I wasn't thinking. I just wanted to be close to you. I know where this ends, I say, biting her throat lightly. Where? She breathes as I slip a hand up her sweater to tease her pierced nip. It ends with you flushed and shaking, with my name on your lips and my hands on your hips, with you safe, far away from this place. You almost had it, she whispers, kissing me again. You'd last 10 seconds over that fence without me. I'll take my chances. You think with this. I move my hand to her chest, feeling her heart race. You need to think with this. I gently tug her hair back. She gasps. Smart words, she whispers, rolling her hips against me. But you're all brain and no. She grabs my hair sharply. I grunt in pain, smirking despite myself. You need to feel more. If I always thought with my dick I'd be dead or in jail. Good thing I'm here to balance you out. She kisses me deeply, her fingers tangled in my hair. I pull her sweater up, teasing her nip with my tongue. She gasps and tugs at her jeans, awkwardly wriggling them off. I help her, kicking my own pants down by the pedals. She's warm and soft against me. My self-control snaps. I kiss her fiercely, fingers tangled in her hair. This doesn't mean you win, I murmur, sliding her panties aside to tease her. She's so wet already. I slip a finger inside her, and she arches with a broken moan. You sure about that? She whispers, grinding down. Because right now, I'm getting exactly what I want. I growl and capture her mouth again.
Chapter 23. Dash. Riley. My hands are trembling as I start climbing the tree. Its branches are thick and grouped tightly enough to give me a good grip, and I manage to pull myself up without much trouble. The Kevlar blanket strapped to my back itches like crazy, but at least it doesn't restrict my movement. When I reach the right height, I press my body close to the trunk and pause. The last thing I need is to ruin this mission by tumbling out of a damn tree. You good up there? Alexander's voice comes through my earpiece, low and calm. The tiny comm is clipped to my belt. I'm dressed head to toe in black, latex gloves, flexible running shoes, and a hip pouch stuffed with every tool I might need tonight. I'm in position, I whisper back. No button needed. We're linked the entire time. It's 2:50, he says. Quiet so far. I take out my small binoculars and scan the lot below. Looks the same here. Nothing's moving. No guards outside, no cars pulling in or out. It's dead silent. How's your end? I've been inside their network for a few minutes. Almost have the entire system under my control. That's good, I murmur, adjusting slightly. Because if you don't, I'm screwed. There are a lot of cameras. His chuckle is quiet and annoyingly smug. Told you, you couldn't do this without me. Don't remind me, I mutter, though he's right. Hold for my signal. Silence settles between us. I hear the sound of him typing rapidly. His steady breathing calms me, despite the way adrenaline surges through my veins. He sounds so unbothered, like hacking into highly secure networks is just another Tuesday. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed so hard to do this, but there's no backing down now. This whole mess started because of me, and I'm going to clean it up myself. And honestly, I feel more alive than I have in weeks. For once, I'm not trapped. I have a purpose, a plan. It's up to me to make this happen. That sense of control makes the world sharper, brighter. You want to hear something? I whisper, checking my watch. 2 minutes left. Tell me, he says softly. I used to be obsessed with screwing up in gymnastics. He pauses his typing. That sounds unhealthy. I almost laugh, my nerves jangling. I mean the moment after messing up. You'd be mid-air, twisting, knowing you're about to crash. Then you hit the mat, pain shooting through you, and there's a choice. Give up because your routine's ruined, or get back up and finish strong. Watching how different girls reacted was fascinating. How did you react? I always got back up. That's my secret. I fall flat on my face all the time. I just keep getting back up. He exhales, typing, picking up speed. We're in. Ready? I slip the blanket off my back and grin. Watch this. I shuffle forward on the branch, balanced like it's a beam, and toss the blanket. It lands perfectly on the barbed wire. The branch dips dangerously under my weight, swaying hard. My foot slips, but I grab a higher branch just in time, panting. "You okay?" he asks quickly. "Fine," I grit out. I take 2 fast steps forward, the branch bending under me, and launch myself off it, twisting mid-air to grab the fence. The landing hurts like hell. My shoulder slams the metal, rattling the chain link, and pain spikes up my arm. I taste blood where I bit my tongue, fingers barely clinging to the fence. "Graceful," Alexan teases. "Shut up," I mutter, clambering down the other side. "There's a reason I'm not the one climbing fences," he replies, voice serious again. "You have 10 minutes. I've looped all camera feeds for the last hour, but don't push your luck." "Guard positions?" "One's patrolling the halls. 2 are in the monitoring room." "Got it." I pull on my mask and jog across the lot to the east door, lockpicks already in hand. A camera blinks at me. "Wave hello," Alexan whispers. I smile sweetly and wiggle my fingers at it. "Show off." The lock opens easily. I slip into the stairwell, moving quickly but silently, and take the stairs 2 at a time to the 2nd floor. It's just an average corporate office up here. Cubicles in rows, meeting rooms with glass walls, and tiny offices lining the hallway. Coffee mugs, family photos, and small plants clutter desks. "Go straight through the cubes," Alexan instructs. "Stay low, head down the hall, and his office is the last door on the right." I duck and weave through the cubicles, heart hammering. "Remember the first time we met?" "Remind me." "When I broke into your house. This feels just like that." He chuckles softly. "Want to sneak into an office and tease yourself for me?" "Focus," I scold, fighting a smile. I reach the hall, listening for footsteps. Silence. "Guards still on the 1st floor. Move." I hurry down, checking each door, all locked, until I reach the last one. Fong's office. The lock is too simple, almost insulting. I slip in, closing it quietly behind me. My chest swells with relief. I'm in. Find his offline laptop. I scan the shelves, management books, business strategy, programming manuals. A few photos of him with his family. His main laptop sits on the desk, but I check the drawers and find a smaller one hidden beneath folders. "Got it," I whisper, slotting in the USB. "Now what?" "Power it up. I'll do the rest." The screen flickers as Alexan takes over, lines of code flashing by. I hear his rapid typing in my ear. "What's wrong?" I ask when he curses under his breath. "Better security than I expected. Give me 2 minutes." I glance at my watch. I have 5 total. "You'll make it." Light flickers in the hallway. My stomach knots as I peek through the blinds. A guard with a flashlight approaches. "Alexan!" I hiss, ducking under the desk with the laptop. "Someone's coming!" He types faster. "Stay still. Almost there." The beam shines through the glass, lingering. I hold my breath. The doorknob rattles. "Got it," Alexan says triumphantly. "Download starting." "He's coming in," I whisper, panic clawing at my throat. The guard's heavy footsteps echo as he enters. I tilt the laptop to hide the screen's glow, my pulse thundering in my ears. 10 seconds, Alexan whispers. 5, 4. The guard mutters under his breath, calling Fong a jerk, and walks back out. "Done. Get out now," Alexan orders. I rip out the USB, stash the laptop, and move to the door. "Wait," Alexan snaps. "Guard incoming." But it's too late. I open the door and stare right into a guard's face. He's big, broad, and wears a stern expression. For a heartbeat, neither of us moves. "Run!" Alexan shouts in my ear. I lunge forward before the guard reacts. His hand snags my braid, but I twist free and sprint into the cubicles. "Stop!" he bellows, thundering after me. My chest burns as I fly down the hall. I shove through the stairwell door and leap down 3 steps at a time, slamming into the railing to keep upright. The guard's feet pound behind me. Another man bursts out on the first floor, blocking my exit. Without thinking, I whip out a mace canister and spray him in the face. He screams, clawing at his eyes, and I shove past him, bursting out into the night. The parking lot feels endless as I sprint for the fence. My lungs scream for air, muscles burning. The guard behind me is close. Too close. I jump onto the fence, clawing at the links, but terror washes through me. I'm not going to make it. He'll drag me down before I can even swing a leg over. Cold dread fills my chest. Mantis will know. Alexan will die. I'll die. My fault. All of it. "Stop!" the guard shouts. Suddenly, metal crunches behind me. Tires screech. I glance back to see Alexan's car slam into the guard, sending his body rolling over the hood before crashing to the ground, motionless. I freeze, stunned. Alexan skids the car to a halt, jumps out, and races toward me. "Riley!" he shouts. I want to call back, but my voice catches. Then I see movement. The other guard, blinded and furious, raises his gun toward me. 3 shots explode into the night. Alexan tackles me down. Something warm splashes over my chest. "I've got you," he growls. He pulls his gun, fires once, and the guard crumples. I touch my shirt, hands coming away red. "Alexan." My chest heaves, but I feel no pain. "You're okay." He's clutching his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. "You're bleeding." "I'm fine." His jaw tightens as he pulls me to my feet. "We need to go. Now." I let him lead me to the car, shock numbing my limbs. The parking lot is littered with bodies and blood. "I've got you," he says again, pushing me into the passenger seat. "We'll be okay." And for some reason, as the tires squeal and we speed away into the dark, I almost believe him. Chapter 24. Dash. Riley. Alexan doesn't even flinch while the young doctor threads stitches into his shoulder. There's blood smeared across the bathroom tiles, but neither of them seems particularly alarmed. "Babe," Alexan says, giving me a slight frown, "your pacing's driving me insane." I stop walking back and forth and glare at him. "Sorry my nervous pacing is bothering you. I guess someone digging a bullet out of your shoulder doesn't even rattle you, huh?" I wave vaguely toward the doctor. "You'd be surprised how often I see injuries like this," the doctor replies casually, tugging the suture tight with quick fingers. "He's right," Alexan says, his tone calm. "This isn't my first gunshot wound." "This one was pretty deep, though," the doctor adds, putting in another neat stitch. "Had to dig in real good to get that bullet out." I sink down onto the edge of the bed, watching the scene with a sick twist in my stomach. "I feel like I might puke," I mumble. "Please don't throw up on the comforter," Alexan warns me flatly. I curl onto my side and yank the sheet up over my head, blocking out the world. I listen as they keep chatting, swapping dark jokes about all the times Alexan's been hurt before. When the stitching's done, the doctor washes his hands, nods, and claps Alexan on the good shoulder. "Thanks for keeping my business afloat, but remind your friends not to get shot in the head, okay? Can't fix that." With that, he leaves, and the room goes quiet. Alexan lowers himself onto the mattress beside me, his weight shifting the bed, and rests a warm hand on my leg. "You're all right," he murmurs, thumb brushing circles over my skin. "Am I?" My voice comes out muffled from under the blanket. "Because I really don't feel okay right now," Baby, look at me. I hesitate, not sure if I want to see his face. I messed up, I whisper finally, guilt seizing my chest. I told you I could do it, but I got caught. I nearly got you killed. That's not what happened. How can you say that? I peek out at him, tears welling. You took a bullet because of me. 2 men are dead because of me. It wasn't your fault. Then whose was it? His eyes darken. Mine. I frown, confused. That's not true. It is. He shifts until he's leaning against the headboard, then pulls me into his arms, holding me tight. I lost focus while hacking that laptop. I stopped watching the cameras. If I'd seen the guard coming sooner, I could have warned you. I still left too soon. I should have checked. Baby, tracking those guards was my job. What happened back there is on me. Deep down, I know he's wrong. If I were better, if I were truly as skilled as I claim, none of that would have mattered. But hearing him say it eases the sting of my guilt just a little. Thank you, I whisper. For what? For coming back for me. His grip tightens around me. I'll never leave you behind, not while I'm alive. The fierce sincerity in his voice makes my chest ache. Alexan always seems so cold and controlled, but moments like this reveal something burning and real beneath it all. Can I admit something? I ask softly. Anything. I was kinda impressed by your driving tonight. I risk a small smile up at him. He shakes his head, exhaling sharply. That's some twisted humor. You like it though, don't you? He presses a kiss to my forehead. Yeah, I do. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Then he says, I promise, Riley. I'm never going to let you end up in that kind of danger again. Never say never, I tease gently, sitting up straighter. Besides, it was kind of fun. That's not the word I'd use. You weren't the one sneaking around, picking locks. I grin faintly as the adrenaline buzz returns, making me shiver. For a while there, I felt truly alive. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. At least until I nearly died. That part ruined it for me, he mutters dryly. I elbow him lightly, careful of his wound. Come on. You like the thrill too, admit it. Otherwise, why do you live like this? He hesitates, his gaze distant for a moment. Then he looks at me with a heavy sadness in his eyes. Because this is all I know, he says quietly. I joined the Brotherhood young. Before that I had nothing. No purpose, no friends, no direction. This gave me something. And now you have me. I grin faintly. Your hot Irish wife. With another scar to show for it. My stomach twists at the reminder, and I look away. Don't say that. He gently turns my chin back to face him. It's okay. You were amazing in there. Truly. Do you mean that? My voice cracks slightly. I do. His eyes soften as he brushes hair away from my face. With a proper team backing you, you could pull off any heist you wanted. My chest swells with pride despite myself. My brother will be thrilled to hear that. Maybe we'll plan something together. Don't get ideas, he warns, easing himself off the bed with a quiet groan. He limps over to his desk and powers up his computer. You're not leaving my sight anytime soon. Please. We both know you can't control me. Not yet, he says, glancing over his shoulder with a dark, possessive grin. But give me time. I feel my cheeks heat under his gaze. He starts typing rapidly. I slip into the other room and grab the watch. When I return, he plugs it in, fingers flying over the keyboard as streams of data flicker past on the screen. Ready? He asks. You're unlocking it now. He nods, finger hovering over the enter key. This is what we risked our lives for. Then he pauses and motions me closer. Press it. I lean in, our cheeks brushing, and press the key. Lines of text flood the screen. I can't make sense of it. Wallet addresses, private keys, account codes. But Alexander's eyes are locked in, scanning with laser focus. Well? I ask, my heart pounding. What is it? His lips press into a grim line. It's worse than I thought. Cold fear rushes through me. Why? What is it? There are keys to crypto wallets here, he says slowly. Like Bitcoin? Exactly. He types quickly, pulling up a list of accounts. As he checks them, his frown deepens. Riley, these wallets total out to $633 million. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and others. I let out a shaky laugh, stunned. Over 600 million? You're joking. I'm not. His voice is flat. This is likely Mantis's entire crypto holding. It could be the main way they fund their operations. I stumble back, sinking to the floor, staring blankly at my hands. The numbers swirl in my head. 600 million. Nearly their entire fortune. No wonder Fong wants it back so badly. And suddenly, everything feels cold and suffocating. Because if Fong will do anything to recover this money, if he'll torture and kill to get it, that means we're not just in trouble. We're in mortal danger. And the key to all of it is sitting right here in our bedroom.
Chapter 25. Dash. Alexan. My shoulder throbs as I ease my car down the road toward the Pomegranate House. I'm supposed to be meeting my new crew there to go over some upcoming jobs, but my mind's somewhere else entirely. That damn Mantis money. I'm sure there are backups somewhere. They're not idiots. But right now, with those passcodes hidden on the watch's encrypted drive, I have access to their crypto wallets. Over $500 million. All within my reach. But if I took it, Mantis would come for me with everything they've got. Not just Ironhead, the entire organization would hunt me down. Although realistically, that's going to happen sooner or later anyway, once Ironhead's bosses figure out how badly he's screwed this up. No wonder he's so desperate to get it back. I assumed it was important, but this is beyond anything I imagined. I pull up to a stop sign and rub at my bandaged shoulder. Riley tried to force painkillers on me before I left, but that stuff clouds my thinking. I need my head clear right now. Pain I can deal with. A foggy mind will get me killed. I keep replaying the image of her sprinting across that lot in the dead of night. Pure terror in her eyes, but never slowing down. The way she fought off that guard with the mace. The way she ran like her life depended on it. Because it did. She was incredible. And it was my fault she was in danger at all. I shouldn't have split my focus. That's why heists like that need multiple people. Too much to manage alone. If I hadn't been so determined to keep this job hidden, I could have brought in backup to watch the cameras while I hacked Ironhead's laptop. Instead, I tried to do everything at once, and it nearly got her killed. I'd take 1,000 bullets to keep her safe. I knew it the second she burst through that side door. Instinct took over. I had to protect her. I've never been the possessive type, but seeing her like that turned me into someone else entirely. I'd die before I let them hurt her. We got lucky. Both guards who saw her are dead. I wiped the security feeds, so there's almost no chance Mantis can trace it back to us. But Ironhead knows someone was in his office. If things had gone the way I planned, nobody would have known we'd ever been there. I'm good at covering my tracks, harder to cover blood. I'm so caught up in my thoughts as I drive toward the Brotherhood restaurant that I almost miss the van trailing me. They make a stupid move. Instead of staying back a few cars, they roll right up behind me at a stoplight. When there's space to go around, they don't take it. They wait until I move, then they follow. Obvious, almost insulting. Normally I'd ignore it, but something about this tale feels different, heavier, like a threat. And if it's aimed at me, it's aimed at Riley too. Even if they don't know she's involved. I guide them away from Brotherhood streets and into McGrath territory. Irish neighborhood, kids out playing, old men chatting on porches, moms pushing strollers. I turn down a narrow alley, ease to the end, and kill the engine. The van follows me in, realizing too late that it's a dead end. I step out, gun resting casually in my grip, and stare at their tinted windshield. I wait, wondering if they'll back out or get out to talk. My pulse hammers with rage. "You want to know what I'm doing?" I shout, stepping closer. The gun stays pointed at the ground, but my fingers near the trigger. Then come find out. Nothing at first. Then the engine cuts off, and a man steps out of the driver's side. He's older, balding, tan skin, Taiwanese, most likely straight mantis. He's wearing jeans and a faded denim shirt with a pistol tucked in his belt. He doesn't reach for it, though. Instead, he spits on the pavement, looking bored. "Not bad," he says, shrugging. "Didn't think you'd catch me." "Why are you following me?" "Orders from the boss." "What do you want?" He jerks his chin at me. "You tell me. You're the one that trapped me here." Anger coils in my chest, tightening like a vice. I keep seeing Riley's face, terrified, exhausted. I know this guy wasn't there, but it doesn't matter. They're all part of the same machine. I take another step forward. Tell Ironhead to cut the surveillance. If he wants that watch back so badly, he can get it himself. The man spits again and shrugs. "Doesn't matter what you say. I'll still be tailing you tomorrow." "Then next time we'll have this chat again." I raise my gun slightly, and I'll be less polite. Another shrug, another spit. "Go to hell." I shoot him in the knee. He howls in agony as he collapses. His gun hand jerks toward his waist, but I'm already there, grabbing his wrist and twisting until he screams. I yank his pistol free, eject the magazine, clear the chamber, and toss it all into a nearby dumpster. He starts crawling toward his van, groaning, but I step forward and grind my heel down onto his shattered knee. He goes pale with pain. "Tell your boss to back off," I growl. "Remind him I'm doing this job because he asked, not because he owns me." "You bastard," he gasps, tears streaking his cheeks. "You ruined my knee." Be grateful that's all I ruined. I step back and walk past him into his van. It reeks of stale beer and trash. Fast food wrappers, coffee cups, a half-eaten sandwich. A camera sits on the passenger seat. I grab it and wipe the memory card clean. Then I park the van out on the street, leave it double parked with the door wide open, and walk back to my car. The man slumped against the alley wall, typing something on his phone with shaking hands. "You're dead for this," he snarls at me. I snort as I slide into my car. We'll see about that. As I drive off, my mind races. That was reckless, stupid even. Ironhead will be pissed I shot one of his guys, but he'll understand. He knows exactly what kind of man I am. Under normal circumstances, I'd never pull a stunt like that. I'd keep it professional, calm. But lately, with Riley, I've been making decisions with my heart instead of my head. And that might be the most dangerous thing of all. Still, at least now they'll think twice about following me. That should buy me a little breathing room, a chance to plan my next move before everything collapses around me.
Chapter 26. Riley. Once Alexan leaves for his meeting, I decide to visit my brother. I know Dad's probably out running errands, which makes it safe to drop by for an hour. On the way, I text Cass and invite her over later. Her reply comes back instantly, 1,000 times yes, see you soon. I swing by a cafe for coffee before heading inside. Hello, I call as I walk through the door. The house is silent. Anyone here? I carry everything into the kitchen and drop it on the table, rifling through the pile of mail. A couple unpaid bills sit there waiting, along with dishes crusted with food in the sink. Part of me wants to clean up, but I force myself to stop. I don't live here anymore. Dad doesn't deserve my time. I hear footsteps upstairs. Humming to myself, I start cooking eggs and toast. As I'm plating everything, Brendan shuffles into the kitchen behind me. Hey, little sister, he says with a tired smile as he sits down. Didn't expect to see you today. Just thought I'd stop by and... I turn around and freeze mid-sentence. My jaw drops. He looks awful. His right eye's swollen nearly shut, his lips split, and he's hunched slightly, favouring his left side like he's protecting his ribs. He tries to grin. What? Do I look that bad? Brendan. I trail off, unable to finish. He looks away, embarrassed. Instead of asking questions, I finish up breakfast, slide his plate over, and set a mug of coffee next to it. He blinks, surprised, but murmurs thanks. I sit across from him as we eat in silence, listening to forks scrape across ceramic. My stomach twists every time I glance at his bruised face. Something's horribly wrong. I've known something was off ever since he came home, but now it's all over his skin in black and blue. It's not as bad as it looks, he says once he's finished. He leans back, wincing as he sips his coffee. Have you looked in a mirror today? He prods his cheek and grimaces. Yeah, my poor handsome face. Handsome's generous, but sure. He laughs, then coughs, wincing again. I probably should have told you sooner, he admits softly. Told me what? His eyes meet mine, steady. The job I did out in Vegas didn't go according to plan. I sit with that for a second. Brendan freelances a lot. Mostly he runs jobs for the McGraths, but he picks up work from other crews whenever they need an extra hand. The Vegas gig was one of those. He starts explaining. It was a guy named Marcus Running Point with what sounded like a solid plan. Small casino, minimal security, easy money. Marcus knew how to work the back office, so Brendan and a couple others were there to grab cash. Everything went smooth at first, he says, cupping his coffee in both hands, steam curling around his bruised face. We hit the drop, used the manager's key card, and went for the vault. I packed my bag, the others filled theirs. We were supposed to head out right after, but somehow a fire broke out. Nobody knows how. The leftover stacks we couldn't take went up fast. Smoke everywhere, alarms blaring, sprinklers came on. The whole building locked down. The other guys panicked. I went for the door, and the key card still worked. I slipped out. I thought they were right behind me. But they weren't. He stops talking. I already know where this is going. He's told me countless times. You never leave your crew behind unless it's every man for himself and there's no choice. If your team gets caught while you walk free, nobody wants to work with you again. And most thieves have friends who'll make sure you pay for it. They think you set the fire, I say quietly. He nods, looking defeated. It was the Los Sombras cartel bankrolling it. If I'd known that, I'd never have touched it. Marcus lied to us, said it was just him. But the other guys got arrested, and while they didn't rat me out, they told their friends I left them there. Now Los Sombras thinks I burned it down to steal everything myself. Brendan! My chest tightens painfully. Oh, God. He tries to laugh and gestures to his battered face. Beating me up is just the start. I nod, numb. What he means is, this is nothing compared to what they'll do to him next. Why haven't they, I swallow hard, finished the job? They think I've still got the cash. They want it back before they bury me. Do you have it? He shakes his head miserably. If I did, I'd be on a beach in Costa Rica right now. I thought Liam might protect me, but you know how it is. You take outside work, you're on your own when it goes sideways. Jesus! I stand and start pacing, my sneakers squeaking on the tiles. I can't sit still. This is so F-ucked. Liam is such a bastard. Don't blame him, Brendan says softly. He's not going to go to war with the cartel over me, even if he wanted to. I want to scream, smash dishes, anything. We both know how this ends. Los Sombras aren't just rumors. They'll torture him for days, weeks if they want, until he either gives up the cash or dies from the pain. And he doesn't even have the money. I can't believe this is happening. I slump into the chair across from him, my hands shaking. I want to help you. Maybe Alexan won't risk it either. Brotherhood won't cross Los Sombras for some random Irish guy, married in or not. He stands up slowly, gathering plates. Come on, Riles. Let's not dwell on it. Sit with me for a while. Pretend everything's normal. Brendan, please, just walk with me. I need to move. Sitting hurts more. I swallow the lump in my throat. My brother, the strongest person I know, looks so small right now. Yeah, okay, I say, forcing a smile. Bet you can't even make it to the end of the block. He grins, though it doesn't reach his eyes. Bet I can leave you in the dust. Yeah, right. We head out together into the sun. He sets a slow pace, and I walk beside him, making small talk about nothing, feeling the weight of the world press down on my shoulders, heavier with every step. Chapter 27. Dash. Riley. Cass scans the living room, her eyes wide. God, I love this weird place, she says, clapping. Weird? I pour her a glass of wine. I almost grab myself one too, but pause and choose seltzer instead. She doesn't comment on it. What's so weird about it? There's literally no stuff anywhere. You're a stuff girl. She's not wrong. I brought pillows. I point to the neat stack of throw pillows piled at the end of the couch. Yeah, and they're working overtime trying to make this place look cozy. She raises an eyebrow. Also, it's very, you know. I don't know. Say it. Organized. She waves her hands as I glare. Not just clean. I mean precise. You saying my old place wasn't? I'm saying your old bedroom looked like a raccoon nest. No offense. Oh, none taken at all. I roll my eyes, grab a few pillows and toss them onto the floor. Better? She just arches her eyebrows. What's he going to do when he finds those there? He'll probably lint roll them and stack them back perfectly. Problem? Not for me. Sounds dreamy. She pretends to swoon and flops down onto the couch. But this house isn't really you. It's a process, okay? If anyone can fix it up, it's you. She leans against my shoulder, her voice dropping. Seriously, Riles, how are things with him? I think about his wound, the blood, the wild escape, our failed heist, the incredible sex. It's not bad. Not bad, she snorts. That sounds like the tip of the iceberg. We're figuring out how to live together. Wow, you paint such a vivid domestic picture. He's a neat freak, like obsessively organized. I wave a hand around at the immaculate room. And besides that? He falls asleep in 10 seconds flat, reads every night before bed. He reads? Mr. Tall, Dark, and Mobster reads books. Mostly history, some science fiction thrillers. Listens to endless podcasts too. Honestly, I think he's the smartest man I've ever met. Okay, that part I didn't expect. Podcasts and historical biographies don't scream mafia boss. I know, but it's true. And what about... She wiggles her eyebrows. The other stuff. We're working on it. My face heats up, and I sip my seltzer to hide it. Sounds like you're working on a lot. She snuggles closer, voice soft. I just want to make sure you're okay. I'm good, really. He's kind, distant sometimes, but protective. I thought he'd be controlling, but he isn't. She lets out a breath of relief. God, I was terrified I'd come over and find you broken and miserable. Nope, still me, scheming and thriving. And rhyming terribly. She sits up, stretching her legs. Glad to know you're still a weirdo. Show me the rest of the place. I take her on a tour. We joke and tease like always, and I realize how much I missed her. Living with Alexandre felt like my old life went on pause. I barely talked to anyone besides Cass. But now, with the shock of marriage fading, I'm finally seeing what my life could become. And maybe it isn't so bad. Except, for the homicidal syndicate hunting us down, we end up sitting out back on the porch. I want to tell her everything about Mantis, but I can't drag her into this. She'd run straight to Liam, and Alexandre doesn't want anyone involved, least of all McGrath's head. Instead, I tell her about Brendan. She doesn't look surprised. I heard some cousins talking, she admits. They said whatever he did went south fast, but no details. He thinks he can handle it, but I'm not so sure. So what will you do? For now, keep calm, don't make it worse, but I can't just sit here forever. I didn't think so. That wouldn't be you. Can you do me a favor? Ask around, see what you hear. Of course, she nods firmly. I'll find out what I can. We drift to lighter topics, but in the back of my mind I keep seeing Brendan hunched at the kitchen table, bruised and defeated. Normally he's the guy with a cocky smile, acting like life's a game. Seeing him so broken kills me. We're still chatting when Alexandre comes home. He doesn't notice us at first, so I wave him down. Cass, this is my husband, Alexandre. Alexandre, my best friend. Great to finally meet you, Cass says brightly. He frowns, staring too long before giving her a quick handshake. Yeah, you too. I say, glancing between them. We were just hanging out. Want to join? No, he says curtly, turning away. You sure? She's a delight. I'm sure. He steps inside without looking back. Cass frowns at me. I shrug awkwardly. Must be busy. Totally. I need to get going anyway. We hug, promising to meet again soon, but his coldness sours the vibe. I see her out and shut the door, rage bubbling up inside me. What the hell was that? This was the first time I brought a friend here, and he acts like a complete jerk. I stomp down the hall to his office, furious. We need to talk, I snap. He barely glances up. No, we don't. The way you treated Cass was rude. You realize that, right? No, it wasn't. You acted like she wasn't even welcome here. I don't care if your friends come over, it's your house too. Then why were you such an asshole? He finally turns. his jaws tight, his eyes stormy. I'm distracted. That's not an excuse. I know things are intense right now. No, Riley, you don't get it. He rubs his forehead like he's in pain. I step back slightly, shocked by his tone. He's never spoken to me like that before. What happened today? I ask, voice gentler now. Why are you like this? He exhales, leaning back. Mantis has been tailing me. My heart thumps harder. Okay, but that's not unexpected, right? It wouldn't be, except today I reacted. He gestures vaguely at his gun on the desk. I shot one of their guys. My mouth drops open. You did what? I sent a message. They were getting too close, but maybe it was a bad call. His gaze flicks to mine. Impulsive. You? Impulsive? Mr. Strategic Planning and Cold Logic lost control? I almost laugh. Almost. That's unexpected. I had my reasons, but now I think I did it out of anger. He stares past me. Anger because they chased my wife down and nearly hurt her. Alexan, I whisper. Mantis wasn't even there. Those guards were theirs, even indirectly. I know it wasn't rational. I lost it. So you shot a man. You do that a lot, don't you? Not a lot. He sighs, meeting my eyes. But often enough. Then you'll get over it. Still doesn't excuse how you acted with Cass. He leans forward, elbows on his knees. I brace for a fight, for him to belittle my feelings like every other man I've known. But he doesn't. Instead, he nods slowly. You're right, he says. I blink. What? I shouldn't have been rude to your friend. I'm processing a bad decision and wasn't available to be a good husband. I'm sorry, and tell Cass I apologize too. I stand there, anger fading, leaving me stunned. I think this is the first argument I've ever actually won. Don't think of it as winning. Think of it as being in a relationship where your voice matters. I stare at him. Who are you? He gets up, crossing the room. His gaze is cool and intense, but his lips curl into a faint smile. I'm yours, he says, his hands gripping my hips as he steps closer. How angry are you right now? I was ready to rip your head off. He presses into me, voice low. Angry enough to punish me? Are you turning this into sex? I'm offering to make it up to you. By having sex with me. If you want to put it crudely. His lips brush my neck. A shiver runs down my spine. Then yes. I bite my lip. God, what is wrong with me? But he did apologize. And if he really shot someone today, well, no wonder he's distracted. Cass will accept his apology. And as I slide my fingers into his hair, pulling him down to kiss me, I realize I already have too. Chapter 28, Riley. His kiss crashes into me, searing and demanding, as he holds my wrists pinned above my head. I push back against him, feeling all the frustration I've been carrying simmer into a hot pulse of desire. I think it's time for a little game, he murmurs, suddenly spinning me around. I let out a startled gasp as he presses me against the wall, strong hands anchoring my hips. You've been holding on to all this tension. I'm going to help you let it go. And how do you plan on doing that? I ask, my breath catching as his lips graze my ear. By giving you what you need. I open my mouth to argue, but before I can speak, he pulls my hair gently and kisses down the side of my neck, his touch sending sparks flickering along my skin. With quick, assured motions, He slides his hands down my waist, making me shiver. "You're so beautiful like this," he whispers, pressing a kiss to my shoulder. "All mine." "Is that what this is about?" I manage to say, though my voice is barely steady. "Reminding me who I belong to." Something like that. He turns me to face him again, his gaze dark and intense. My pulse hammers as he lifts me effortlessly, carrying me across the hallway into the guest room. He sits on the edge of the bed and pulls me down onto his lap, his arms caging me in. "Look at you," he says, his voice husky as his hands slide along my thighs, slow and possessive. "You're trembling." "I'm not," I lie, but my voice betrays me with a breathless hitch. His lips curve into a knowing smile. "You always try to be so strong." He leans forward, brushing his mouth over mine with a teasing, feather-light kiss that makes me chase after him, wanting more. His fingers dig into my hips, pulling me closer until my chest is pressed against his. "You drive me insane," he whispers, kissing me harder now, deeper, until I melt against him completely. His hand cups my jaw as he kisses me slow and unhurried, exploring every part of my mouth like he has all the time in the world. My hands find his shoulders, feeling the tension coiled in his muscles. I press closer, wanting to ease whatever darkness is swirling inside him. When he finally pulls back, I'm dazed and breathless. He studies me with eyes dark as midnight, thumb stroking over my bottom lip. "You have no idea how badly I need you," he murmurs, his forehead resting against mine. "Every second I spend away from you, I feel like I'm losing my mind." I swallow hard, my chest aching at the confession. "Then don't let go," I whisper. "I won't." He kisses me again, fierce and consuming, his grip tightening like he's terrified I'll vanish. His lips trail down my neck, lingering at the sensitive spot just below my ear. I tilt my head back, a shaky sigh slipping out as his mouth moves over my skin, each kiss sending warmth curling low in my belly. "You're mine, Riley," he says softly, his voice a low promise. "All of you." "And you're mine," I whisper back, tangling my fingers in his hair and pulling him up to kiss me again. He lays me back on the bed, hovering over me, his weight pressing me into the mattress in a way that makes my heart flutter with anticipation. His eyes roam my face, searching, memorizing. "You're beautiful," he says, brushing his knuckles down my cheek. "Even when you're angry, especially then." I laugh quietly, but the sound dissolves into a shaky exhale when he kisses me again, slower this time, as if savoring every second. His hand rests on my waist, thumb stroking gentle circles over my ribs. We stay like that for a long moment, just breathing each other in, letting the quiet intimacy settle around us. I feel his warmth, his steady presence, and I realize I've never felt safer than I do in his arms right now. He leans down, his lips hovering over mine, and whispers, "I don't ever want to lose you." "You won't," I promise, reaching up to cup his face. "I'm not going anywhere." He kisses me again, deep and unhurried, as if sealing the vow between us. And in that moment, wrapped up in him, all the fear and chaos fades away, leaving only us, two people clinging to each other in a world determined to tear us apart.
Chapter 29 - Alexan. No one follows me to Pomegranate House the next morning. Looks like Mantis finally got the message. I hate being tailed. Darren, William, and Eric are already settled at a table in the corner when I arrive. Darren's entertaining them with some ridiculous story from back in the day. All three have steaming mugs in front of them. I nod to the waitress to bring me one as I pull up a chair. And I told him, "Listen here, you little punk. That's a bar stool, not a damn sex toy." Darren's grinning as he gestures like he's climbing a rope, and the other two burst into loud laughter. My coffee arrives as their laughter fades. I let them enjoy it for a second. It's good seeing them get along. I need them sharp and focused, but team chemistry matters more than people realize. That's half the reason I keep Darren around. He's charismatic and talkative, making him the glue that holds a group together. William's more reserved and serious, while Eric's still too fresh to know where he fits in yet. "You missed out, boss," Darren says with a smirk. "Want me to run it back for you?" Only if at least half of it actually happened. In that case, better not. William chuckles, shaking his head. Knew it was bullshit. That wasn't real. Eric sounds crushed. What about the bank hack story? That part's true, Darren says with a proud glint in his eyes before shooting me a look. You remember that one? Darren can't go more than 10 minutes without reliving his greatest moment. I take a sip, hiding my smile. Hey, I broke into a bank and pinned it on the jerk who stole my girlfriend. He never should have touched her. Darren stretches his arms above his head, looking pleased. The irony is, you didn't even like her, I remind him. True. He sighs dramatically. But it was the principle. Cold, William mutters, though there's admiration in his tone. I love it, Eric says, raising his coffee. Here's to meaningless revenge. The finest kind, Darren agrees, tapping his cup to Eric's. I let them banter for a while longer before knocking on the table. All right, let's get to work. We run through operational plans first. Facility access, digital security protocols, the usual logistics. William shares a few ideas for upcoming hacks, and I encourage discussion, trying to pull Eric into the conversation whenever I can. As we're wrapping up, I drum my fingers lightly to grab their attention. I've got a personal favor to ask, I say, looking over at Darren. His expression turns guarded instantly. My wife's brother is having issues with Los Sombras. William's brow lifts. Eric crosses his arms and leans back, but it's Darren who responds, his tone easy yet edged. And what's that got to do with us? He's warning me not to drag them into something dangerous again. Noted. I just need information. Brendan got mixed up in a botched heist out in Vegas. I need to know who was on that job with him, who brought in Los Sombras, and which of their people are operating here in Baltimore. Anything you can dig up will help. Just intel? Eric asks, sounding relieved. I can handle that. Hold on. William cuts in, frowning. Los Sombras isn't some street crew. They're cartel. They're cartel, yeah, Eric says with a shrug. But I've got some contacts. This isn't brotherhood business, I clarify. No payouts attached. Eric just grins. Call it me proving my worth. He practically jumps out of his chair. Give me 2 days. He leaves before I can warn him to be careful. William follows, pausing to murmur, I'll keep him out of trouble. That leaves Darren watching me with narrowed eyes as he nurses his coffee. Go on, I say. Say it. Say what? You know what? He sighs, setting his cup down. That maybe you shouldn't drop personal issues on your crew? Or push Eric to do something reckless? Or maybe you already tried to screw me over? I wasn't screwing you over, I snap. You're standing here, aren't you? He holds my gaze, then his shoulders loosen slightly. I get it. You're in deep. I don't know what's going on, but I can smell the rot. I push back from the table. You don't have to help. Come on, he mutters, getting up to follow me out. You know I will. Just be careful. I want to argue, to tell him to back off, but I don't. Because he's right. I'm dragging them into something darker than they realize. We step out onto the sidewalk, and before I can say anything else, a black sedan glides to a stop beside us. Darren's hand moves discreetly to his jacket, where I know he's packing. The window rolls down, revealing Jeremy Fong's sharp, polite smile. "Gentlemen," he greets, his voice smooth. "Alexan, might I borrow you for a moment?" "It's all right," I tell Darren quietly, but he doesn't move. "You sure?" I almost smile at his loyalty. "Yeah, head home. I'll call later." He backs off reluctantly, eyes locked on Jeremy as he walks away. "Protective friends," Jeremy remarks lightly, but unnecessary. I walk around the car and slide into the back seat. Immediately, there's a pistol pointed at my head. The passenger, a stocky guy in a tactical jacket, isn't bothering to hide the threat. "You've got protective friends too," I say calmly as I shut the door. The sedan pulls away from the curb, merging into traffic. Jeremy studies me for a long moment. "You shot one of my men yesterday. He was following me. We might have overstepped by setting that tail, but still, it was an overreaction. I didn't kill him." "No, you didn't." He smiles thinly. "Maybe I should take your hand. That wouldn't be death, so you couldn't complain." I keep silent, jaw locked tight. My gut churns as the gun remains trained on me. One bump in the road, and this guy's trigger finger might jerk. "I'm losing patience," Jeremy continues softly. "When we hired you, you seemed confident." "That was before I realized how complex this job really is," I reply. "I'm working on it." "Progress? Not as much as I'd like." "Meaning none," he says flatly. "This is disappointing. Perhaps your reputation is overstated." "I'll get it done, but you need to give me time." His eyes flick over my face like he's searching for something. "I've been patient already. You've given me nothing but excuses." "I'm giving you honesty." He leans back. "One more week." "That's not enough." "It's all you get." He taps the driver, who begins slowing down. "No more delays. No more shooting my men. No more games. You understand what happens if you fail." The car rolls to a stop. The gun never lowers. "I hope our next conversation is more pleasant," I say, opening the door. Jeremy leans forward slightly. "One last thing. Tell your pretty wife I said hello." The window rolls up, and they drive away, leaving me alone on the cracked sidewalk. I stand there, staring after the car as a cold rage coils in my chest. He knows something's off. He doesn't have proof yet, but he suspects. And now he's using Riley to keep me in line. I clench my fists and force myself to breathe. Acting rash got me here. I won't make that mistake again. 1 week. That's all I have left to figure out how to save her.
Chapter 30 Riley. I'm sick of staring at empty white walls and stacks of magazines nobody ever reads. This is my home now, right? So why shouldn't I be allowed to change things up? That's how I justify it when I go on a spontaneous redecorating spree. I whip out the sleek metal credit card Alexan gave me and start ordering home goods through local couriers. It costs a small fortune, but he never gave me a spending limit. Besides, once I'm in this mood, there's no stopping me. Soon, Boxes start arriving filled with cute baskets, plush throws, more decorative pillows than anyone realistically needs, and plenty of cheerful art prints. I get busy immediately. Half his stuff ends up piled in corners or stashed down in the basement. I consider painting the walls but decide I don't have the time for that today. Instead, I pour my personality into every room. Cozy chic is the vibe. Lots of pastels, soft textures, and floral touches. I swap out his dark curtains for elegant lavender drapes. I replace the cold coffee table with a stunning glass piece trimmed in gold from a local shop. I add fresh flowers, big leafy plants, and little decorative animal figurines everywhere. Honestly, I lose my mind for 6 hours straight. I'm halfway through sprucing up the second floor when I hear the front door open. For a second, it's like I've been pulled out of a dream. I freeze, realizing only now that maybe, just maybe, I went a bit too far. "What is this?" His voice is sharp with confusion as I hurry downstairs. "It's not what it looks like," I blurt out, even though it is exactly what it looks like. He's standing by the kitchen island, staring at the living room disaster. I'll admit, the place looks like chaos exploded, packing paper everywhere, boxes scattered, stuff on every available surface. It's as if Free People merged with IKEA, and the result vomited all over the house. "What did you do?" he asks slowly, turning to face me. I lift my hands defensively. "Just made some small changes." "Small?" He gestures broadly at the wreckage. "This is small to you." "Okay, maybe it's a bit much. Earlier I got inspired and tore my house apart." I pause. I'm about to apologize, but something in his tone irritates me. "Our house," I correct him. His jaw tightens. "Does it matter?" "The point is, it does matter." I step closer, planting my hands on my hips. "Say it. Our house." He scowls. I don't have to say anything. "But now I really think you do." "I've welcomed you here, haven't I? I don't owe you a statement. You're the one on trial right now." "Trial?" I grab a wooden elephant figurine from a box. "You think this is a trial? Look, I get this isn't your aesthetic, but it's mine. I live here too." "Yes, you do." "Then I should have a say in how it looks." "That's not the point." "It is to me. You just said my house. I know this marriage was sudden and neither of us chose it, but at least act like you want this to work." His expression darkens as he strides forward. He grips my waist, yanking me against him, and turns so I'm pinned to the counter. His hands dig into my hips. "Do you really think I don't want this to work?" he asks in a low voice edged with restraint. "I don't know what you want," I admit, my pulse hammering. I'm not afraid, but I definitely touched a nerve. He leans in, brushing his lips against my neck. A shiver dances down my spine as he exhales softly, almost like a growl. "This started as an arrangement," he murmurs. "Something neither of us asked for, but it's changed." "Changed? How?" "You're my wife now." He presses a kiss to my shoulder, his hand threading into my hair. "You're part of my life." "Is that because of Mantis?" "No," he whispers against my skin. "In spite of them. God, Riley, you really don't get it." I brace my hands on his chest and look up into his eyes, seeing a flicker of raw emotion there he usually keeps hidden. "Then explain it to me." He tilts his forehead to mine, lips ghosting over mine. "Is this what today was? Making a mess just so I'd punish you? Don't flatter yourself." He tugs my hair gently, pulling a gasp from me. "Admit it. You love it when I get worked up." Honestly, I hadn't thought about it that way, but it's a nice bonus. arrogant as ever. His deep, husky laugh ripples through me. Arrogant. He kisses me harder, hunger igniting in that kiss. Or honest. His tongue claims my mouth, and I moan softly, gripping his shirt tighter. He pulls my hair firmer, and my legs wrap around his waist as he lifts me onto the counter. He rocks against me, breathing raggedly. "You drive me insane," he growls, kissing down my neck. His hands slip under my top and peel it off before unclasping my bra. "And you have zero self-control," I tease breathlessly. "Because of you." He flicks his tongue over my nip, making me arch against him. A needy whimper escapes my lips. "You know exactly what you're doing." "I study you every day." His voice is rough with truth. "All I want is to know how to make you happy. And this is how." He sucks harder, rolling his tongue over the piercing until I'm trembling. I think it helps. "I just wanted to redecorate," I whisper, dazed by pleasure. "And now look at you." He eases me down from the counter and turns me so my chest presses against the granite. He tugs my jeans down, leaving me bare from the waist down. I feel the warmth of his breath on my neck as he runs his hand across my hip. "This was your plan, wasn't it?" he murmurs, trailing his fingers back up to cup my breast. "To tempt me." "No," I say, breath catching as he grips my hair. But I'm not complaining. His dark laugh sends heat coursing through me. "Good." He presses his chest to my back, his strong body enveloping mine, his lips brushing my ear as he whispers, "Next time, you'll ask me before you make changes." Is this about control? I arch back, rubbing against him teasingly. "You just want to feel in charge." "I want a conversation," he says, voice low. "We're in this together, remember?" "Then act like it." He lets out a frustrated groan, spinning me around to face him again. He cups my cheeks and kisses me with a hunger that's nearly painful, like he's trying to devour every breath from my lungs. When he pulls away, his eyes blaze with a fierce tenderness. "You're mine," he says roughly, "and I'm yours." I press my forehead against his. "Yeah," I breathe. "We're each other's." He smiles softly, a rare, vulnerable smile, and kisses me again. Slower this time. When we finally pull apart, he looks around at the mess. "It's different," he admits. I laugh, feeling light. "It's us." He raises a brow. "Pink curtains." "Our curtains." He exhales a half laugh, half sigh, shaking his head as he hugs me tighter. "Fine, but next time, maybe less pink." "No promises," I tease, hugging him back. We spend the rest of the afternoon cleaning up boxes and reorganizing the chaos. Later, we sit on the back porch, my feet propped in his lap as he massages them, and for the first time in forever, everything feels exactly as it should.
Chapter 31. oceanofpdf.com. Alexanne. I drive over to Riley's old house and park out front. She hesitates before getting out, frowning at the front door. "Does it feel strange now?" I ask her. "It shouldn't, but it does. I mean, how long have we been married? It feels like it's been forever." "I know what you mean. This was my home for a long time. I didn't want to leave, and now I can't imagine coming back. It's strange how fast life can change." I push my door open and get out. She follows, and we head inside together. "Brendan," she calls out. I head into the kitchen to wait while she checks upstairs for her brother. The house is in good shape. It's slightly messy, but her father clearly did well for himself. I don't know much about the man except that he's well respected in the McGrath organization. He's got a reputation for ruthlessness on the streets, which makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure where he is. Riley comes trudging down the steps, looking worried. I thought he'd stick around the house for a while. I'm sure he's okay. Yeah, you're probably right. She takes out her phone and starts texting. But I'm going to ask around anyway in case someone knows where he's at. The back door opens as she sends out her messages. I'm on edge until her father trudges in through the mudroom and pauses to frown at us both. He glances at her, then at me, clearly surprised to see us. He's got a bag of groceries under one arm. Not going to offer to help? He says sharply to Riley. She leaps up. Sorry, I was just about to. She hurries over and takes the bag from him. He frowns at her, looking hard and unhappy as she unpacks it. She doesn't even live here anymore and she's still doing his chores. What are you two doing here? He asks, glancing at me. Hope things are going well, Alexan. Things are fine, I say. We were just looking for Brendan, Riley adds quickly. Do you know where he is? That boy comes and goes as he pleases. Her father stomps over to the refrigerator and takes out a beer. He cracks it and sucks some down. I hear he's been spending more and more time over at that new pub they opened. What's it called? The Hen and the Snare. Riley looks at me and nods a little. We should check it out. Not even going to visit with your old man? Her father looks at her with mild disgust. Can't say I'm surprised. You did your duty and got married, and now you've forgotten all about the people that raised you. That isn't true, she says. It's not? And how many times have you visited? But no, that's all right. You have a husband and responsibilities in his house now. Just thought you wouldn't abandon your father so quickly. She stares at him, clearly taken aback. Anger rushes through me. I turn to him, ready to put the bastard in his place, but Riley holds a hand out to stop me. I'll do better, she says, wilting slightly. What the fuck? She'll do better? She doesn't owe this man a goddamn thing, not if he's going to talk to her like that. But her shoulders slump, and it's like she's sucking into herself before my eyes. Normally, she's strong and outgoing, but what the fuck is this? Yeah, that's what you always say. He finishes off the beer and tosses the can in the sink. Never happens, though. Good to see you, Alexan. Good luck with that one. He gives Riley one more shake of his head before he walks off. When he's gone, I turn to her, but she just grabs my hand and pulls me away. I follow, not sure what the fuck that was, but she holds on tight enough that I can't get away without yanking hard. It's not until we're in the car again that she finally turns to me. It doesn't matter. Your dad treats you like shit. I said it doesn't matter. Riley! Stop, okay? I know it's pathetic. I know I turn into this little weakling whenever he's around, all right? It doesn't feel good, but I can't help it. He just makes me feel so fucking small. I reach out and put a hand on her knee. She wipes her face, and all I want to do is go back in that house so I can break her father's fucking face into tiny little pieces. Nobody makes my wife feel small. Not even her own fucking father. Especially not her father. I'll kill him for you, I offer gently. She smiles like I'm kidding. Thanks, but that'd only make me feel guilty. Then stand up to him. Don't take that shit. Easier said than done. Try anyway. I'm here for you, baby. I'm on your side. Don't let that man push you around. She leans back and stares at the roof of the car. I know you're right, okay? All my life I keep telling myself that I won't take his crap anymore. But it never happens. If anyone else talked to me the way my father talks to me, I'd kick them in the freaking throat. But with him, it's like I just take it and keep letting him break me down. I hate myself for it, but I can't change. You can, I whisper, reaching over to stroke her cheek with my thumb. I cross the distance between us and kiss her. You're strong. You can do so much more than you give yourself credit for. Don't let anyone talk to you like that. I'll try. She smiles a little. But I'll probably just take my anger out on you. Be my guest. It might be fun. She laughs and wipes her eyes. Come on, let's head over to the Hen and see if we can find Brendan. I start driving, but inwardly, I'm seething with rage and passion. I hate seeing Riley like that. I fucking hate her father for how shitty he is to her too. And maybe she doesn't want me to say anything to him. But the next time I see that, I won't be able to keep my mouth shut, much less my hands to myself. Oceanofpdf.com. Chapter 32. Oceanofpdf.com. Riley. I'm feeling pretty miserable when we park near the hen and the snare. It's bad enough letting my dad walk all over me, but letting it happen in front of Alexan is humiliating. I want to be a stronger person now that I'm out of my father's house. And I think I am, at least a little bit every day. Going back there makes me regress to that pathetic loser I used to be. And it makes me sick remembering the way my father's always been such a fucking bully. It's not easy to shrug off that shitty interaction as I head into the hen. Alexan follows close behind like a protective bloodhound. The place is loud and surprisingly crowded for the early evening, with most of the tables packed by youngish people and a lot of men and women in business casual clothes. I'm guessing they're the post-work rush. I don't see him, I mumble as we search the people at the bar. I really thought he'd be here. I check the back hall, and Alexan even pokes his head into the men's room. I'm about to totally give up when I come back out into the main room and spot my cousin Ricky sitting in the far corner. He glances up when I approach. His face is tense and his eyes are sunken, and right away I can tell something's wrong. He's a good friend of my brother's and a few years older than us both. I grew up with Ricky, and it's pretty obvious that he's surprised to see me, and not in a good way. "Riles, what's up?" he says, glancing uneasily at Alexan. My husband looms behind me, big and scary in his sleek Armani suit. "I'm looking for Brendan. Have you seen him?" Ricky clears his throat. I guess a little bit. My eyebrows raise. What's that mean? It's complicated, you know. Ricky squirms and downs his beer. I don't think he'd want you getting involved. Alexan steps forward. He leans in slightly. "Where is he?" he asks simply. Ricky stares at Alexan, clearly afraid. A little thrill runs into my stomach. It's one thing living with the gorgeous hulking monstrosity all the time, but it's another to see the way other people react to him, too. And I like it. The way Alexan demands respect. They showed up for him. Ricky looks from Alexan to me, clearly panicking. I couldn't do anything. I swear. I tried, but... Who came? Terror jolts into my stomach. Ricky, who the fuck came? They're out back, he whispers, looking down at the table then back up again. Don't go out there. Please, Riles, he wouldn't want you getting involved. Just let them figure it out, okay? You can wait here with me and... I'm already running. I sprint to the door, ignoring the looks I get, and fling it open. There's an alley alongside the hen, and that must be where they took him. I make it 2 steps before Alexan's got my arm. Hold on there, he snarls, pulling me back. Let me go, I say, struggling toward the alley entrance. Alexan, please. Brendan's in trouble. Let me go. You're being too loud, he snaps and drags me back. He pushes me against the wall. Deep breaths. Come on, fucking breathe, Riley. I'm going to take care of this, all right? But you've got to stay calm. I don't want you getting hurt. Alexan, I'm hyperventilating. I have to struggle to get myself under control. They're hurting him again. I know. He reaches into his jacket and pulls a gun from a concealed holster, but I'll handle it. He lets me go and turns to the alley. I follow him. I know I shouldn't. This isn't something I should see, but I have to know Brendan's okay. He gestures for me to wait further back, but I don't listen as he stalks down the narrow gap between buildings, his expensive loafers sloshing through stagnant, dirty water. There are figures down near the dumpsters. Dread fills me, cold and biting. Alexan doesn't slow as one person turns away and comes toward him. The man is short. He's maybe my height, but stocky, with dark buzzed hair and an ugly scar near his chin. Who the fuck are you? He demands. Beyond him, 2 more men are kicking something. It looks like a burlap sack, but then the sack moves, and I realize it's Brendan, bloody and battered, curled up in a little stretch of mud. Alexan doesn't answer. He darts forward, blindingly fast, and bashes the scarred man in the mouth. The scarred man staggers back, blood spilling from his lips as Alexan drops to one knee and raises his gun. He blows the skull off one of Brendan's attackers. I cover my mouth to keep from screaming. Blood splatters all over the dumpster in a spray of gore and red. The body slumps sideways and falls as the other attacker turns, pulling his own gun, looking terrified. Alexan moves. He's sleek and powerful. I'm in awe as he easily shoots the scarred man in the gut, grabs him by the neck, and jerks his head to the side. His spine cracks with an audible snap. Alexan uses the scarred man's corpse as a shield, shoving it forward. The last attacker staggers backward to keep the body from landing on him. That leaves Alexan enough time to cover the distance between them. The attacker tries to raise his gun, but Alexan knocks it sideways, knees him in the stomach, elbows him in the throat, and puts his gun against the man's temple. "Who do you work for?" Alexan asks. The man curses at him in rapid Spanish. "Try again." Alexan lowers the gun and shoots him in the foot. The man screams and falls to the ground. Alexan kneels on his throat and rips the gun from his hand. He tosses it aside. "Who do you work for?" he asks. "Los Sombras," the man says, whimpering, tears rolling down his face as his face turns red. Los Sombras, por favor, no me mates. Alexan leans harder on his neck, making him gag. He stays there for what feels like a very long time until the last Los Sombras attacker fades and slowly dies. I can't move. It happened so fast. There were 3 of them, and now there are none. All dead under Alexan's vicious and ruthless onslaught. My husband slowly stands, and I see him for what he is. Magnificent, brutal, deadly, beautiful. I've never wanted him more in my life. He glances back at me, his gaze dark and hooded. "Riley?" My brother's voice snaps me out of it. "Alexan? What the fuck?" I run to him. Brendan's covered in filth and blood. One eye is swollen shut, and he's missing at least one tooth. He spits more blood and groans, hand pressed against his side as he struggles to sit up. "I got you," I say, helping him. "Oh, God, Brendan, they were going to kill you." "Probably," he says, his face twisted in agony. "How did you find me?" "Ricky told us you were back here." I try to wipe some of the dirt from his face, but I only manage to smear the bloody mud around. "We'll get you help. The hospital—" "No," Brendan says sharply. "No hospital." I look at Alexan, panicking. "We have to do something." "We'll go back to our place," Alexan says. He goes to Brendan's other side and takes some of his weight. "We need to hurry, though. Someone heard those gunshots." "Fuck," Brendan whispers as we move. He's clearly in a lot of pain. "You killed them. They were Los Sombras." "And now they're all dead," Alexan says. "They can't talk, and you shouldn't either." We get him out of the alley and into the back of the car. I sit with him as Alexan drives fast away from the hen. I briefly wonder if I should text Ricky and let him know that Brendan's alive, but fuck it. He didn't do shit to help my brother. Alexan stays completely calm as he navigates back to the inner harbor. Once we're at the house, I help Brendan inside as gently as I can. I notice the front door isn't locked, but I'm too busy worrying about my brother to think about it. We head into the foyer, and I almost don't notice the basket lying at the foot of the steps until I'm right on top of it. "The fuck is that?" Brendan asks. We stagger backward. The smell is terrible, like something rotten. Alexan pushes forward, putting himself between me and whatever the thing is. He kneels down and lifts off a cloth covering the top. A human head is inside, and I know that face. "Oh my God," I say, gripping Brendan tightly. "Oh my God, oh my God." Jeremy Fong's lifeless eyes stare at nothing as flies buzz around his bloody mouth. Oceanofpdf.com. Chapter 33. Oceanofpdf.com. Alexan. I open the door to my safe house and make sure it's clear before letting Brendan come up. "It's not much," I tell him, gesturing at the sparsely furnished one-bedroom apartment. "But it's close, and it's safe." "It's more than enough." He hobbles inside, looking like absolute shit, but still alive. The doctor said he'd be fine given enough time to heal. But he's hunched in on himself, and I can tell the stress of what's happening is weighing as much as the injuries. I give him a quick tour. He ends up sitting down heavily on the couch, legs stretched out with a sigh. I place a loaded gun on the coffee table. You know why you're staying here, right? He stares at me, his face hard. I'm not safe right now. Los Sombras is no fucking joke. I leave the gun and step back. I have enough problems without them trying to kick down my door. I get it, don't worry. I saw that fucking head. I'll be fine here. You don't even need to do this much for me. We both know this is for Riley. He nods slowly. I figured. I'll be back in a few hours with groceries. If you have anything specific you need, tell me then. Don't call or text. Better yet, give me your phone. Seriously? Los Sombras is probably monitoring you. I hold out my hand. I'll get you a burner. Reluctantly, he tosses it over. I power it off and shove it into my pocket for disposal with a hammer when I get back home. Let me ask you something, Brendan says, adjusting himself with a grunt. He keeps one hand pressed to his ribs. You've been married to my sister for a little while now. Why are you willing to kill cartel men for her? You know what they say about gift horses. I'm being serious right now. I get it. You're hiding me because of Riley, but why are you going so far for her? Because she's my family now, which means you are too. He grunts and shakes his head. Bullshit. You were arranged to marry her. You don't actually owe me a damn thing, and you have no real reason to put yourself on the line for her family. Why do you care? I push back against the anger that starts to bloom. This isn't Brendan being ungrateful. I have to remember that this is a protective, worried older brother thinking about the safety of his little sister. I care because she's my wife. He stares at me. Do you really not understand what I'm trying to ask you here? He leans closer and grimaces at the movement. I want to know if you love my sister. I saw the way you looked at her. You immediately stepped in to protect her when we found that severed fucking head on your stairs. Is this just about your marriage? Or is it about more? I let the question rattle around in my head before answering, but I already know the truth. I've known it for a while now. Maybe ever since the first time I kissed her. It's about more, I tell her brother. I'm in love with her. Brendan sighs and leans back. He closes his eyes and nods to himself. Thank fuck. It's really that much of a relief? Just means you're going to do everything in your power to make sure she's safe. That takes a whole lot of stress off my shoulders. I'll die before someone hurts her. I turn away and walk to the door. Don't go anywhere. I believe you, he calls after me. Just make sure she does too. I head back down to the car. Fucking hell, what am I doing? Telling some stranger that I'm in love with his sister? A few months ago, I never would have imagined I could be capable of feeling love. And yet, here I am, burning down my life for a woman. Riley's everything, her stubbornness, her strength, her pride, even her impulsiveness. She's beautiful, but she's also clever and funny. When she's around, it's like all the cold, hard darkness hanging heavy on my soul turns to smoke and drifts away. I'm lighter than I've ever been. When I get back to the house, I have to turn off the security system before I can get back inside. I reactivate it once I'm through the door. Whoever slipped in here and left that head was good, but now I'm going to be twice as paranoid. How is he? Riley asks. She's sitting on the edge of our bed, looking worn out and stressed. The head is long gone. That'll be disposed of along with Brendan's phone, though I probably won't use a hammer on it. He's in pain, but he'll be all right. I need to get him some groceries and things in a little bit. I sit beside her and put a hand on her leg. You okay? Just keep thinking about it. She stares down at her hands. I met him, you know. I saw him alive not all that long ago. Does it help knowing he was a very bad man? I guess so. He would have happily cut off both our heads given the chance. You're really good at this comforting thing. I put my arm around her shoulders and pull her close. I'll take care of this, I promise. That's the thing. They were in here. What if they found the watch? It's locked in a safe. They didn't. I doubt they even went beyond the entryway. Otherwise, they would have been here waiting for us when we got back. But my point is, they could have. Mantis is dangerous, but we'll be safe here. Fong's head was a message, but the fact that they didn't try to kill us too means there's still time. She nods to herself, and I hope she understands. Fong got killed because he messed up, and his bosses must have found out about it. We're still here because those same bosses need us to fix Fong's mistake. They won't be nearly as patient as he's been, though. I can feel the noose tightening, and I need to find a way to slip us both free. What I told Brendan was true. I'm in love with Riley. It took me a little while to identify the feeling, but saying it out loud to him only crystallized it in my heart. She's my wife, but she's more than that. She's my light. She's a pair of wings keeping me from dropping into the black pit my life had become before her. I hope you're right. She leans into me, and I hold her tighter. Her chin tilts up, and I bend down to kiss her softly. She pushes harder into that kiss, and I drag her into my lap, running my hands through her hair, our lips pressed together. She grinds herself slowly, and I can taste the desperation on her tongue. "You're safe, baby," I whisper as she pulls her shirt up over her head. "I promise, you're safe because you're mine." I kiss her neck and down to her breasts. Sometimes her impulsiveness works out in my favor. She buries my mouth with hungry kisses. I think she's looking for a distraction, and I'm happy to provide it. We kiss like that for a while, building the tension until it's starting to boil over, and only then do I finally turn her and pin her down to the bed. Once she's writhing, I suck her nipple while I open her jeans and slip my hand down between her legs. Her moans are like heaven as I lick her and tease her wet lips, gliding my fingers up and down before plunging them inside. "Oh my God," she whispers as I suck her piercing. "That feels so fucking good." "You taste incredible." I kiss her mouth again, tongue invading her teeth. "I promise, baby, you're all mine. Every inch of you is mine, and I protect the people who are important to me." She pulls me on top of her and wriggles out of her pants. She grabs my pants and yanks them down, desperately kissing me, moaning, pulling at them, begging for me to fuck her. It's fast and filthy, and I fill her to the brim with one hard thrust, filling her up and holding her there as she shivers in my arms. "God, yes," she moans and bites my shoulder. Her fingers dig into my back. "I need this." "I need you," I tell her, stroking in and out. She's so fucking wet and warm. It's incredible. "I need every inch of you. I need my wife. I need her moaning, gasping, begging. I need her pregnant." Her mouth drops open as I fuck her. We grind into each other. There are no worries, no fear, nothing at all past wanting to climax together. I fill her over and over, and she rolls her hips, encouraging me, wanting more and more as our pace increases, and I glide harder between her legs. "That's right, baby. This is all I need." I fuck her faster, kissing her, my hands on her hips. "I want to feel it, baby. I want to feel you come." "Alexanne," she gasps, arching her back, and I bite down on her pierced nipple. "That does it," she moans, eyes rolling back, and I keep fucking her as she comes. It's heaven, and I can't take much more before I'm exploding deep between her legs. The orgasm is intense and perfect, and we end up lying together in tangled, sweaty sheets. I hold her tight, our bodies close, our breathing synced, and I marvel at how this feels. "Can I tell you something?" I run my fingers slowly down her bare spine, trying to memorize every bump and curve. "Sure." She's practically purring in my arms. "This right here is my favorite thing in the world." "What?" "Fucking me." She smiles a little. "Better be." "Fucking you and everything that comes after." I kiss her gently. "It's funny. I was dreading this marriage, and now I can't imagine ever living without you." "Even though I'm so much trouble?" "I'm able to overlook it for now." She grins and leans into me. "Good. Me too." We stay like that, and I feel better than I ever have in my life, even as the world crumbles down and two different vicious groups are poised to murder us at any moment. Life doesn't get better than this. oceanofpdf.com.
Chapter 34. Alexan. I swear, this is the last time I let Darren choose where we meet. What's with that look? He asks, loading up his plate with a mountain of chicken wings. A dancer sways half-heartedly behind him on stage. You brought us to a strip club? He shrugs, frowns at his plate, and tosses a few more wings on before walking to the back booth where William and Eric are already sitting. It's noisy, he explains as he slides into his seat. I pull up a chair at the edge. Hard for anyone to listen in. Plus, this place is owned by the McGraths. That doesn't make it better, I mutter. If anything, being here is worse since it's my wife's family's place. Eric barely tears his eyes from the dancer. Beats a bar, at least, though I'm not impressed by the afternoon lineup. Focus, I snap, pointing at Darren. No more strip clubs for meetings. He just shrugs and digs into his food. Seriously, it's perfect. Dim lighting, wide sight lines so nobody sneaks up, and music loud enough to drown out anything we say. He's got a point, William admits, tossing a sugar packet at Eric. Though I'm not exactly enjoying the scenery. What? It's wrong to appreciate a good pair of tits? Eric scoffs. Enough, I growl. Try acting like professionals. Darren waves a wing in the air. Why bother if we're just going to act like bankers? This is the fun of being criminals. I didn't sign up for midday strip club runs, William says, rubbing his forehead. Let's get to work, I say, gesturing at Eric. What have you found? He straightens, eyes flicking from the stage to me. We've actually been busy. Los Sombras has been ruffling feathers all over the city, so plenty of people were happy to talk. We made contact with some of their ex-partners, William adds. They were helpful. Eric pulls out a folder from his backpack and slides it across the table. I flip it open to a profile photo of a man with dark hair, sunglasses, and a thick beard. Diego Navarro, Eric begins, also called El Espectro, runs East Coast operations, mainly in Baltimore now, but has bases in New York, Philly, and Boston. There isn't much on his background, but he's known as a top assassin. That's why they call him the Ghost, William says. He's a master at getting in and out unnoticed. I flip through the notes. What else? We've got an address. Apparently he's been getting sloppy lately, and a few people figured out where he's staying. Not very ghost-like, Darren quips. Ignoring him, I turn to the final page. This is his place. It's decent, William nods. Nothing too flashy. We're unsure about his security setup, Eric continues. I haven't surveilled it yet, but he's got chatter running through a wide network. I ran a quick scan from nearby and think we could breach it without too much trouble. You mean Alexan could? Darren corrects with a smirk. Eric here couldn't break into a cardboard box. Eric flips him off. From what we gathered, Diego was involved in the job that burned Brendan. He might have funded the whole thing. The other crew members are still locked up, William adds. They haven't ratted yet, but it's only a matter of time. If they talk, Diego will want to shut Brendan up for good. So we're on a timer, I mutter, closing the folder just as Def Leppard blasts from the speakers. As much as I hate to admit it, Darren was right about the noise covering our conversation. Still, a strip club? I thought I'd outgrown this crap. What's the move? Eric asks, leaning in. We didn't gather intel just to sit on it. The move is simple. I slip the folder into my jacket. You're going to scrub every trace of this investigation. Make sure anyone you spoke to forgets about you. Eric frowns. You're planning something? I want in. I glance at Darren, who's staring at me with narrowed eyes. No. We're your crew now. Whatever you're doing, this is personal. I've already asked too much. William speaks up. I'm siding with Eric. Darren turns, annoyed. Seriously? Him, I expected. But you? Don't act shocked, Eric snaps. William shrugs calmly. We're a crew. Eric's coming at it from the wrong angle, but his instincts aren't wrong. If you want us to trust you, Alexan, let us help. I'm willing if you are. I lean back, considering. I don't want them caught up in my problems. But William has a point. If this team is going to work, trust has to start somewhere. Darren scowls, but before he can argue more, I speak. Fine. Probe Los Sombras' systems. Don't get reckless. Just find their weaknesses. I'll need a route in. Eric nods eagerly. When do we start? Tonight, I say, pushing my chair back. If any of you change your mind, I won't hold it against you. William nods. We're in this together now. Enjoy the wings on me. I toss down cash, and Darren snatches it up. Gladly, boss. He gives a mock salute as I leave. As I drive back, I mull over their offer. If they want to help, I'll make sure they're rewarded for the risk. I won't be the kind of man who uses people and leaves them behind. I unlock the front door at home, mind racing with plans. Riley? I call out, pausing when there's no answer. Riley? Silence. Every alarm bell in my head goes off as I draw my gun and sweep the house. No sign of forced entry. I check my phone. Only one alert from an hour ago. The back door opened. That girl. I holster my weapon and storm outside, walking briskly to the safe house. My anger builds with every step, and by the time I'm banging on the apartment door, I'm ready to explode. Riley greets me with a bright smile. Alexan, we were just... I push past her, seething. What the hell were you thinking? She closes the door, frowning. What do you mean? I told you not to go anywhere. I was just checking on Brendan. She glances at her brother on the couch. He looks rough, but he's alive. This place is safe, isn't it? Safe enough, but not if you keep showing up here. I turn to Brendan, trying not to snap. Why'd you let her come? He shrugs. Told her not to. Didn't work. Fine, Riley huffs. It was stupid. But since I was here, I thought I'd spend time with him. I take a deep breath. I swear, if I'd known marrying her would involve this much stress, I'd have started meditating years ago. Mantis is good, Riley. They could have followed you without you ever knowing. That means Brendan isn't safe here anymore. I thought we were worried about Los Sombras, she asks, confused. We're worried about everyone. I throw up my hands. That's the problem. You have to be careful. Her jaw clenches. He's alone in this apartment. Half dead. I'm fine, Brendan says quietly. She shoots him a glare. He's half dead, she repeats firmly. I can't just abandon him. You'll have to, I say, pointing at him. Say goodbye. This is the last visit for a while. She crosses her arms stubbornly. That's not going to work for me. Brendan sighs. Don't be stubborn, Riles. You hear this? My husband giving orders like I'm his child? He's not wrong. Thank you, I say to him. We have rules for a reason. Riley grits her teeth but finally nods. Fine. I get it. I messed up. Happy? There's not a smug bone in my body. I turn to Brendan. I'll bring more supplies soon. Good luck with that. He smirks, and I know he's talking about handling Riley. I guide her out, ignoring her glare as we walk home. My eyes scan every shadow, every parked car, tension wired tight in my shoulders. Finally, we make it inside, and I reset the security alarms. I know this is hard, I tell her, sinking onto the couch, but it won't be forever. She flops beside me, arms crossed. I know. I screwed up. I slide closer and pull her into my side. She resists for a second, then lets her head rest on my chest. This is hard, I whisper. But we'll survive it. Together. She nods against me. I just hate feeling powerless. My dad always made me feel like that. Like I could never get it right. He's wrong about you. You're smart and strong. You just need to think before you act. She lets out a short laugh. Yeah. Easier said than done. I tilt her chin up. He doesn't matter now. You hear me? He's nothing. You're everything. Thank you, she whispers, kissing me softly. I deepen the kiss, gripping her waist. Now keep yourself out of trouble. Yes, sir, she says, her lips brushing mine, a faint smile curving her mouth. I'll try. As I hold her close, I know she'll probably break that promise tomorrow. But for now, having her safe in my arms is all that matters.
Chapter 39 oceanoffbdf.com. Riley. I feel guilty about my stupid decision to go visit Brendan. I don't even know why I did it. I know that it isn't safe to go anywhere near that other house right now, but I just couldn't keep myself at home. An impulse hit me, and I'm still powerless to resist it. Alexan had every right to tear into me. He could have yelled and really rubbed my face in it. Lord knows my father would have. But instead, he made me understand why I screwed up, and then he got over it. Sure, he was mad, but he didn't take it too far, which is a novel experience for me. All my life, my father's been losing his temper and telling me how I'm worthless and stupid. It's almost like that's what I expect from men. That's not how Alexan approaches me. He's not exactly patient, but he does seem to understand. It feels good. Honestly, it feels healthy. I sleep in the next day and wake up late. Alexan's already out of bed and probably has been for a few hours. It's a little past 9 when I finally get up, use the bathroom, and head downstairs. I expect to find a note, but instead, my husband is in the kitchen humming to himself. A fresh pot of coffee is waiting, and there's fresh toast with butter already made. What's all this? I ask. Alexan shrugs a little as he pours me some coffee. Breakfast. Aren't you working? I will, but our talk yesterday gave me an idea. Our talk? I raise my eyebrows. Are you shackling me to the bed before you leave now or something? Not exactly. He grins at me. I accept the mug and take a long sip of coffee. Why do I have a bad feeling? Because you have too little faith in me. He pushes the plate of toast over. Eat something. I nibble at the corner. I'd rather you just got into it. Then follow me. He sweeps away and stalks over to the door that leads into the basement. I'm not sure I want to, I call after him as he descends downstairs. I frown after him. I haven't been down there many times since moving in, mostly because it's just storage space and equipment. You're not going to torture me, are you? I don't need to lure you down here to do that, he calls back. Come on, quit being afraid. I'm not afraid, I grumble, clutching my coffee tightly in one hand. I'm not afraid at all. Although a part of me is aware that I'm going into the basement with a big, violent killer. The floor is bare concrete and the walls are water-treated cinder block. A hot water heater sits in the corner, surrounded by spider webs and ant traps. The furnace is in the other corner, humming softly. Set in the very middle of the empty space is a folding table. Alexan stands before it, arms spread wide, a big grin on his face. "Here you go," he says. "Are you selling subscriptions or something?" I frown and walk over. A bunch of magazines are stacked in front of him. "What is all this?" "All this is how you'll keep your mind off what's going on and how you'll make this place feel more like your home." I pick up a magazine called Interior Designs. My eyebrows raise. "Explain, please." "My place is pretty much finished." He gestures above us. I'm pretty sure we're somewhere below the living room at the moment. The house is in good shape and doesn't really need any major updates, but the one space that hasn't been changed much is the basement. "You're saying you want me to do some home renovations?" "No, I want you to make the basement your own." I frown skeptically. "I'm not sure I'm following." "Think about it. You can do whatever you want down here. You want to make it a gym? Great, go for it. You want to make it a home theater? A place to do your hobbies? A fancy bar? Anything you want. I'll give you any resources you need to make this your own." I put down the magazine and turn a low circle. The basement is rough, but it's tidy and it's a good size. We don't get water down here, and there aren't any pest problems as far as I know. I mean, it's a pretty typical city basement, but it's in very nice shape. And with the right vision, it could be all mine. "That's really nice," I say after a long pause. Emotion wells up in my chest. I don't know the last time anyone ever did something like this for me. I definitely didn't expect it when I first moved in here with him. It always seemed like this would be his house first and my house second, but now this is my chance to make it really ours. "I want you to understand how important you are to me," he says, coming around the table. He tugs me against him. "This is just a room. This is just a gesture." But it's what the room and the gesture mean. You're here permanently. I want you here forever. I want you to be my wife, Riley, not just temporarily, not just for some deal our families struck, but because I want you. I blink back tears. I'm suddenly so overwhelmed I can barely think. I push myself against him and hug him tightly, and he wraps his big arms around my body, hugging me back. I let out one sudden sob, and that finally breaks the whole dam. I cry into his chest. I don't even know why. He must think I'm absolutely insane. I mean, the guy does this super nice thing for me and basically tells me that I'm the most important person in the world to him, and all I can do is cry like a little baby. Years of repressed emotions spill out. I feel more wanted than I've ever felt in my life. I've been rejected, belittled, and embarrassed by my father for so long that I never really expected to feel anything else. Now suddenly Alexan is giving me pieces of himself, all because he really cares. It's too much, and it feels so good. "I'm okay," I say after I finally manage to calm down. "I bet that wasn't the reaction you wanted." "No, it wasn't, but that doesn't matter. I just want to say that this is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. I mean it. I really love this." "Good." He wipes my tears away and kisses me. "That means you'll do it?" He means more than just that I'll finish the basement. He means I'll stay here with him as his wife, and it hits me all at once what that really means. Living together, starting a family, having babies, falling in love. The idea doesn't seem so insane anymore. Actually, it seems really, really good. "Absolutely," I whisper, fighting tears again. I kiss him to keep myself from sobbing for a second time. Understanding rushes over me. This is what I've been waiting for. This moment. Right here. I feel all those emotions suddenly click into place. The world clarifies and has meaning again. At the center of all that is Alexan, my husband, my rock, my protector. He'll do anything for me, and I have to do anything for him. I kiss him harder, this time letting lust take me over. I slip my tongue into his mouth, then tug him behind me, desperate to get out of this dirty basement. I drag him all the way up into the bedroom and pull him down into the bed. "Now this is the reaction I wanted," he says, grinning a little. I roll my eyes and pull his hair, dragging his mouth to mine. Listen to me, I say softly, kissing him hungrily. Don't talk, okay? Just nod. He nods slowly, saying nothing. Good. Okay. I breathe in through my nose and blow it out. I want you to do something for me. He nods again. I want you to fuck me, and I want you to get me pregnant. His eyes widen. Just do it, okay? I know we haven't been careful, but now He buries his mouth on mine. I moan into his kiss as the rush of the moment fills me. This is what I need. It's what I want. He undresses me fast, and we fuck in a desperate, crazy grinding of bliss. All the while, I'm thinking of the moment, of our future together, of all the moments we'll have after this time. I push into him, wanting more and more, needing him, all of him. I come first, and he's not far behind, filling me to the brim. You do realize you'll have to give up one of your rooms for the nursery, right? I ask him, teasing. He shakes his head. The baby can have the basement. Alexanne. Kidding. I'll gladly give them all up for our family. I can put an office somewhere else. Good boy. I kiss him, tugging at his hair. My good husband. My good girl. He smiles, arms wrapped around me. Any idea what you'll do with your room now? No clue. And you know what? I'll probably change my mind 50 times between now and when it's finished. That's the fun part, right? If you say so. He pulls me against him, and I smile to myself, snuggling in tight, already dreaming of what we'll build together. oceanofpdf.com.
Chapter 36 Alexanne. I have to admit, Diego Navarro's place is pretty damn impressive. Credit where it's due, the cartel bastard has style. His townhouse sits right along the other side of the harbor, worth millions, towering even over mine. It's got those ridiculous white columns in front, flashy and arrogant. Subtlety clearly isn't his thing. I've been watching him since the meeting a few days back, Eric says, holding a pair of small binoculars up to his eyes. Navarro's got pretty regular routines. For instance, he goes jogging every morning at 6 sharp, comes home, showers, hangs around for a bit, then heads out again around 8 for coffee at that little cafe down the block. He stays there about half an hour before coming back. You're sure he does this every day? Eric lowers the binoculars and shrugs. I'd need more time to confirm, but yeah, he seems like a creature of habit. What about his work hours? He's online most of the day. All his communications encrypted, but nothing crazy. William and Darren both think they could crack it with enough time. I don't really care about his business deals, I say, thinking aloud. But if we can tap his network for leverage, that's a bonus. I'll see what the guys can do. What else did you find? Eric perks up, clearly enjoying the report. Honestly, his security's basic. He's got some muscle coming and going, but it's mostly just him in there. The alarm system is standard retail stuff. We could bypass it without breaking a sweat. I doubt he keeps his most valuable things at home, though. He's not stupid. Still, we could slip in and grab whatever's lying around. I listened to him rattle off details about the house layout and security placements. My mind is already churning out possibilities, shaping ideas. Then something clicks. Remember that story Darren always tells? I interrupt. Eric looks puzzled. Which one? He never shuts up. The one about his perfect hack. Remember it? Oh yeah. Wasn't that the job where he pinned a bank heist on some guy who stole his girlfriend? That's the one. I stare at Navarro's mansion a little longer as the idea locks into place. Let's go back to Pomegranate House. I need to talk to everyone. Eric starts the engine and drives us back. I close my eyes, letting the plan take form in my head, my thoughts drifting between strategy and Riley. I think of her whispers, her wanting a baby, The life I promised her. All of it rides on this working. When we arrive at Pomegranate House, Darren and William are perched at the bar, half watching an Orioles game while placing bets on their phones. I sit down beside Darren while Eric takes the seat next to William. All three turn toward me as I clear my throat. "I've got a job for us," I say. There's an edge of excitement in my gut I can't ignore. "But I need you to hear me out fully before we commit." William shrugs. "We know it's Los Sombras. That's what we signed up for." "It's not just them," I tell them. "Black Mantis is involved too." That gets their attention. William and Eric exchange uneasy glances, but Darren only sighs and takes a sip of beer. "Explain," Darren says evenly. "I don't have every detail worked out yet," I admit. "But this is going to be a big payoff. We pull it off, Mantis will pay handsomely, and Los Sombras will be dealt with. The three of you will split Mantis's full payout. My reward is keeping my family out of the crossfire." Darren grunts, his expression softening just slightly. "Generous of you. How much are we talking?" "Double my normal rate. Each of you gets an even cut." "All we have to do is go up against two of the deadliest syndicates on the coast?" Darren sighs dramatically. "Sure. Why the hell not?" William raises his glass. "I'm in. First job as an official crew." Eric grins and clinks glasses with him. "Here's to that." I watch them laugh together as Darren launches into another half-true story about hacking a bank as a teenager. Even if it's bullshit, it gets them laughing, which is what matters. For a moment, everything feels possible. Dangerous, but possible. This is my way out. Our way out. If we're smart and luck's on our side. "You've lost your damn mind," Riley mutters as she paces across the basement, stepping over paint swatches and rolled-up rugs. Lamps, fabric samples, and thrift store art are scattered everywhere as she brainstorms her renovation. "It makes sense, doesn't it?" I ask. "To a lunatic, maybe." I hold up my hands. "Come on, think about it. We need Los Sombras off Brendan's back. We need to unload the watch without Mantis putting bullets in our heads. What better way than to pin it all on Navarro? Let them fight each other." She lets out a breathless laugh and throws her hands in the air. "And how do you plan on doing that, genius?" "Simple. I break into Navarro's house, plant the watch in his safe, then create a fake digital trail on his network tying him to Mantis's missing money, enough to convince Mantis he's behind it." "And what happens to Brendan?" "Mantis kills Navarro. Los Sombras blames Mantis. They go to war with each other, and your brother's a forgotten footnote in the chaos." I spread my arms, smirking. "Enemy of my enemy." She rubs her temples, groaning. "You're insane. There are 1,000 ways this could blow up in our faces." "Maybe," I say, nodding. "But if I pull it off, it's the perfect setup." "The perfect what?" "Nothing. Don't worry about it." I step forward and pull her into my arms. "Trust me. I can do this." She rests her forehead against my chest, sighing. "I just hate this. You could get hurt. Brendan could still end up dead. If it goes wrong, I don't know what I'll do." "I won't let it go wrong." She leans back, studying me for a moment before a tiny smile flickers across her lips. "Does this mean you need my lockpicking skills?" "Absolutely not." Her smile turns into a pout. "Why not?" "I was great last time. You said it yourself. The screw-up was all you." "Riley, there's no way in hell I'm letting you near this." Then who's picking the locks? You? I pause, then glare at her. How hard can it be? God, you're hopeless. She chews her thumbnail, clearly scheming. Fine. I'll teach you. What now? You heard me. You need my help. And this is how I'll give it. I never said I needed your help. She waves a hand dismissively. You don't want me breaking into Navarro's house? Fine. But I get to contribute somehow. That's actually mature. I know, right? She beams, almost proud of herself. Look at me, not sneaking off to cause chaos. It's impressive, but you're not teaching me anything. Don't be a baby. She pats my cheek like I'm a sulky toddler. It'll be fun. She's already walking away, planning my lock-picking lessons, while I stand there certain of only one thing. This is going to be anything but fun. Still, the plan is falling into place. Risky, complicated, but it's a real path forward. I just have to hope Mantis is as ruthless as their reputation promises.
Chapter 37. Dash. Riley. You handle that like a pirate with 2 peg legs. A pirate who survived with no legs probably has skills, Alexson mutters, squinting at the lockpicks in his fingers. You're the worst teacher ever. And you're the worst student. I pace across the living room, glaring at him. He curses and tosses the practice lock onto the couch cushions in frustration. I build systems for a living, not rob safes. This is stupid. I figured it out. Why can't you? Because it's impossible. He folds his arms across his chest, scowling. This lock is rigged. Give me that. I snatch the lock and picks from him, sit down, and pop it open in under 30 seconds. Holding it up, I arch a brow. Any comments? This is bullshit, he growls under his breath. I snap it shut and hand it back to him. Okay, take a break. We're both getting annoyed. No? He jams the picks back inside. We don't have time for breaks. You're just wearing yourself out. How did you do it? Explain it again. We've been through this 10 times. Walking you through it isn't helping. He curses in Armenian, grinding the pick deeper as I flop onto the couch to watch. I've seen Alexsan kill men with his bare hands, shoot targets dead center without blinking, and yet this lock is defeating him. It makes no sense. He can figure out anything, but right now he's panicking under the time pressure. You're trying too hard, I say suddenly. That's a stupid concept. I whip a throw pillow at his head. Don't call my ideas stupid. Fine, sorry, but still. He huffs and gives up again. Trying hard is how I win. Picking locks is about finesse. You're supposed to feel each pin set into place one at a time. It's not brute force. I can do delicate. Right now you're like a gorilla trying to solve calculus with a crowbar. Your metaphors are amazing today. I know. I bow dramatically. You just need to relax. Relax? I'm about to rob one psychopath to pay off another, and if I screw up, they'll kill you, Brendan, me, and half the people I care about. Exactly! An idea pops into my head. I sit up straighter. Here's a deal. Every time you set a pin, I'll strip off a piece of clothing. When I'm naked and you unlock it, you can do anything you want with me. His eyes flicker with amusement. Are you serious? You need motivation. I press my breasts together and pout. You do want me, right? You're just trying to distract me. Stop making excuses and open it. Earn me. His eyes narrow and a slow smile curves his lips. You're insane. Impulsive, remember? I wiggle my hips. Tell me when you get a pin set and I'll peel something off. Get the lock open and I'm yours to use. He licks his lips. First thing I'll do is make you choke on my siayok while I eat your piyasi. I hum, a shiver racing down my spine. I thought you'd want anal. Boring. He sets the picks inside the lock. I'd rather hear you gag while you come on my tongue. That's perfection. My husband is filthy, and I love it. I cross my legs, feeling heat build deep in my core. I want him to win this challenge. Got one. He grunts, eyes focused. Good boy. I peel off my shirt. His gaze flicks to my chest, but he doesn't stop working. Focus, I scold softly. Hard to focus when you're naked. His fingers shift delicately, more confident now. Got another? That's my man. I stand and slide my pants down my hips. He clicks his tongue. Was hoping for the bra. Don't like my ass? Love your ass, and your tits, and your mouth, and everything in between. I grin, my pulse hammering. He looks determined now, his movements smoother, more precise. Another pin, he says, breath held. Here. I unclip my bra, letting it drop to the floor. I cover my nips with my palms. Keep going. Tease. His grin is wide, his eyes dark with hunger. Got another. Move your hands. For someone who's seen me naked many times, you're acting awfully desperate. I sigh and slip my panties down, covering myself with one hand. What now? And now? He flicks the tension wrench sideways. The lock pops open with a crisp click. I get what's mine. You did it, I squeal. Just needed the right motivation. He tosses the lock aside. Come here. No way, you need more practice. His smile fades into a dangerous smirk. What happened to a deal is a deal. I'm a bad girl. Yes, you are. He lunges and I squeal, dodging away, but he grabs my wrist and yanks me back to him, crashing his mouth onto mine. God, I love the taste of him, that dark coffee and danger scent. His kiss is devouring. He turns me and presses me against the couch back, his hand gripping my hair as the other slaps my bare ass. You shouldn't run from me, he growls, spanking me again. But it's fun, I gasp, trembling under his touch as his fingers slide between my thighs and find me soaked. You love this, he whispers in my ear. How do you know? Because. He shoves his dripping fingers into my mouth. Look at you, my filthy girl. I moan around his fingers, tasting myself. Then he's back between my legs, teasing and plunging inside. I'm shaking, wet and ready for him. Good girl. Now come here. He strips off his clothes in record time, and before he can even order me down, I sink to my knees and take his thick tip into my mouth, rolling my tongue around him, tasting his salt and heat. You like that? I ask between sucks. He rubs my nip, making me whimper. You know I do. Want a reward? Don't tease. He grabs my hair, pulling me up onto the couch, flipping me to straddle his chest. I'm taking my reward. His tongue dives into me with desperate hunger, and I moan, grinding down onto his mouth as I suck his sea-ock deeper into my throat. I choke slightly, tears blurring my eyes. He licks harder, flicking my sea lit until I come undone, shaking and sobbing as the orgasm rips through me. Ugh! I gasp, pulling off his cock, my hand stroking his slick shaft as I fight to catch my breath. Holy shit! That's my good girl, he says, patting my ass. I realize I'm squeezing his head with my thighs and quickly release him. Sorry. You almost killed me, but you're not done yet. He spanks me and I giggle, turning to stroke him again. Want more? Don't tease. Beg, I purr, licking his tip. His eyes darken and he hesitates. Please, he whispers. My body clenches with lust. Again. Please, baby, please. I need you. I need to see Ohm so badly. I straddle him and slide down, taking his length inch by inch. Beg for my pee, ussy. I love your pee, Yusi, he groans, thrusting up hard. I love all of you. Let me see Ohm inside you. Let me fill you up. Keep going, I pant, feeling myself peak again. Don't stop. I love you, he rasps, losing himself as we move together, my nails raking his chest, our bodies slamming in perfect rhythm until his release spills into me, hot and deep. We collapse together, breathing ragged. All that? For a lock? I whisper. I just needed the right teacher, he says, kissing my temple. You're welcome. I grin, chest swelling with secret joy as I grab my water. He thinks I'm smiling about his lockpicking win. But really, I'm grinning 'cause I know he loves me. He loves me, and I love him back. And there's nothing in this world more powerful than that.
Chapter 38, Riley. I really don't like this, Alexan mutters, glaring at my father's house. He scans up and down the street, tense and watchful. I know, but it'll just take a second. Brendan needs some of his stuff from his room, and I left a set of lockpicks under my mattress. You need those for tomorrow. I'll be quick, okay? I should go in with you. Number, stay here. I reach across the car and kiss him softly. I'll be fine. He looks like he wants to argue, but I don't let him. The last couple of days have been a blur of planning. We studied every inch of Navarro's house, photos, blueprints Alexan stole from city records, and walkthroughs of similar townhomes. He's been practicing lockpicking non-stop, to the point that I trust he can handle anything in his way. Now he just needs the right tools. I slip into my dad's house. Hello? Anyone home? I call out cautiously. My stomach knots when his voice booms down from upstairs. Riley. I figured getting married meant you wouldn't be here much anymore. Nice to see you too, Dad. I climb the stairs past him. I'm just grabbing a few things. He lets me pass without comment, looming at the top as I duck into Brendan's room to gather clothes and toiletries into a bag. I feel his gaze burning into my back as I work. You know where your brother is, don't you? He finally asks, his voice hard. I pause, clutching a folded t-shirt. Yeah, I know. Tell me. I can't do that. I shove the shirt into the bag and zip it up. When I turn, he's blocking the doorway. Tell me where my son is, Riley. Brendan's safe. That's all you need to know. His face twists, fury flashing through his eyes. You're so goddamn useless. I swallow hard, trying to keep my breathing calm. Excuse me, I whisper. He steps aside, and I hurry past him into my old room. I find the lock picks under the mattress and drop them into the bag. I feel him watching me from the doorway. I always knew you were worthless, he says, his voice dripping with disgust. You've been nothing but a leech your whole life. I stare down at the floorboards, shoulders trembling. This is how it's always been. No matter what I did growing up, he found a way to crush me. You never let me prove otherwise, I say softly. What? His voice sharpens. He takes a step into the room. What did you say to me? You never gave me a chance. I lift my gaze to meet his. My hands curl into fists. I wasn't allowed to work. I wasn't allowed to study. I wasn't allowed to do anything but stay here and be miserable. His face contorts like he can't believe I'm talking back. And honestly, neither can I. But all I can see in my mind is Alexan fighting that stubborn lock until it finally gave way, refusing to quit. I snuck into a cartel facility. I nearly died doing it, but I survived. I've done things I never imagined, all because Alexan believes in me. If he thinks I'm worthy, why am I still letting my father treat me like garbage? I gave you a roof, food, clothes, he spits, and all you ever did was complain. I cooked that food. I cleaned this whole damn house top to bottom. I was a good gymnast, Dad. I could have done something with that, but you made me quit so I could rot here, doing nothing with my life. I shake my head, tears burning my eyes. I used to think you were selling me off to the Armenians like property, but now I realize You were freeing me. Don't use that tone with me. His voice trembles with rage as he steps closer. Before he can trap me, I shove past him, heart hammering so loud I can barely hear. I rush down the stairs, feeling his heavy boots pounding after me. You don't get to treat me like this anymore, I say, breathless as I grab the front door handle. You don't matter to me anymore. You stupid little bitch, he snaps. What has that husband of yours been filling your head with? I protected you. I gave you everything. I spoiled you rotten. You belittled me. You told me I was worthless every single day. I was your punching bag and now I'm done. I'm gone and I'm not coming back. Run back to your thug husband. He'll see how pathetic you really are. You're nothing, Riley. Nothing. I stare at him, feeling something cold and final settle in my chest. From now on, just pretend I'm dead. Happily, I slam the door shut behind me. Alexson is already out of the car, striding up the walkway with fury etched into his face. What happened? He demands, hand going to the gun under his jacket. Did he hurt you? Are you okay? It's fine, I say quickly, pushing his hand down. I'm okay. You don't look okay. I grab his face and kiss him hard, desperate and hungry. He pulls me against him, kissing back with equal force, his fingers digging into my hips. It was just my dad, I whisper when I pull back, breathing hard. Don't say just after kissing me like that, he growls. I swat his arm. He was his usual asshole self, but I stood up to him. You did? His gaze softens, a smile tugging at his lips. Really? I told him to fuck off. He laughs and wraps his arms around me, squeezing tight. That's my girl. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of me too, I say with a shaky laugh. For the first time in my life, I feel light and free. I've never talked back to him like that. He's nothing now. If you want him gone from your life, he's gone. I study his strong jawline, the fierce devotion in his eyes. I know, I say quietly, because I have you. I have a home now. Damn right you do.
Chapter 39. Dash, Alexan. Riley's voice comes through my earpiece, calm and steady. You in place? I'm crouched low in a narrow alley, boots squelching in something I'd rather not think about. Yeah, ready? We're connected to the system, Darren says next. I half expected him to make a snide comment about bringing Riley along on this job, but he kept quiet when she climbed into the van. Give me a second to kill the alarms. Eric here. I've got eyes on Navarro. Eric reports, his voice cutting through a mess of background noise. He just walked into a strip club. 2 strip clubs in 1 week? Darren chuckles. Lucky bastard. Focus, William snaps tiredly. I'm muting myself, Eric says. I'll update if he moves. The channel goes quiet for a moment before Riley breaks it. Are you guys always this unprofessional? I smirk at the thought of Darren's annoyed glare. We're working on it, I tell her, shifting my stance to reach for the top of the fence. I haul myself up, peeking over into Navarro's pristine backyard. Let me know when I'm good. Almost there, Darren mutters. Going radio silent, Riley says softly. Good luck, baby. Call me if you hit trouble. Will do. She's here in case I run into a lock I can't crack, but honestly, it's safer having her with the team in the van than alone at home. Even with top-level security, I don't trust it when she's not near me. I stay still, forcing my heart to settle. I should be tense, but I'm surprisingly focused. Breaking and entering isn't usually my domain. I'm better behind a keyboard, but this plan's airtight. Go, Darren orders. You've got 10 minutes, max. I swing over the fence and drop onto Navarro's flawless lawn. I skirt around a sleek little pool and approach the back door, taking out the lockpicks Riley trained me with. My eyes flick to a camera overhead. No red light, no flicker. Please let the system be dead. I picture Riley's teasing smile as I start working the lock. 5 tense minutes later, the mechanism finally gives with a satisfying click. Nice job, Riley whispers. I'm proud of you. Cut the mush, Darren interrupts. Half your time's gone. Move. I slip into a tiled entryway lined with designer shoes. Quietly, I step down the hall and take the stairs up to the second floor. The office is at the front, just like we mapped out. I slip inside, careful not to touch anything I don't have to. What's it look like? Riley asks. Desk near the windows, bookshelf loaded with photos. I scan framed pictures of Navarro with other people, probably cartel members. Filing cabinet. Skip it, she says. Find the safe. I search the room methodically until I spot a hidden panel behind glued-together books. Got it, I breathe. Digital keypad. Basic. Try defaults. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. I punch them in. No dice. Next option. Mallet time. I pull out the rubber mallet from my bag. You sure? Works on cheap ones. I slam it down hard while yanking the handle, but the lock stays stubborn. Nothing, I grunt. Going to have to crack it. Unscrew the faceplate. I grab my tools and get to work. The cover comes off easily. I disconnect the wiring, exposing the circuit board. Hurry, Darren urges. I'm giving you a little more time, but not much. He's moving, Eric cuts in. He sounds breathless. Navarro just left the club and jumped into his car. How long do I have? I ask. 8 to 10 minutes tops. He's speeding. Shit, I mutter, connecting my keypad bomber. It's a black box that runs through thousands of codes in seconds. He's coming back. Get out, Riley pleads, fear in her voice. I can't. I watch the device work. We need this to stick. Alexan, please. Sorry, baby. Sweat drips down my face. Darren. How'd he know? Dead man's switch on the network, William interjects. Soon as we took it offline, he got a notification. 5 minutes out, Eric updates, his voice tight. He's driving like a maniac. My pulse pounds, but I keep my focus. I close my eyes and picture Riley smiling at me. Her warmth, her stubbornness, everything I'm fighting for. 3 minutes, Eric says. The bomber keeps ticking away, codes flashing by like lightning. I grit my teeth. Come on. 2 minutes, Eric calls, and then finally the device beeps. 4 numbers pop up on the display. 8,517. The safe unlocks with a clunk. I'm in, I breathe, pulling it open. Chaos erupts in my earpiece, but I ignore them all. I rifle through cash, passports, and a gun, then slide the stolen watch under a thick stack of bills. He's pulling up, Eric yells. Get out, Alexan! I slam the door shut, reattach the keypad, and haul the safe back onto the shelf. The sound of the front door slamming open echoes up the stairs. He's inside, I whisper, heart hammering. Turn the system back on now, I hear Darren say calmly. Make it look like a surge. Navarro's footsteps echo below. He's cursing as he fiddles with his security console. I slip into the hall, looking for my exit. Alexanne. Riley's voice cuts in urgently. Master bedroom, now. Why? Just do it! I rush into his bedroom, glancing around. Expensive watches on the nightstand, vintage Playboys stacked neatly. Gross, I mutter. Bathroom, Riley snaps. I obey, slipping inside quietly. Here. What now? Right window, drain pipe outside, climb down. I peek out. You want me to scale down a drain pipe? Unless you want to get caught. Move it. Bossy woman, I mutter, opening the window silently. I yank the screen free and slip one leg out. The metal pipe is cold and solid against my palm. I test it with my weight. It holds. I'm going, I say. Careful, Riley whispers. I swing my other leg out and grip the pipe tight. My boots scrape against the rough brick, sending flecks of mortar down into the darkness. He's coming upstairs, Darren warns. Don't move. I flatten against the wall, heart thudding so hard it makes my vision pulse. If Navarro comes into the bathroom now, I'm done. He's using the bathroom, Darren whispers. Hold. I grit my teeth, muscles burning from holding myself against the pipe. This is getting awkward. He's leaving. Move. I slide down the pipe fast but controlled, scraping my arms raw against the metal. Near the ground, I jump the last few feet, landing hard and rolling to my feet. Did he hear that? I ask. Nothing, Darren confirms. Systems back online. You're clear. I jog down the block, adrenaline roaring in my veins. As I reach the corner, a van screeches up. The side door flies open, and Riley barrels out, throwing herself into my arms so hard I nearly fall over. That was too close, she sobs. Nobody said this would be easy. I grin at her, ignoring Darren's grin from behind his monitors. She kisses me fiercely, then pulls back and slaps my cheek. I blink at her, stunned. What the hell? Don't you ever joke around in the middle of something like that again? She hisses, eyes blazing. Then she kisses me again, her mouth hot and demanding. God help me. This woman is chaos. And I've never loved anything more. Chapter 40, Dash. Alexanne. I button up my sharpest suit, load my favorite handgun, and slip into my most reliable shoes. Catching my reflection in the mirror, I'm surprised by how calm I look, considering how much rides on this meeting. All I can do now is trust the plan. Just a week ago, I was dangling off a drain pipe, close to getting caught. Today, I'm delivering a dossier to the new local Mantis operative, the one who replaced Jeremy Fong. Most likely the same person who had Jeremy's head removed. Riley? Where'd you vanish to? I call out, heading into the kitchen, but she's nowhere in sight. I want to say goodbye, just in case. We still need to review the backup plan. If things go south with Mantis and I don't come back, she knows to get to Liam McGrath immediately. He's the only one with enough power to keep her safe. Darren's under strict orders to make sure she survives, no matter what happens to me. She appears from the powder room, looking pale and rattled. I don't blame her. So much can go wrong today. Alexanne, she whispers, her voice shaking. It's going to be fine, I tell her, moving closer, but she lifts her hand to stop me. She's clutching something small and white with a faint pink line. I frown, not understanding right away. Alexan, she repeats. I just took this. Then it hits me. That's a pregnancy test. Yeah. She bites her lip, eyes locking on mine as tears start slipping down her cheeks. It's positive. My brain blanks out. The world goes silent. All that exists is her. Then the joy slams into me, so fierce I can barely breathe. I grab her and pull her close, lifting her off the ground as a laugh bursts out of me. "You're pregnant!" I shout, spinning her around. "You're really pregnant!" "Alexan!" she squeals, half laughing, half crying. "Put me down before you break my back." I set her down gently and kiss her, my hand resting on her stomach. I know I can't feel anything yet, but my child is there. Our child. This is perfect. I whisper against her forehead. God, Riley, I love you. I love you too. She strokes my cheek, still crying. But what if it goes wrong today? What if... You know what to do. Brendan will take you to Liam. Between him, Darren, and Liam, they'll get you out. You'll raise our baby. You'll live a good life. Alexan, she says softly, shaking her head. I don't want to do this without you. If it comes to that, you can. But I swear, baby, if there's any way back to you, nothing in this world will keep me away. You're mine. That baby is mine. I won't ever let you go. I hold her there, committing everything to memory. Her tears, her warmth, her smell. If this is the last moment of peace I ever have, at least it's with her. She walks with me to the car, clinging to my hand. I can see in her eyes she wants to beg me to stay, but she knows better. Brendan will come soon and keep her grounded until I'm back. He knows his job is to stop her from doing something reckless. I'll be home soon, I promise, kissing her softly. She nods, tears spilling over again. You better be. I start the car and drive away without looking back. If I do, I might not be able to leave. My wife, my pregnant wife. That changes everything. A cold determination settles in my chest. I don't care about Mantis or Los Sombras or any of them anymore. I'll burn their worlds down if it means being there for Riley and our child. Nothing else matters. The meeting point is an hour out of the city, at a deserted construction site. The place looks abandoned, half-built concrete and scattered rebar jutting like broken bones. The back gate's unlocked, just like Mantis said it would be. I park outside and slip through the fence on foot. The building is unfinished, just cinder blocks and puddles of muddy water reflecting the gray sky. There's no one around, only quiet equipment and the distant sound of metal creaking. I keep the dossier under my arm and move through the shadows until I see them. 10 men stand in formation, dressed in black tactical gear, assault rifles ready. 3 more appear to my left, talking in low voices. No weapons, the closest guard orders. His helmet hides his face, but his accent's American, probably mercenaries. I've got one in my jacket. I pull it open, showing the holster. He reaches in, removes the gun, ejects the magazine, clears the chamber, and passes it to an assistant before patting me down efficiently. He finds nothing else. You're clear, he says. I walk forward towards the man waiting at a folding table. He's small and wiry, older with a bald head and sharp black eyes that watch every move I make. I've never met him before. I brought what you wanted, I say, holding out the folder. He doesn't move. They call me fungal spread. Do you know who I am? My eyebrows lift. If that's true, then you're the most infamous hacker in the world. And you're permafrost, one of the few I actually respect, he replies coldly. But you took too long. I wasn't given much to start with. I know. My predecessor, Ironhead, was an impulsive fool. This situation never should have involved you. Agreed, I say evenly, raising the folder. You want it or not? He nods slightly. One of his men takes the folder and hands it to him. Fungal Spread reads through it quickly, his lips moving silently as his eyes flick back and forth. And it's all accurate? He asks. Every word. Wasn't easy to get. This is concerning. How did you even know where to look? I have to tread carefully here. Too many lies and he'll sense it. Ironhead's notes showed he met with a lot of people that day. Some were tied to Los Sombras. My wife's brother got caught up with them during a heist. I pause, choosing each word with care. He told me about a rumor that Los Sombras was sitting on a huge score, something they couldn't figure out how to unlock. And that convinced you to hack them. Fungal Spread nods, scanning another page. I found coded conversations referencing an encrypted item. Then, 2 days ago, Navarro directly mentioned a watch. That's in the last few pages. He reads silently, face expressionless. If he figures out every message is fake, we're dead. But I hold my ground. For Riley. For our child. And if my team hacks Navarro's system themselves, he asks quietly, what will they find? Exactly what's in there, I tell him confidently. Thanks to my crew, the fake trail is airtight. Unless he orders a deep forensic dive, which is possible but unlikely, he'll never know the truth. He closes the folder and leans back in his chair. Very impressive, he says. We knew Los Sombras was causing problems, but this confirms their treachery. His lips twitch like he almost said too much. Excellent work, Permafrost. Thank you. You'll be paid once the watch is retrieved. Then we're done here. My heart pounds in my chest as I turn away, so close to freedom I can taste it. One last thing, he calls out. I stop, seeing Riley's smiling face in my mind. Our future. Our baby. I have to get home to them. Congratulations on your marriage, he says with a thin smile. Your alliance with the McGrath family could be useful. Perhaps this success will lead to future collaborations. I'm sure we'd all like that. He nods, watching me like a predator tracking prey. I walk away. The guard returns my gun, but keeps the magazine. Nothing personal. I don't argue. Each step I take towards my car is a step back to my wife, my family. It could still all fall apart. But for the first time since this nightmare began, hope flickers in my chest, like a stubborn flame refusing to die. Chapter 41. Alexan. The Pomegranate House is packed tonight. Saturday crowds fill every table, all eager to do business with the Brotherhood, spending money on overpriced food and drinks. These days, everyone wants a piece of us. Darren lifts his glass, grinning drunkenly. To the happy couple, he slurs. To babies, to impossible wins, to arranged marriages turning into pregnancies and... Okay, that's enough, Riley interrupts with a roll of her eyes. Eric and William chuckle while I tighten my arm around Riley's waist, sipping from my drink. Darren sways in his chair, looking utterly content. I still can't believe we pulled it off, he murmurs, leaning closer to me. Seriously? Fungal spread himself? That guy is a monster. I doubt they even checked too hard, I say, keeping my hand firm on Riley's thigh. She doesn't seem to mind. Right now, I have more to protect than ever. Once they got their crypto keys back without losing anything, they probably didn't care to dig deeper. Still, it was brilliant, he sighs, raising his drink again. I'll admit, I say with a small smile, I took inspiration from your perfect hack story. His eyes go wide, and for a second, he just stares. Then he bursts out laughing so hard he clutches his ribs. That story isn't even real, he wheezes. Oh my God, you lunatic. Eric and William hush him, aware of the curious glances from nearby tables. I lean in and brush Riley's hair aside to kiss her neck. I like people seeing me with her. My beautiful wife. My pride only grows each day. I've got one last surprise for you three, I announce, placing a slip of paper onto the table. Eric grabs it first, scanning it with a frown. What's this? Looks like 3 huge bank transfers. It's your payment. His jaw drops. Wait. Seriously? William snatches the paper from his hands, scanning it before laughing out loud. You're not joking? This is real? Darren leans over to read it last. His mouth works, but for once he's silent. Mantis paid well, I admit, stroking Riley's knee under the table. She grins proudly. This was her idea. I planned to just tell them, but she insisted on the dramatic reveal. Their stunned faces made it worth it. You three earned every cent. How much did they pay in total? Eric asks, still staring at the numbers. 3 million. But you split it with us, he says slowly, confused. You gave each of us 1 million. You deserve it. My reward is already sitting beside me. I glance at Riley, brushing her hair again. She laughs lightly and waves at them. Don't let him fool you. He tried to keep more for himself, but I wouldn't let him. Darren laughs, and they raise their glasses to Riley once more. Probably the 10th time tonight. The truth is, they did deserve it, for the risks they took and the secrets they now carry. Only these three, along with Darren, Tigran, and Arson, know that Los Sombras never had the watch in the first place. Better to keep them well paid and loyal. Maybe my motives aren't pure, but who cares? At least they're happy. You've got a visitor, Riley murmurs, nodding across the restaurant. Tigran is making his way towards us, smirking as he looks over the group. Looks like you've all been busy, he says, eyes lingering on me. I chose well putting Alexin in charge. He's just trying to take credit for my work, I say, half joking. Tigran laughs. Come on. Arson wants a word. I kiss Riley's cheek before standing to follow him. She'll be safe here with the crew. Crazy week, Tigran says softly, as we walk to the private rooms in back. He pauses at the door. When I gave you that promotion, I didn't think you'd end up tangled with Black Mantis on day 1. Life's funny like that, I shrug. Yeah, he mutters, shaking his head. Funny. We enter the room. Arson sits alone at a table scattered with papers. A half-empty glass sits by his elbow as he reads, frowning. He doesn't look up until Tigran gestures me forward. Patron, I greet him respectfully. You asked to see me. Sit down, he says tiredly, rubbing his face with both hands. God, what a week. You know how many corpses are floating in Baltimore's gutters right now? Plenty, I guess, taking the seat across from him. Plenty, he confirms. Mantis is tearing Los Sombras apart. Navarro's dead. Most of his inner circle is gone. Soon, half their bosses down south will follow. It's a bloodbath. I glance at Tigran, but his expression gives nothing away. Are you upset about it? Arsen studies me in silence. Finally, he sighs. You're not an idiot, Alexan. You wouldn't have set this in motion without a reason. I'm guessing it's about your wife. I shift slightly. They know I pinned the watch on Los Sombras, but they don't know Riley took it herself. Something like that, I admit quietly. Fine. Best keep details to yourself. He leans back and sighs again. Turns out Mantis wants to be friends now. They're impressed with what you did. I look at Tigran, who's now smirking at me with his arms folded. What does that mean exactly? I ask warily. It means we just landed a powerful client, Tigran explains. And you're first in line to get paid. Arsen lifts his glass with a tired smile. Think of it as a bonus. As this partnership grows, your share will too. Congratulations, Alexan. Not only are you running your own crew, but you're about to be very, very rich. Just like us, Tigran adds, looking genuinely pleased. Arsen takes a sip and fixes me with a steady gaze. Here's to the future, he says. Start planning your next moves. I have a feeling your career is just getting interesting. Let's hope so, I reply, feeling that familiar rush of determination settle into my bones once more.
Chapter 42, Riley. 6 months later. I jiggle the pick, feeling each pin click into place. Shifting the tension rod slightly, I ease the lock open with a triumphant grin. Gotcha, I whisper. The basement stairs stretch before me, carpeted in plush beige. I rest a hand on my pregnant belly as I begin my descent. Moving quietly isn't exactly my strength these days. I feel like an unbalanced elephant waddling down the steps. My heart pounds with anticipation. Sweat slicks my palms as I step onto the soft rug below. The space has changed so much since I claimed it. Where there was once concrete and spiders, now there are warm colours, creams and reds, flowers brightening a corner, a cosy bench against the far wall, a couch facing the TV, and my crafting nook tucked away. It's not finished, but it's mine. I know you're down here, I call out, scanning the room. You realise messing with your pregnant wife is risky business, right? I could go into labour just from shock. You haven't caught me yet, his voice teases back. It's coming from the utility closet near the furnace. The door is cracked open just a sliver. Of course. Are you really going to make me come in there? I ask. If you want to win, you'll have to. I draw in a deep breath and exhale slowly, feeling a smirk spread across my face. We started playing this twisted game a few weeks back, a grown-up hide-and-seek that usually ends with us tangled together on the couch. We both know that once the baby arrives, our spontaneous games will be rare. So for now, we take every chance. I tiptoe towards the door and peek inside. Empty. What the hell? I mutter, confused. Strong arms wrap around me from behind. Gotcha, he murmurs, pulling me tight against him. I let out a squeal, muffled as his hand covers my mouth. I try elbowing him in the gut, but his stomach is like concrete. He chuckles, gripping my hair lightly to tilt my head so he can kiss my neck. You scared the life out of me, I gasp, slapping his chest. Seriously, that's not okay. The doctor said it's fine, he replies, smirking as he tightens his grip. And besides, You love it. I hate to admit it, but he's right. He always checks with the doctor before doing anything remotely rough since I got pregnant. He's protective to an annoying degree, and also completely shameless about our sex life. Not that I mind the perks. He guides me to the couch and eases me down. Even with my swollen belly, he doesn't hesitate, kissing me deeply as he slides my top up and over my head. His mouth finds my pierced nip, teasing it until sparks shoot through my body. Ever since the second trimester, my breasts have been so sensitive, he once made me come just by sucking and whispering filthy things in my ear. I moan as his tongue flicks over the piercing, knowing I'll have to take it out once the baby comes. Nothing turns me on more than making you feel good, he growls, tugging my pants down. His hands keep teasing my breasts as his tongue dives between my thighs. I arch against him, gasping as pleasure floods through me. The bigger you get, the more I want to ruin you. I won't complain, I gasp, pushing his head closer. Just shut up and keep licking. You filthy girl, he growls, sliding 2 fingers inside as his tongue circles my C-lit. You forget who's in charge. Oh yeah? Who's that supposed to be? Me, you dirty little thing. He moves up to kiss me. I taste myself on his lips and groan, tugging at his pants until he frees himself and slides deep inside me. I gasp as he fills me completely. God, yes, I moan, reaching up to grip the armrest as his hips grind into mine. That's perfect. I love it when you're buried inside me. You're so damn tight. I need to fill you up again. Don't stop. He thrusts harder, kissing down my chest to my nips, sucking and licking them until my body shakes. I come for him, trembling under his touch. He keeps going until he grips my hips hard, releasing with a deep, rough groan. After, he pulls me back against his chest, his arms wrapping around me as I catch my breath, both of us hot and sweaty. That, I say between breaths, is how to finish a game. He chuckles softly, kissing my neck. His fingertips stroke my arms as silence settles around us. I never imagined feeling this safe with a man like him. Someone so ruthless and violent, yet gentle and protective with me. For everyone else, he's pure intimidation. But for me, he's warmth. I've been thinking, I say after a while, shifting onto my back. I place a hand over my belly, feeling a small kick, and he does the same. Any ideas for names yet? He shrugs. A few. Nothing I'm set on. I stifle a grin as a terrible idea forms. What if... Hear me out. We name him Jeremy? His eyes widen. I can almost see the mental battle on his face. Does he tell his hormonal wife that naming our baby after a dead man we both hated is insane? Or does he pretend to consider it to keep me calm? Why would we do that? He finally asks, carefully neutral. I bite my lip to keep from laughing. Well, Jeremy was pretty important to our story. I stroke my belly dramatically. What do you think, little baby Jeremy? Or baby Jeremy? No, he interrupts firmly, looking horrified. Riley, I love you, but absolutely not. Over my dead body. I burst out laughing, tears spilling down my cheeks. His stunned expression is priceless until he realizes I was messing with him. You're twisted, he says, shaking his head in disbelief. Can you imagine telling people that? I gasp between giggles. We'd look completely insane. You're sick. And you believed me. I wipe my tears, grinning. Honestly, if I ever seriously suggest naming our child after someone who tried to kill us, slap me. I'll say it more gently, he murmurs, pressing his forehead to mine. How about an Armenian name? I was thinking Irish, since they'll take your last name. Seamus Sarkisian? That's actually not bad. Let's think about it more, He kisses my neck. You've got me all messed up right now. Good, I say, turning to kiss him softly, smiling so wide my cheeks ache. That's exactly how I like you. Epilogue. Riley, 6 months later. You should have seen Dad's expression. Brendan laughs, taking a deep swig of wine. I sip mine too, probably more than I should, but after months of pregnancy and newborn life, I feel like I've earned it. When I told him he wasn't allowed to meet his grandson, he nearly exploded. Good, I say with a nod. I haven't spoken to my father since that day I finally stood up to him. Brendan handled breaking the news on my behalf. Not that he even deserves to hear it. I think it's starting to dawn on him how badly he's messed up, Brendan says, his face shadowed in the fading evening light. Do you care? I ask. He pauses, swirling his glass thoughtfully. I don't hate him the way you do. Sure, he was rough on me, but not like how he treated you. I tilt my head, studying him. Doesn't that make it worse for you, though? He sighs. Yes and no. Part of me pities him. I'm not going out of my way to fix things, but if he calls, I'll answer. Well, good for you, I say, draining my glass and sighing. I want another, but I probably shouldn't. I'll end up pumping and dumping later, and I hate doing that. Brendan raises a brow. I have no clue what that even means. One day you'll find out, I say with a grin. Probably when you're older. The back door slides open, and Alexan steps out, wearing black sweats and cradling little Connor against his chest. He's rocking him gently as Connor fusses, his eyelids drooping with sleep. I'm going to put him down, Alexan says softly. Cass insists on helping. Let me say goodnight first. I get up, leaning in to kiss my baby boy's forehead. My heart expands and contracts all at once, filled with an ache that makes me want to snatch him back into my arms and never let go. But I remind myself that I've held him non-stop for 3 months, and I deserve a small break tonight. Love you, sweet boy, I whisper, kissing him again. And I love you too, I add, kissing my husband. Alexan smiles. Relax tonight. There's plenty of milk in the freezer. I've got it covered. I don't know. Brendan's already pouring another glass for me. She'll have another, he says. Alexan chuckles and kisses me again. Enjoy yourself. I'll be back soon. He heads inside with Connor, and I watch him go, my heart brimming. Never thought I'd see him turn into such a doting dad, Brendan admits as I sit down again and take a sip of wine. If Alexan's handling bedtime, I might as well take advantage. He's always been like that, I say, smiling softly. Tough as nails on the outside, but when it comes to us, he's got nothing but softness. Still hard to wrap my head around, Brendan says. We spend the next hour swapping stories from our childhood. He tells me about his upcoming job, his first proper one since everything fell apart with Los Sombras. Not that it matters anymore. That cartel's nothing but ash and whispers now, thanks to Black Mantis. It feels good to sit here, just being an adult. I miss my baby, sure, but I also need moments like this, to be more than just a mom. Not that being more is the right phrasing. I'll always be Connor's mom now. But I'm still other things too. I'm a sister, a wife, a friend. Once upon a time, I was a damn good thief. Those days are behind me now. Cass comes out a bit later, wiping her hands on a kitchen towel. She's been staying over often to help out, and I honestly don't know how I'd survive without her. Serious question, she says, eyeing me. What's going on with your basement? I groan. Ugh, don't remind me. I glance back at the house. It's become a dumping ground for all things baby. My sanctuary is littered with toys, diapers, and burp cloths these days. You need to reclaim it. I didn't realize it was lost, I say with a wry smile. But we both know the truth. Connor has conquered it completely. No, seriously, next week we're renovating. We're turning it back into the goddess oasis it used to be. Goddess oasis? Brendan asks, raising a brow. That sounds intriguing. Count me in. No men allowed, Cass says sharply, glaring at him. He smirks like he's about to argue, but she holds his gaze until he relents. Fine, he says with a dramatic sigh. I'll make other plans. They bicker lightly while I think over Cass's idea. Eventually, I shake my head. Why not? She asks, surprised. Because I don't need to carve out space for myself anymore. That's insane. All of this is my space. I gesture around the backyard. String lights glow above us from the pergola, vines curling up each post. Connor will grow up soon enough. I'm not in any rush to take my space back. She eyes me, unconvinced, but it doesn't matter. My life is messy now, but it's a beautiful mess. The kind that smells like milk and warm baby skin. The kind that fills every hidden crack in my heart with light. Alexan finally joins us, monitor in hand, his other arm wrapping around my shoulders. Soon the table is alive with laughter and teasing under the hum of Connor's white noise machine. This is my tribe. Cass, my fierce and loyal best friend. Brendan, my stubborn and loving brother. And Alexan, my husband, my protector, my greatest risk and my greatest reward. I sink back into my chair, breathing in the evening air and letting a small, quiet smile curl across my lips as I sip my wine.